In a distant kingdom of old, a young warrior brandished his sword, declaring triumph as he trapped his foe. From this moment, a timeless legend began to take shape. Steely-eyed, the youth warned his adversary to ready himself for the final showdown. The legend spoke of the mightiest demon king. Wordlessly, he observed the man who had dismissed him as nothing more than a bothersome demon. The boy lunged with his sword, aiming directly at the demon king. With nothing more than 2 fingers, the demon king stopped the blade. Every attack the inexperienced young man attempted was met with effortless evasions, as the demon king shifted aside with ease. Many years later, the legend quietly faded away. Despite countless attempts, the young man failed time and again to wound the demon king. In the end, the demon chose to abandon his title as the mightiest. Gathering immense power in his hand, he conjured a colossal sphere of magic that left the hero motionless with fear. Following the clash with the hero, their powers matched perfectly, neither side yielding as the struggle raged on. From the chapter of the Gospel of Alta that tells of the hero, Loin, it was revealed by the demon king that only 17 warriors stood in their ranks. According to him, not even the mightiest heroes in history could withstand such a challenge, which left him feeling utterly uninterested. With unwavering resolve, he raised his sword and plunged it into his own chest. The demon king mused that if reincarnation truly awaited him, he would wish for a peaceful era in his next life and the quiet existence of an ordinary person. 1,000 years slipped by, and in a humble village home, the cry rang out that he had been born anew. Confusion clouded his mind as he struggled to identify the source of the mysterious sound or determine if it even belonged to a human. In a flurry, the man darted about the room, frantically searching for boiling water. Meanwhile, the girl maintained her composure, softly urging him to relax. A gentle smile lit up her face as she remarked on the child's undeniable charm. With a gentle smile, she revealed her baby's tiny yawn, a tender moment that lit up her face. 18 years slipped by, during which Hans, Zion's father, continued to offer unwavering support, helping him in countless ways. The boy inquired whether this was indeed the case, and Hans confirmed it, expressing how proud he was of his son. With an awkward chuckle, Kshin insisted his father had a habit of exaggerating, and Han quietly agreed that it was the truth. Reborn as a human, the Demon King found himself tucked away in a mountain village, quietly embracing the simple rhythms of a farmer's life. The idea that the Demon King could end up as an ordinary farmer never crossed Zion's mind. The entire process of reincarnation remained a baffling mystery to him. Life had treated him kindly, with hardly any troubles to speak of, except for one persistent issue. One day, unfamiliar noises reached his ears. Suddenly, a massive bear emerged from the shadows, blocking their path. A look of bewilderment crossed the father's face as he urged his son to flee, but Zion calmly motioned for him to stay still. Stepping forward, Zion extended his hand, his fingers reaching out toward the bear. With a gentle click, the magical shoes responded, sending the bear soaring into the sky. Hans watched in astonishment, unable to believe what he had just witnessed. Zayon listened as his father praised him, describing his actions as impressive. Fortunately, the Demon King's powers had not left his side. As darkness blanketed the world outside, a savory steak graced the dinner table. Zion gazed at the meal with awe, listening intently as his mother explained that it was crafted from bear meat. Hans remarked with delight how delicious the meal was. His mother noted that, thanks to Kshin, their cupboards were now well stocked. Grateful for his efforts, Mother Fiona expressed her appreciation to Zion. The boy assured them that all was well and even offered to bring back dragon meat. His parents, clearly impressed, expressed their absolute confidence in his abilities. As Kshin savored a bite of meat, the thought crossed his mind that his words could easily be mistaken for a joke, yet every word was meant in earnest. Curiosity stirred within him as he noticed that even after being reborn, none of his traits had shifted in the slightest. Deep down, he had always imagined leading a life of greater purpose. Still, there was no denying the comfort he found in his mother's delicious cooking. Fiona, charmed by his demeanor, inquired gently about his unease. With a warm smile, the boy wished everyone an enjoyable meal. With a contented smile, the man filled his mug with soam and savored its aroma. In his mind, all seemed well, for he understood how unpredictable power could be. Hans marveled at the boy's impressive strength. Mother nodded in agreement, remarking that the boy's might reminded her of tales about legendary heroes. A chuckle escaped Zion as he remarked that they truly deserved one another. In his mind, he imagined that even after a millennium had passed, he would likely still find himself facing off against heroes. According to the old tales, the hero's bravery brought about the fall of the demon lord. Shin chuckled, insisting he was innocent and had no involvement with dark magic. Hans encouraged his son, assuring him that simply by being true to himself, he could become a hero. Fiona recalled the news that a hero was expected to arrive in their village soon, and Hans readily agreed with her anticipation. According to him, he appeared to be the most powerful among them. Mother remarked that their Zion was much like him in that regard. Curiosity flickered in Zion's eyes as he pictured the life of a hero. In contrast, his parents had already started weaving stories in their minds, envisioning the possibilities that might unfold if their son managed to form a friendship with one of those celebrated figures. In the village square, a man clad in shining armor urged the townsfolk to stay calm, assuring them that no harm would come while Mattalus stood by their side. This was none other than Mattalus himself, the valiant hero whose presence inspired hope among the villagers. With steadfast resolve, he declared his intention to vanquish every evil spirit using the blade of his sword. Shin studied him intently, impressed by the hero's commanding presence. With quiet confidence, the hero remarked that foes never dared approach his blade. The elderly man walked over, expressing his surprise at the hero's arrival and admitting he never thought it possible. Matilda responded to the village chief, assuring him that for the hero, coming here was only natural. The hero explained that dark energy had reportedly been discovered within the village boundaries. The chief listened, startled by the revelation, and immediately sought confirmation. Matilda calmly responded, assuring everyone present that the situation posed no immediate threat. The hero boldly introduced himself as the 78th of his kind, insisting that no one else could match his uniqueness. Matilda calmly added that, with a single swing, he could wipe out any trace of evil. Puzzled, Zion glanced at his father and sought an explanation for the meaning behind the hero ranking. Mattalus raised an eyebrow in disbelief, questioning whether the man truly had no knowledge of the rating system. According to him, this certificate came directly from the royal family as recognition of the hero's remarkable abilities. It stood as undeniable proof of the hero's strength and skills. Achievements such as subduing a neighboring territory, securing a prestigious role, or completing significant missions are all reflected through a ranking system that highlights the hero's progress. Certificates are handed to the hero and his companions, bringing with them a host of privileges. Mattalus, with a touch of pride, announces his double rank, assuring everyone that their safety is in capable hands, for expertise is his domain. Doubt crept into Zion's mind, recognizing that reassurance was futile when so many individuals outranked Mattalus and surpassed his abilities. A soft chuckle escaped as he mulled over the hero rankings. Back at home, Han mentioned that he had never seen the heroes from such a close distance before. He turned to Zion and wondered if the sight had left an impression on him. Zion simply laughed, noting that Mattalus certainly appeared powerful. Zion mused that such judgments made sense only from a human perspective. Memories of a time when people like him were destined merely to be insignificant knights drifted through his mind. Han remarked that Zion had the potential to earn a spot in the rankings, adding that Mattalus would have commended him for his swift defeat of the bear. The man gave a sheepish laugh in response. Zionthought suspected the world had transformed considerably during his reincarnation. Ordinary citizens were now being dispatched to battle against demons. To him, true heroism meant facing the demon king in battle, yet now it seemed that knights of his kind had all but vanished. The word hero seemed to lose its meaning these days. Zion glanced at his father and offered a quiet thank you. Hans, puzzled by his son's gratitude, asked what had prompted it. Zion explained that his father's words had brought him comfort. Hans responded by remarking on how nice that was. Shin admired his father's impressive condition and held a deep respect for him because of it. With genuine admiration, he told his father how cool he was. Han blushed at the compliment and turned to his wife, quietly asking if she had heard what their son just said. With a gentle smile and a contented sigh, the girl set the food on the table. Mentioning how much she enjoyed their conversation, she suggested they eat while the meal was still warm. Taking a small bite, the boy offered his parents a polite wish for an enjoyable meal. His parents exchanged puzzled glances, quietly observing their son. A sense of unease crept over Zion as he tried to unravel why his mind kept drifting when so many pressing matters demanded his attention. As he strolled across the field, the young man observed the crops thriving, their healthy appearance promising a successful harvest. Using the fertilizer seemed to spark a wave of positive changes. Despite everything, his sharp mind remained intact. As he cradled the pumpkin in his hands, a certainty grew within him that the people of the royal capital would eagerly seek out vegetables grown on their land. Following the humiliations of his youth, a deep sense of happiness filled his heart as, at long last after 8 years, he could harvest the crops he had nurtured on his father's land. Yet it became clear to him that true victory remained distant, particularly when it came to surpassing his own father. The process involved breeding, blending different varieties of vegetables and fruits in pursuit of improvement. Such innovative combinations could only be described as a bold testament to human creativity. A sudden thought of interracial cooperation crossed the boy's mind. Poison, a substance so dangerous that even demons shunned it, made him pause in astonishment at humanity's progress. Beneath it all, a sense of disdain for humans simmered quietly within him. Curiosity filled his mind as he tried to understand how his father produced fruit so sweet and delicious, especially since he had even earned an award for it. The young man doubted he would ever reach that level of mastery. As for the hero rankings, they held no appeal for him right now. His mind was occupied elsewhere. A sign was staked into the soil, marking the field as his own, and in that simple act he discovered a sense of purpose worth holding on to. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he reflected on how tending the vegetables carried a profound significance in his life. No matter the outcome, he quietly anticipated the moment of harvest. Just a few days later, under the bright sun, the air trembled with the demon's furious roar as he smashed the tablet beneath his feet. Zaina addressed the gathered villagers, urging them to listen closely. He explained that their village had fallen under the control of the demon king, the dragon known as Delodos. Zion fixed his gaze on the floor, saying nothing. The man then wondered aloud if the demon believed escaping would be the wiser choice. The demon, puzzled, responded by asking who the man was referring to. Zion remained fixated on his tablet, his attention unwavering. The demon seized the boy's head and remarked that no plea for mercy had reached his ears. He admitted he could not grasp what Zion truly hoped to accomplish. Panic seized the parents as they frantically called out for their son. At that moment, Madalus stormed into the room and urgently commanded Zion to get down. The blade arced through the air and struck the demon's torso, sending a shudder through its monstrous form. An unexpected realization struck him. He hadn't taken any action at all. The demon, unimpressed, questioned if this was truly meant to be an attack. With overwhelming force, the demon hurled Madalus to the ground as the heroes cried out in agony. Astonishment washed over Fiona and Hans as their eyes fell upon the hero, while Zion remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on the demon. The monster advanced and scoffed at the hero's unimpressive level, remarking on the evident poverty of the region. Fixing a disdainful gaze on Zayn, the demon suggested that escape might be his wisest choice. Unmoved, Zayn stood his ground without the slightest trace of fear. A piercing scream erupted from the demon as he declared that the unfortunate hero, who had rushed to offer help, was already reduced to nothing but dust before having the chance to reveal himself. With pride gleaming in his eyes, he announced his rank as one of the 4 army governors of the demon world, claiming dominion over Gunnar, the notorious evil dragon lord. Introducing himself, he revealed his true identity as Delodos, the hell dragon from the 72nd level of hell. Zion endured being called a fool, listening as the speaker reminded him that their kind entered the world frail and defenseless, then demanded to know whether this wounded his pride. Stretching out his hand, he declared that the thunder of hell approached, vowing to unleash destruction with his own claws. The demon let out a piercing scream, cursing everyone and longing for their demise. Xing raised his fist, commanding the demon to silence. Instantly, the demon crumbled into dust before their eyes. Xing quietly remarked that an apology for his earlier words was in order. With a weary sigh, he remarked that the demon ought to recognize whose land this truly was. Inside the house, the boy noticed a letter resting on the table and inquired about its contents. The letter revealed that, in recognition of his accomplishments, he would be granted Zion points as a reward for his bravery. Thanks to this honor, his rank now stood at 38th place. After discovering the rankings of the heroes, the boy looked confused and wondered aloud what it had to do with him. His parents, visibly anxious, quickly questioned him about what he meant. Without missing a beat, they sprang toward him in delight, proclaiming it unbelievable and declaring him an official hero. The young man remarked that it really did seem to be the truth. Gano, still brushing away tears, admitted his disbelief that his own son had become a hero. Meanwhile, Xin watched the scene in confusion, an uneasy feeling growing inside him, unable to understand the joy the others felt. Zion requested a moment from his parents, explaining that he had only managed to banish a single evil spirit the previous day, and that was the extent of his accomplishments. The father's booming voice filled the room as he demanded to know what his son meant. After all, he had vanquished the monster single-handedly and freed them from its terror, making him a hero in everyone's eyes. Mother nodded in agreement, while Zion watched in awe, astonished that such accomplishments required nothing more to earn their admiration. The boy suspected that a powerful monster might be orchestrating the army's movements and quietly pondered whether a new demon lord had emerged. Curiosity stirred within Zion, though he would never admit it. Yet, the tale had nothing to do with him, and he saw no reason to pursue it any further. Rising from his chair, he noticed his parents' faces glowing with anticipation, their excitement barely contained. Curiosity piqued, he inquired about the cause of their joyful expressions. Fiona turned to her husband, seeking clarity on their next move. Her husband, bewildered by the question, stammered a refusal and attempted to elaborate, but his words were quickly swept aside. Meanwhile, the parents paid him no attention, their minds preoccupied with the thought that acquiring armor was now a necessity. An uneasy smile crossed his face as he remembered that, back when dreams of manhood filled his thoughts, he never longed to shape his life according to the expectations others held about what a man ought to be. A peaceful life on the family farm was all the boy ever wished for. His gaze fell on his parents, their hands gently intertwined as they shared quiet conversation, clearly delighted by the recent news. A gentle smile played on his lips as he accepted that some things were simply beyond his control. Before long, nearly the entire village assembled together. Hands, voice trembling and eyes bright with tears, shared heartfelt words about his beloved son's departure. The village chief then announced that all were united in their hopes and prayers for the boy's safe and successful journey. With a gentle smile, Mother passed him a cloth-wrapped box of food and reminded him to look after himself. After gathering all his belongings, he signaled his departure with a wave and mentioned that he was heading out. Before leaving, he requested his father to tend to the field in his absence. A deep sigh escaped him as the realization settled in he had become a hero. Eager to embrace this newfound role, Zion longed to savor the thrill and challenge that came with being a hero. That same day, the former demon lord quietly departed from his village. Thus unfolded the tale of a former demon lord, now living anew as a human, whose legend as a hero and his remarkable sword reshaped the fate of the magical world. The streets of Toritoro, Hikashi Eastern Province bustled with noise that day. Amid the crowd, a boy wandered quietly, his gaze drifting over the throngs as he puzzled over the unusual number of people filling the town. Shielding his face from the harsh sunlight, Zhang wondered aloud if there might be a festival taking place. From behind a stall stacked with fresh vegetables, a friendly vendor replied, explaining that the lively scene was simply the everyday reality of the area. As voices rang out about the bargain price of cabbage, Xian approached the counter and picked one up. With a warm smile, he mentioned it was his first visit to the city and observed that only top-quality goods seemed to fill the market. The cabbage vendor inquired about his knowledge, her curiosity piqued. With a gentle smile, the young man revealed the secret. He pointed to the crisp, branching stems of the cabbage. The careful cultivation was plain to see in the thriving vegetables, each leaf a testament to attentive care. The girl drew in a sharp breath, her curiosity piqued as she inquired whether Zion was a farmer. Playfully, she offered to sell him some cabbage, impressed by his apparent expertise. Zion paused, caught between amusement and confusion, uncertain if she was being sincere or simply teasing him. With a deliberate gesture, he extended his finger toward the lemon, silently requesting that she hand him the fruit. A deep groan escaped him after a moment, as he wondered aloud why the fruit tasted so unbearably sour. The thought crossed his mind that this might be a flavor better suited for cooking rather than eating raw. With a sigh, Zion reminded himself that this was a true city, brimming with unfamiliar fruits and surprises waiting at every corner. Suddenly, a cry for help shattered the air nearby, a voice desperately shouted about being robbed. Clutching a bag that concealed a knife, the man darted through the crowd, his voice cold and threatening as he warned those behind him to stay back or face deadly consequences. Without warning, a man shouted, urging his companion to flee. The criminal let out a harsh, merciless laugh as he readied himself to strike. His weapon leveled, he aimed directly at Zion. Without warning, the young man struck the criminal squarely in the face, catching him off guard and stopping him from retaliating. Sent soaring into the distance, his body crashed through the scattered boxes. Those who had been running with him stopped in shock, their startled eyes turning to Zion. The man stared back, completely baffled, unable to grasp the reason behind the sudden attack. Panic flashed in the eyes of the criminal's companions as knives appeared in their trembling hands. Confusion clouded their faces while they demanded an explanation for what had just happened. With a composed demeanor, Xian faced them and inquired about their intentions. An irritable sigh escaped him, betraying his frustration at their relentless persistence. Steel glinted in the hands of the attackers as they charged at Zion, their cries echoing through the corridor. Calm and unflinching, the boy met each assault with nothing but his bare hands, effortlessly deflecting every strike while his face remained an unreadable mask. Astonishment spread across the men's faces as confusion set in, unable to comprehend the swiftness of Xian's movements. His hands moved with such incredible speed that their eyes couldn't keep up. Suddenly, everything stilled. Xian's hands paused, hovering just above the foreheads of the two criminals. Suddenly, a voice from the crowd called out to Zion, asking him to pause for a moment. Drawing in a steady breath, the young man explained that the event had taken him completely by surprise. Without warning, he pressed his fingers against the bandits' foreheads, leaving faint, glowing marks where he struck. The men soared upward, forming a tight ring around the man who had told Zion to wait. Bills and coins, pilfered from previous victims, tumbled from their pockets as they spun through the air. Spinning around in disbelief, the boy stared at the two men sprawled unconscious atop crates and scattered belongings. Xing brushed off his hand, drew a measured breath, and remarked that the city was certainly in a state of unrest. Lively cheers erupted from the depths of a bustling tavern as one patron suddenly discovered that the person sitting across from him was, in fact, a legendary hero. An uneasy smile crossed the young man's face as he looked at Zion, admitting that, at first, he assumed Zion was a warrior. However, Zion had proven to be a true hero. Judging by his demeanor, the young man guessed that Zion was only beginning his adventure. The sight of Zion's flyer left him stunned, disbelief coloring his voice as he questioned how Zion could have soared to 38th place so quickly. The idea seemed utterly implausible to him. Shin, puzzled, wondered aloud why the man seemed shocked, considering he himself was ranked just 38th. The man, confused by Xian's comment, then expressed his amazement at Xian's abilities. Curiosity flickered in his eyes as he turned to the guy and inquired about the total number of people on the ranking list. The man confidently raised his hand, declaring that the list held just 500 names. He reiterated the number for emphasis. Among them, Anand, a newcomer, ranked 437th. Xian's brow furrowed in confusion as he wondered aloud about the sheer number of people present. Anand, taken aback, explained that their current force was still too few, for with each passing year, the demons grew more powerful. Puzzled, Xian wanted to know which demons Anand was referring to. The man insisted that everything he said was real, explaining that true safety could only be found within the walls of a well-guarded kingdom. Beyond those borders, he warned, demons roamed freely and acted as they pleased. With little enthusiasm, he stated that this was the reason he had chosen the path of a hero, to serve and protect ordinary people. Only someone like him, he believed, could stand as a shield for the citizens. A gentle smile spread across Zion's face as he assured him that he understood completely. Offering his support, Zion declared that he had no doubt the young man would rise to the top. Years of reading people had honed his trust in such instincts. Anand's cheeks flushed red, and he hesitantly wondered aloud if Zion truly meant him, finding the notion hard to believe. A gentle smile curved his lips as he admitted that, despite his earlier bravado, he was nothing more than an ordinary warrior who had already hit his limits. Someone like him could never hope to match the prowess of someone like Zion. With a quiet sigh, the young man admitted it had never crossed his mind. His gaze lingered on Zion, surprise flickering in his eyes alongside a hint of admiration. According to the man, countless swordsmen and magicians exist in the world, yet only a rare few possess the qualities that make someone truly exceptional. True heroism, he explained, demands more than mere talent alone. With conviction in his voice, Zion insisted that the desire to protect others could itself be meaningful, for these are the ideals that define a true hero. According to him, this was the true goal worth pursuing, completely unrelated to the presence or absence of talent. Anand regarded his companion with a gaze full of admiration. Raising his glass, Xian offered encouraging words to Anand, urging him to pursue goodness, assuring him that with perseverance, greatness could be within reach. Progress and determination were what mattered most. Anand responded with an awkward laugh, expressing his gratitude for the support. The young man admitted that his admiration for Xian grew even stronger, particularly after witnessing Xian's victory over the Cherichomi brothers. Zion wondered aloud whether these attackers were the same ones who had ambushed him before. Without skipping a beat, he questioned if he was mistaken in thinking they were incredibly weak. A soft but firm voice denied his claim, insisting that wasn't the case at all. News spread throughout the city about the trio's formidable reputation. Despite not being demons themselves, their relentless spree of theft and violence brought chaos and fear to the townspeople. According to Anand, this was why he had chosen to settle in that place. His purpose centered on seeking out the Cherichomi brothers. Zion acknowledged his determination with a few words of praise. Then, without hesitation, he bit into the shashlik and turned his gaze toward Anand. The young man expressed his gratitude, explaining that Zion had helped him discover a newfound self-confidence. For this, he deeply appreciated Zion's support. Inspiration sparkled in Anand's eyes, drawing a genuine smile from Zion. Meanwhile, from a nearby street, the harsh sound of curses broke the calm. An angry voice accused someone, blaming everything that had happened on that particular guy. The first of the Cherichomi brothers recounted how they had narrowly avoided danger. Another brother pointed out that he had warned them earlier, insisting that the man they encountered seemed anything but ordinary. The third brother proposed waiting things out in a nearby town until the situation settled down. The eldest brother raised his voice, demanding an explanation for their actions. Meanwhile, the second brother fumbled for words, uncertain, and muttered that perhaps next time they might simply kill them. The eldest, incredulous, pressed further, questioning whether he truly meant what he said. With a hint of dissatisfaction, he remarked that in this place, swords served more as decorative accessories than weapons, since those who carried them for battle would not have survived for long. Then curiosity spurred him to inquire who would dare approach them armed with a sword, warning that such a person would meet their end by that very blade. Suddenly, an enormous, shadowy wing unfolded behind them. Detecting movement at his back, he spun around and demanded to know the identity of the newcomer. A wave of shock swept over the boy as his face drained of color. Looming behind him stood a towering demon, dark wings unfurled, and a wide, unsettling grin spread across its face. The group froze in astonishment, barely able to comprehend the horrifying presence now confronting them. A broad grin spread across the monster's face as it inquired whether anyone happened to know where fresh blood could be found in the vicinity. Fear gripped them as they clung to each other, their bodies pressed tightly together. Shrieks echoed through the narrow alley, slicing through the tense silence. At that instant, Anon made his way along the cramped street. A wave of sadness washed over him as he recalled parting ways with Master Zion and setting off on his own path. Clenching his fist in determination, he resolved to push himself further from this moment on. Turning aside, he considered beginning with night patrols to take his first step forward. Suddenly, startled cries reached his ears, catching him off guard. In an instant, he realized the commotion echoed from the direction of the square. Arriving at his destination, the young man stood rooted to the spot, horrified by the scene before him. Lifeless bodies scattered across the earth created a grim tableau. Amid the carnage, a piercing scream echoed, while ominous shadows of dark energy crawled along the ground. With a flick of his magic, the demon gripped a man by the neck, studying intently as his captive squirmed in helpless agony. With a weary sigh, the demon declared the man no different from the rest. Without hesitation, he drove his magic deep into the man's body, drawing fresh blood that spilled from the wound. Horror gripped Anon as he realized he stood face to face with a high-ranking demon. Bloodied and defeated, the brothers lay sprawled across the ground nearby. Bewilderment clouded Anon's thoughts as he struggled to comprehend the demon's presence in the square. A wicked grin spread across the demon's face as his eyes settled hungrily on the girl beside him. Turning around and caught sight of her trembling in terror, tears streaming down her cheeks. The instant she realized the monster's attention was fixed on her, her fear only deepened. With a wicked grin, the monster manipulated his magic, declaring that one should not merely satisfy hunger, but also savor exquisite flavors. As he channeled his power toward the girl, Anon leaped in and shielded her just in time. With gentle hands, Anon straightened the girl's clothes and inquired softly about her condition. The stranger assured him she was unharmed, explaining that his attack had failed to make contact. Meanwhile, the demon crept closer until he loomed just behind Anon, his voice low and menacing, as he demanded to know how anyone dared disturb his feast. Anon stood rooted to the spot, fear gripping his heart, yet determination pushed him onward. With a steady hand, he drew his sword and lifted it above his head. Rising to his feet, he introduced himself as Anon Delta, declaring his intention to safeguard the girl beside him. Confidence radiated from his every word. Disdain flickered across the demon's face as he eyed the young man, his voice cold as he demanded to know what the boy was up to. Without hesitation, he unleashed a surge of magic, sending the man crashing hard into the wall. Blood trickled from his mouth as he struggled to rise, his strength failing him. The demon glanced at the protector and remarked that his condition looked quite dire, adding with feigned regret that he must be terribly sorry. Without hesitation, he unleashed his magic, driving it through the nun's body. The boy cried out in agony, his voice echoing through the air. The girl at his side shrieked as well, desperately calling out for the hero's help. The demon regarded the man with a cold sneer and questioned whether he too could be called a hero. In a disdainful tone, the demon explained that such a title belonged only to those with the strength to challenge him. A feeble soul like Anon, he continued, ought to understand his limits. Meanwhile, Anon twisted in agony, overwhelmed by his suffering. At first, the man admitted that he had believed the same thing, only to discover the truth was nothing like he expected. The memory of Zion surfaced in his mind, and he explained that Zion's true heroism came from his unwavering desire to protect others. That, he explained, is the very reason he is able to stand his ground as well. Trembling with effort, Nonstan managed to heave his sword and bring it down hard, slicing across the monster's face. The demon released him and seized his own face, collapsing to the ground. The young man shielded his head, then cautiously opened his eyes to see if his plan had worked. As his eyes fluttered open, the demon's gaze locked onto his, a faint smirk playing at its lips. The creature calmly admitted to jesting. Realization dawned on A, and his face drained of all color, horror etched into his features. The demon struck him once more, causing a fresh surge of blood to spill from his mouth. Gaze wavering and on the verge of blackout, he tried to comprehend how the creature still stood. Only moments before, he had sliced its head clean in two. The girl hurried to his side, determined to help him up, as the demon calmly explained that the matter was straightforward. After all, anyone capable of delivering such a strike clearly understood the situation. With a sweeping motion of its cloak, the monster revealed countless faces within, an eerie collection of humans and all manner of otherworldly beings. Calm composure came naturally to him, the product of over 300 years of experience. The vampire lamented the state of his hair, regretting that it had been ruined. With a faint touch of his magic, amusement flickered in his eyes as he remarked on the hero's bravado, undimmed even in defeat. Stepping forward, he expressed mild regret, stating that someone like him could never hope to save the girl. The demon promised to grant her a swift and merciful end. The girl stood motionless, watching as the man struggled to his feet and gripped the sword. Raising his voice, he declared that he would never let the vampire go through with this plan. Witnessing the scene, annoyance flickered across the demon's face as he drew a long, measured breath. He unleashed a volley of powerful attacks, grumbling about this unfamiliar agony that was not tied to any weapon. The young man remained rooted to the spot as a barrage of attacks closed in on him. In that instant, Zion materialized beside him, lifted his hand with authority, and effortlessly deflected the vampire's assault. A stunned expression overtook A as he stared at his friend, barely able to believe Mr. Zion stood before him. Sensing an odd atmosphere earlier, the man explained he had doubled back, and now it appeared that choice had been worthwhile. Astonishment gripped the demon as confusion clouded his mind. Had this young man really stopped him with nothing but his own hands? Logic insisted it was impossible. Meanwhile, the vampire watched with suspicion, his mind racing to a chilling conclusion. The powerful higher demon who perished recently must have met his end at the hands of this very boy. Overcome with emotion, Anon broke down in tears and began to apologize to Zion, admitting his own helplessness. Zion, puzzled by this reaction, pressed Anon to explain. Anon revealed that if Zion's friend hadn't intervened, the girl would not have survived. With a gentle smile, he assured Anon that he had every reason to be proud, for he now truly deserved the title of hero. Hearing this, Anon's emotions overwhelmed him, and the tears began to flow even more freely. With a booming laugh, the demon declared it impressive that someone as insignificant as Zion had managed so well. A steely gaze met the monster, while the vampire, undeterred by the tension, remarked brightly on how miserable the man appeared. As the transformation began, the vampire's tone shifted, turning scornful as he ridiculed the man, declaring him a common failure who ought to be pleading for mercy. Cursing the boy to die, he soared upward, unfurling his wings against the expanse of the sky. The vampire inquired about the man's next move. Resigned, the man admitted there was nothing left for him. All that remained was to lower his head and submit to his fate. Meanwhile, a glanced around anxiously, his mind racing as he searched for any possible escape. A terrified shout tore from the young man as he urged his friend to flee. They weren't facing an ordinary demon this time, but a true vampire noble whose centuries of existence had claimed countless lives. A wicked grin spread across the demon's face as she admitted the truth. Not only had she been tainted by the blood of a mere commoner, but what coursed through her veins belonged to a true aristocrat. According to him, they should feel honored to become part of his gruesome festival, just like everyone else in the city. In his eyes, they existed solely as powerless prey, destined to be consumed by those like himself. Without warning, a surge of magic concentrated at the heart of his chest. Anon stared in bewilderment, uncertain of the creature's intentions. In the same instant, the countless faces woven into the monster's cloak unleashed an even greater torrent of magical energy. Power coiled and shimmered at his fingertips, growing ever more intense. Bulging veins snaked beneath the vampire's skin as his muscles swelled, growing denser and more formidable. His body surged with power, fully embracing the pinnacle of his vampiric transformation. With a crazed laugh, the demon taunted them, wondering aloud if it was time to begin. He declared coldly that it made no difference whether he was a demon or a human, the outcome would be the same, as death awaited his foe regardless. Without hesitation, he lunged toward Zion at remarkable speed, his intentions deadly clear. All the while, his expression remained composed as he praised the vampire's skills, casually remarking that he could have summoned him sooner. Astonishment flickered across the demon's face as he demanded an explanation for the foolish man's words. Zion calmly replied that fulfilling the request was out of the question, as their current location and moment in time were entirely different. In a flash, arms extended wide as he delivered a barrage of pinpoint strikes with such breathtaking speed that the movements blurred from sight. Meanwhile, Anon sat on the ground, gripping his injured hand, utterly astonished by how Zion managed to unleash such an attack in the blink of an eye. Watching in silence, he observed the demon writhe and howl in agony, struggling to string together a coherent sentence. Kshin, unbothered, remarked with composure that this demon had fallen far too easily, and perhaps he himself had gone a bit overboard. The demon studied the young man, confusion flickering in his eyes as he tried to make sense of the unfolding events. Shock washed over him, and disbelief settled in. This situation defied all reason. Within Zion's shadowy outline, the unmistakable figure of the Demon King emerged, sparking 1,000 questions in his mind, mysteries that would forever remain unspoken. Crimson stained the surroundings as his life quietly slipped away. Morning light had already crept in, casting a pale glow over the aftermath. With heartfelt gratitude, Anon Shugshin clasped his friend's hand, expressing deep thanks for everything he had done. A gentle smile spread across the young man's face as he quietly insisted there was no need for gratitude. In reply, Anon noted that Mr. Zion had rescued not just the whole city, but Anon as well. A soft smile played on his lips as he spoke of a future day when he would stand as Zion's equal, recognized by all as the world's greatest hero. Zion gave a gentle smile, expressing that he was looking forward to it. A moment later, Anon curiously inquired about Zion's next destination. After a brief pause for thought, Zion admitted that he had not made any plans yet. One of the nuns suggested that, in that situation, Zion ought to visit an anti. The young man, puzzled, wondered aloud about the nature of such a place. Anon smiled as he explained that this city was the capital of the East, a place entirely unlike their current surroundings. He mentioned that the food there was particularly delicious. Anon added that the city was home to a widely celebrated hero, someone who had secured the impressive 9th spot in the hero rankings. Milia of Saquin bore the name of this hero. The tale spun around the dragon de Lotus and a vampire aristocrat who had lived through 100 lifetimes. Standing before the assembled crowd, the girl studied the document in her hands with care. She announced that within merely 2 months, both of the despised demons had been completely eradicated. Among the audience, a woman raised her voice, curious about the meaning behind the statement and the reason for sharing it with them. Seated beside her, a man remarked that it simply showed the dedication and hard work everyone had put in. The young informant regarded them quietly, then explained with composure that both demons had been brought down by a single individual, who accomplished the feat without any assistance. The girl's statement sent a wave of shock through the assembled crowd. Some stared at her in disbelief, eyes wide with astonishment, while others erupted into arguments, hurling insults and loudly insisting that her claim defied all logic and reason. Fixing her gaze on him, the girl shared that others believed a human was responsible. She continued, mentioning that he was 18 years old and hailed from a quiet, ordinary village. The name Zion, she explained, belonged to someone with no previous reputation for heroism. Perplexity colored the man's face as he questioned whether it was truly possible to believe that he acted alone. Beside him, the old man calmly assured him that the report confirmed this, stating quite clearly that he was indeed by himself. According to the girl, even the Great Three would struggle against such formidable demons, creatures far superior to the ones found elsewhere, making any ordinary hero stand no chance at all. Watching the footage, she observed that the vampire aristocrat's immortality made the scene feel less like a duel between equals and more like a spectacle, where the hero destroys an unkillable monster before an audience. Gazing off to the side with a pensive expression, the girl weighed her thoughts about Zion. In her mind, she settled on the idea that he might be a demon, dispatched among them for the sole purpose of gathering information. Panic swept over the man as he declared that, should this prove true, their kingdom faced grave peril. The old man sought to soothe him, reminding him gently that for now it was merely a suspicion. He then quietly asked whether this was indeed the case. Gathering her notes in a swift motion, the girl responded that Zion had fallen under suspicion, regardless of the circumstances. She then mentioned that the boy was already on his way to Anantai. Upon hearing the news, astonishment swept through the group, while the wise old man, deep in thought, remarked that this truly brought wonderful fortune to them all. Stepping forward, the girl assured the gathered crowd that if they put their trust in her, she would handle the situation. The old man nodded in approval, his voice warm as he remarked that her offer was truly marvelous. At that moment, Milia of Vermilion, renowned as the hero of the blazing flame, had already set foot in the bustling city of Anantai. By the time Zion reached the guild, he found himself waiting in line at the registration desk. The receptionist greeted him with a cheerful smile, offering her congratulations before announcing that his hero rating had been officially updated. After some reflection, Zion realized that the reason lay in his slaying of the demon. The girl, meanwhile, remarked that she would now assess his worth as a man. Turning to the girl, the young man mentioned he had heard they could accept a task. The girl confirmed his words, assuring him that was indeed the case. As the guild worker glanced over the documents, a wave of surprise washed over her. The name on the page belonged to a man ranked 17th, something she had never anticipated encountering that day. Zion realized his funds were running low. Remembering the tasks Anon had suggested, he acknowledged the urgency of completing them soon. With a confident gesture toward the board, the girl described the impressive array of quests offered by their guild. Some assignments came straight from the royal family, while others were requested by neighboring villages. Shin added that the variety of quests available was truly vast. A task appeared before the guy, asking him to find a missing cat. He glanced at it and wondered aloud if this was truly a mission worthy of heroes. The girl beside him replied with a gentle smile, explaining that such tasks weren't just meant for heroes alone. According to her, countless adventurers and hunters rely on their guild, drawing a steady stream of people to its doors. Surveying the gathering, Zion noticed that among those present, not all bore the mark of heroism. The young man pointed out that tasks with higher ranks come with larger rewards. The girl nodded in agreement. Glancing at the board, the worker prepared to recommend a task for Zion, but Zion spoke up first, calmly announcing his intention to take on an S-rank mission. With a decisive gesture, he extended his finger toward the board, causing those nearby to fall silent, their faces etched with disbelief. Laughter erupted behind Zion, catching him off guard and leaving him puzzled. Confusion flickered across the girl's face as the boy inquired whether anyone knew of Zion, the one eager to undertake an S-rank quest. According to him, they possessed a legend of their own. Standing at his side were Masa and Yasu, both celebrated as heroes. Leading them was the steadfast hero, ranked 87th, known for his unwavering resolve. Zion glanced at Solid, concern etched on his face, and wondered aloud if he had made a mistake. Solid responded firmly, urging him to choose his words with greater respect. Introducing himself as Captain Solid, he proudly declared his position as the 87th ranked hero. With a confident grin, he claimed to be the very face of the city. Solid inquired whether Zion truly understood his intentions. He pointed out that this was an S-rank quest, known to be the most challenging and prestigious of all missions. With a smug gesture, the man jabbed his finger toward Zion, declaring that such matters were far beyond the reach of an inexperienced hero like him. Solid, believing the man to be a local, inquired about his hometown. Zion responded, naming Nanana village as his place of origin. Laughter burst from the boy when he learned Zion hailed from Nanana, a place known only for its endless mountains and rustic simplicity. Zion's expression sharpened, his eyes turning grave as he fixed his attention on Solid and pressed him to repeat what he had just uttered. A trace of confusion flickered across Solid's face. Placing a firm hand on Zion's cheek, he demanded to know what gave him the courage to speak in such a way. Shin mentioned simply asking Solid. Curious, he repeated his question about Solid's response. In a teasing tone, Shin referred to the man as someone who still had an unclaimed head. Fury blazing in his eyes, Solid boasted about the beauty of his hair, his voice rising with each word. With a sweeping motion of his arm, he declared that his opponent's fate was sealed. Gripping his legendary battle axe, Solid unleashed a mighty swing aimed at the boy. The guild worker's face contorted in panic, yet Masa and Yasu observed the scene with easy, amused smiles. In that instant, a look of utter astonishment appeared on Solid's face. Zion gripped the edge of the axe between his fingers, commenting on how impressive Solid's weapon was. In response, the man announced with pride that this was no ordinary tool, it was a legendary battle axe. Zion increased the pressure of his blade, grinding it down until it began to fracture. Solid stared in disbelief, while the boy calmly remarked that dying immediately wasn't on his agenda. Snapping off a fragment of the blade, he remarked that anything less would have been unbecoming of him. Zion observed that this now gave the boy a chance to begin anew. With a swift motion, Zion hurled the broken fragment at Solid. The force sent the boy hurtling backward, smashing through the wall and vanishing from sight. Caught off guard, Shin stammered an apology, insisting it had been an accident. Beside him, the girl's eyes widened in disbelief at the sudden mishap. The young man promptly assured her he would make it right and urged her to let him know how he could help. Before she could reply, a voice from nearby cut through their exchange, reminding them that someone was still waiting. Both the guild worker and Zion shifted their attention to the newcomer. Standing before them was a young woman, remarking on her long absence from the place and noting the unexpected hole in the wall. Milia fixed her gaze on the boy and inquired about his reasons for picking a fight over an S-rank quest. Her voice rang out, calling Zion Ishtar by name. With a warm smile, the girl remarked that witnessing the guy in action had been like watching a true masterpiece. Zion inquired about the girl's identity and wondered aloud how she happened to know his name. Just then, a guild worker approached, greeting the girl warmly by name Milia and offering her a friendly smile. Mention of her long-awaited return home drew the girl's gaze, piquing her curiosity at the worker's words. Whispers rippled through the guild as everyone began to agree that Melia, the one holding 7th place, truly deserved her spot. With unwavering confidence, Amelia Vermilion stepped forward and announced her name. She wasted no time revealing her impressive achievement, 7th place in the hero rankings. Determined and direct, she explained her purpose for visiting, seeking a meeting with a remarkable man like him. Zan responded, mentioning that Anon had already told him about her. Turning to Milia, he asked what brought her here. Milia promised a direct answer and then addressed Zion by name. Gazing intently at the boy, she questioned whether Zion had allied himself with the demons, as the others observed the unfolding scene in silence. Zion wondered aloud about the consequences of such a situation. In response, the girl calmly declared that she would end his life. In a sudden burst of urgency, Milia darted over to where Zion stood motionless. Drawing closer to the boy, she seized the sword and swiftly slid it free from its sheath. In that instant, Zion felt a spark of recognition. The weapon stirred memories within him. With a swift motion, Melia forced Zion down, pinning him to the earth as her blade hovered menacingly above him, while the boy remained silent and still beneath her gaze. Curiosity filled the air as the boy wondered aloud why the girl had suddenly halted. In response, she turned the question back at him, eyes narrowed with suspicion, and pressed further, wanting to know if he was truly human. At that moment, Melia turned to the knight and inquired about the situation. The knight explained that a demon had ambushed them. Startled, the girl swiftly turned and instructed the knight to deliver a detailed report. With a sweeping gesture toward Zion, she ordered him to lie down and remain still. Milia warned him that any movement would seal his fate. The stark threat from the girl caught Zion off guard. Without hesitation, the heroine embarked on her journey, moving swiftly toward her destination. Climbing onto the rooftop, she considered how the guy hadn't shown a hint of resistance. Thoughts swirled in her mind, leaving her unable to grasp any clear sense of what was happening. The mystery of Zion lingered, a puzzle she still couldn't solve. Seated on the floor, Zion explained that he needed to remain perfectly still. He spoke quietly about his mother, certain she could never bear the news if anything happened to him. A sense of confusion lingered as he tried to piece together how things had reached this point. Activity stirred across the square as surprise flashed across the man's face. He demanded to know where these newcomers had appeared from. Beside him, the woman quickly remarked on their impressive strength. Monsters surged forward, launching their assault without hesitation. Panic rose in the young man's voice as he shouted that their numbers were only growing. Desperation edged the girl's words as she searched for Milia or Mr. Solid, muttering a frustrated curse under her breath when neither could be seen. Without warning, the monster unleashed an attack on the boys, sending a mysterious force crashing into them. Overwhelmed, they collapsed to the ground, completely immobilized. With an air of mystery, the man described an engineering marvel and urged him to take the next step. He then turned to the boys, inquiring about the whereabouts of their heroes. He went on about the city's charms, lost in admiration, while the other man frowned, questioning his sanity and muttering that only a fool would speak that way. The young woman remarked quietly that he really was an odd one. A smile played on the man's lips as he declared that every one of them promised to be perfect specimens. This figure was none other than Eritreus, one of the 4 demon kings and ruler of the goblins. With a swift motion, the guy pointed off to the side, urging the girl to turn her gaze. Both of them shifted their attention and immediately stood still, their faces marked by surprise. Strange and unfamiliar creatures blocked their path. To their astonishment, the boys found themselves dressed in the attire of heroes, struggling to comprehend the reality of what they saw. Eritor admitted that, given the choice, he would opt for higher quality materials, but he accepted the reality of the situation as it stood. Lifting his hand, he gestured to the side before letting out a sharp cry. A burst of laughter followed as he declared that failure is the foundation upon which success is built. With confidence, he insisted that having the right materials was all that mattered. With a commanding gesture, the demon extended his hand and summoned the monsters to seize the intruders. Surrounded, the boy sat in bewilderment before the gathering horde. Sword in hand, the girl's mind raced through the chaos, settling on a single, unwavering intent: to eliminate her enemies. Without hesitation, she launched into a flurry of attacks against the monsters, leaving Eritrea stunned by her speed and skill. Milia positioned herself protectively in front of him, her eyes glinting as she inquired whether he craved another round. The man's hands shook as he admitted that this was their star. Milia wondered if he recognized her, adding that she considered it an honor, which drew a booming laugh from the demon. The sound of his laughter left the girl bewildered, her brow knitting in puzzlement. Eritrea remarked on how greatly she amused him. Milia turned to the demon, eyeing him with skepticism, and inquired whether there was something wrong with his mind. With a sly grin, the demon assured there was no way he would do that. He boasted of his reputation as the most unhinged scientist among them all. Then, with a sense of pride, he introduced himself as Eritreus, one of the 4 generals serving the Demon King. With those words hanging in the air, the demon lunged forward, claws flashing as he launched a sudden attack on the girl. With swift precision, Milia Dodge closed in on the demon and sliced cleanly through his claws. The demon stared in astonishment, clearly caught off guard by her bold move. Melia glanced over her shoulder, her thoughts swirling as she pondered the significance of him being counted among the most powerful demons. Turning to Eritrea, she promised to remain humble. With genuine curiosity, she inquired whether he truly ranked among the Demon King's 4 generals. Eritrea's response radiated satisfaction. Raising his hand high, the man declared his desire for the girl to become his creation. The earth trembled under the demon's feet, shifting as a monstrous beast stirred below. Laughter erupted from the demon, swelling in volume, matching the awakening of the enormous creature beneath him. A colossal monster emerged from the earth, its head serving as a throne for demons who cackled with unrestrained delight. The sight left the girl frozen, wide-eyed with astonishment as she beheld the beast before her. According to the demon, this masterpiece was forged from heroes, 3 entire cities, and an astonishing array of more than 10,000 additional materials. Eritreus brightened, a wide grin spreading across his face as he confessed that the very thought alone lifted his spirits. Meanwhile, Melia, her anger flaring, shouted at the demon to hold its tongue. Without warning, projectiles erupted from one of the monster's openings. The girl's eyes widened in shock as she scrambled to evade the oncoming assault. Glancing over her shoulder, a faint mark from a gunshot caught her eye, etched into the surface behind her. Amazement flickered across the demon's face as he struggled to comprehend how his attack had failed to land. With a furrowed brow, he admitted a hint of regret but noted his relief at the abundance of materials. Meanwhile, Milia silently worried that, if things continued, the demon might soon lay waste to the city. Channeling energy into her weapon, Milia set the dragon's sword ablaze with a fierce, flickering flame. Across from her, the immense creature unleashed its devastating absolute beam. As he launched his assault, the girl charged to meet him head-on. In that moment, a wave of sudden astonishment swept over Milia. The girl was hurled sideways, crashing into the wall. Gasping for breath, doubt flooded her mind as exhaustion weighed her down. Eritrea observed her struggle and remarked that she had come close to defeating him, considering her performance remarkable. A wide grin spread across the demon's face as he assured the girl there was no need for fear. Her life would be spared. In his eyes, she possessed a rare and precious worth, far beyond that of the others. Surveying the battlefield, Amelia pondered the fate of everyone present and considered the consequences that awaited if she failed to win this fight. With a slight tremor in her movements, the heroine pushed herself upright, an action that caught Eritreus, the demon, completely off guard. With determination lighting up her eyes, the girl lifted her hands and summoned a surge of energy, vowing she would never be defeated by the demon. Gripping the monster's head tightly, Eritor examined it with wide, disbelieving eyes and insisted that this simply wasn't possible. Determined, the girl readied herself to strike, fully aware that claiming his life might cost her own. With a confident smirk, Melia fixed her gaze on the demon and declared herself as Melia Vermilion. Just as she prepared to launch her attack, a voice cut through the tension, inquiring about what she was holding. Zion stepped forward, towering over the girl as his gaze stretched toward the horizon. He quietly remarked on how enormous he seemed. Milio's eyes widened in astonishment as someone stepped into view. Zion calmly suggested they talk things over and offered to negotiate with her. With a confident smile, he gestured toward the looming monster and announced that if the man managed to defeat it, the death penalty hanging over him would be revoked. The city had descended into turmoil. Melia relayed that Zion had claimed he would defeat the monster. He admitted, however, that he didn't completely grasp the situation unfolding around them. Assuming destruction was the answer, he prepared to act. The man assured him that if that were true, he could handle it himself. Mila, caught off guard, called out to the man, urging him to stop. Perched atop his formidable beast, Eritreus cast a curious gaze toward the newcomer, puzzled by the identity of this latest hero. With a finger aimed directly at the scene, he silently questioned whether the boy truly believed he stood a chance against the demon, especially now that the hero at his back had long surrendered hope. A jolt of surprise ran through Ariatrius as he glanced at the screen, only to find the indicators completely unresponsive. Frustration spilled from his lips as he muttered under his breath. None of the boy's stats appeared on the display, prompting the system to flash an error message to the bewildered demon. Confusion clouded his mind as the indicators flashed errors on his prized invention. He had poured his heart into this masterpiece. Milia's voice rose as she pointed out that Zion might not realize the gravity of their situation. She explained that the figure before them was not just any demon, but Eritreus, one of the infamous demon generals known as the Goblin. Zion let out a soft chuckle, reminiscing about the sheer dullness of it all. He confessed that even in his own era, self-proclaimed generals of the Demon King strutted about like fools. Melia found herself baffled by the young man's statement. The demon chuckled, dismissing any sense of danger. To the demon, mistakes posed no obstacle. He intended to reduce the man to mere dust. In that instant, the colossal beast unfurled 4 massive arms and started to ascend, while the demon proudly described the magnificence of his creation. Rising to his full height, the monster folded both arms across his chest, growing larger and more menacing than before. Amazement and fear flickered across the girl's face as she wondered aloud how they could possibly overcome such a foe. As the demon's creation braced itself for another assault, an Erder let out a furious cry, vowing to wipe it from existence. With calculated precision, he unleashed the most powerful form of the death ray, sending its merciless beam hurtling directly toward the heroes standing in his path. In that instant, Kshin lifted his hand before him, catching Melia off guard as she watched from behind. The lethal blast sped past the boys and struck the heroine instead, sending her collapsing to the ground in disbelief. The demon stared at the hero, confusion flickering across his face as he tried to comprehend how the boy remained unharmed. For a moment, he could only guess that Zayon had somehow shielded the attack with his own hands. With a composed gesture, Zayon let his hand fall to his side, while Melia stared at him in astonishment, demanding to know how he had accomplished such a feat. With a confident grin, Airtree lifted his hand and proclaimed that what had happened went beyond a simple mistake. Slamming his fist down on the large button, he declared that their journey was far from over. Opting for the hellish death ray at a staggering 120% power caught everyone off guard. The group looked on in astonishment, unable to hide their surprise. Gripping a small stone in his hand, Kshin calmly announced that it was time to bring things to an end. With a swift motion, he hurled the stone at the monster, and in an instant, a massive hole gaped open in the creature's body. Astonishment froze Amelia's features as she took in the scene before her. The demon tumbled downward, its voice echoing confusion and disbelief. Eyes lifting, Zion tracked the cascade of debris from above. Without warning, he seized one of the monsters and spun around. Clutching the enormous, shattered hand of the creature, he delivered a swift and forceful blow. Eritor stared in disbelief, demanding to know the man's intentions, but before he could get an answer, a massive stone hand from the monster slammed into him. Zion's strike hurled the demon skyward, the creature's will echoing through the air. Watching the demon soar, Zion allowed himself a small, satisfied smile and remarked on the impressive distance the foe had flown. Milia, having observed the young man intently, spoke in astonishment, admitting that he was capable after all. Behind her, a crowd materialized, their voices swelling with excitement as they celebrated their victory. A young girl hurried over to Melia, excitedly declaring that she had saved the city. Caught off guard, Melia shook her head and insisted, puzzled, that she was not the one responsible. The crowd had already gathered around her, pressing in from all sides. Raising her voice above the commotion, she called out, asking for Zion's whereabouts. Off to the side, Zion simply brushed himself off, an air of calmness about him amidst the chaos. Turning to the girl, he calmly announced that his role was finished. With a casual wave, the young man bid farewell, even as Amelia cried out, desperately pleading for him to stay. Without warning, the girl lunged at Zion, her voice rising as she yelled for him to stop. Fingers twisted in his jacket, she held tightly onto the bewildered young man. Amelia mentioned she still had countless questions for him, while the young man simply met her gaze in quiet contemplation. Amidst the frantic efforts to extinguish the flames consuming the man beside him, Zion's gaze lingered on the heroine before him, whose grip on his arm remained unwavering. As darkness settled over the city, Zion took his place at the prepared table. With a warm smile, Solid called the boy his brother, expressing genuine belief in him. The moment he laid eyes on Zion, understanding dawned, Solid could see the strength in the boy immediately. Casting his gaze around the bustling scene, Kshin remarked on the unusual level of noise in the air. Solid explained that the commotion was because everyone was rejoicing over his victory against the Demon King's general. With a hearty pat on Zion's back, the man declared that he and Milia had become the city's new heroes. As the lively celebration continued, a voice suddenly rose above the excitement, calling out Zion's name. Approaching quietly, a girl introduced herself as a member of the guild. At Zion's mention of their earlier meeting, she nodded, praising his sharp memory. With a gentle motion, the girl pulled back a blanket from the imposing cart before her and offered heartfelt congratulations to the boy for overcoming the Demon King's general. She then revealed that this gift was his hard-earned reward. The sight left Solid wide-eyed with disbelief, while Zion couldn't help but wonder aloud about the staggering amount of money before them. Calmly, the girl explained that defeating the general matched the requirements of an SSS rank quest. On top of that, she added, their guild had chosen to reward additional gold for saving their city. Zion offered the girl a small bag and quietly suggested she drop in just a few coins, insisting that would suffice for him. His modest request left the girl deeply astonished. With a grateful smile, she gestured animatedly, insisting that Zion had rescued the entire city. The young man responded modestly, assuring her that her gratitude was more than enough and suggested she focus her energy on helping to rebuild the city. Suddenly, a girl caught his attention. She stood just a short distance away, casually leaning against the wall. He observed her in quiet contemplation. Melia observed the boy in silence. Zion, sensing her gaze, wondered aloud if something was bothering her. He assumed she might have a few questions for him. Melia abruptly exclaimed, her voice tinged with confusion, that he had misunderstood her completely. There wasn't a single question on her mind. With an uneasy smile, Zayan inquired about her wishes. After a brief pause to steady herself, the girl nodded and agreed to respond. With her sword aimed squarely at Zion, the girl issued a challenge, her voice unyielding as she demanded another duel. In the heart of the bustling main square, Zion and Milia found themselves the center of attention as curious eyes followed their every move. Solid turned to Zion, seeking an explanation for the commotion. The guild worker, puzzled, questioned the reason behind the impending fight. The young man simply admitted his confusion, unable to provide an answer. Meanwhile, Milia gripped her sword and quietly remarked that the duel served as a way for everyone to see that she had conceded earlier that day. With unwavering confidence, she leveled her sword at the young man, declaring her intention to fight with everything she had. Zion gazed at the girl for a moment, then shut his eyes, realizing how little he truly grasped the nature of others. With a casual flick of his wrist, the young man summoned the girl closer, ready to instruct her in proper behavior. Melia darted forward, closing the distance in an instant. Sensing movement behind him, Zion swiftly shifted his attention to the girl preparing to strike. Raising his hand in defense, he watched as the girl vanished without a trace. A flicker of suspicion crossed his mind. Perhaps it was only an illusion cast by the fire. With a fierce cry, Milia lunged at the young man from behind, determined to make her presence known. In one swift motion, her sword arced through the air, yet instantly she found herself pinned to the ground, the young man looming over her with his fist poised above her head. After declaring his victory, Zan unleashed a powerful strike. Stunned, Milia sprawled on the ground while the boy's fist slammed into the earth, just inches from her head. The earth split beneath their feet, signaling Xion's victory. Lending a hand, the boy helped Amelia to her feet, his voice tinged with confusion as he admitted he couldn't grasp her reason for seeking a duel. With resolve firming her features, Amelia replied that her mind was made up. In a swift motion, she offered her hand to the boy, catching him off guard. Without warning, Melia pressed her lips to Zion's, drawing astonished stares and open-mouthed disbelief from everyone around them. The girl stepped back from the startled young man and confessed that she had been frightened when she reached his age. Taking Zion's hand in hers, she softly confessed that his strength had rescued her and touched her heart deeply. With heartfelt honesty, she revealed her feelings, admitting her love for him and expressing her wish for him to be her husband. Zion reeled in disbelief at the unexpected proposal. Eventually, Zion turned to Milia and inquired about how much longer she intended to accompany him. Milia's response was unwavering, explaining that her resolve remained because he still owed her answers to her questions. Fixing her gaze on the young man, she declared he would be her husband and suggested they should figure out their next steps together. Milia's remarked that, after overcoming the general, the man would now find himself under intense scrutiny. Confidence shone in the girl's eyes as she predicted that higher-ranked heroes would soon turn their attention to the young man. Curious about his next move, she inquired about his plans. Zion responded with calm determination, stating that his first destination would be the royal capital. With conviction, he declared that every man ought to journey there at least once in his life, and savor the taste of their renowned royal vegetables. Milia regarded the young man with a hint of bewilderment, remarking that, deep down, he really appeared to be a country boy. Hope flickered in the girl's heart as she believed Zion possessed the power to transform a world steeped in despair. In the farthest reaches of the north, the Demon King's castle stood amidst a sea of gathering demons. Their voices rose in a fervent chorus, declaring dominion for their kind and hailing the might of the Demon King's 4 generals. The demon muttered that misfortune had simply singled him out. In response, the other demon reassured him gently, promising that as long as they stuck together, nothing could truly go wrong. As murmurs spread among the demons, one of them questioned whether he had actually been defeated by another of their kind. He went on to explain that this was why he opposed the idea of that demon being promoted to general. In the midst of their debate, a sharp voice cut through the tension, urging everyone to be careful with their words since they were under close observation. With a curious glint in her eye, the demonesque studied Zion's photo, inquiring whether he truly was the same individual. She couldn't help but comment on his good looks. Meanwhile, another demon chimed in, unimpressed, observing that he didn't appear strong in the slightest. Astonishment flickered across the face of the nearby demon, taken aback by the unfolding scene. Meanwhile, another demon spoke brazenly, declaring his intention to finish the enemy off himself. Clad in imposing armor, a third demon calmly intervened, assuring them that such drastic action was unnecessary. Determined to handle things on his own, he decided to go personally. Turning his back on the group, he strode away, leaving the others silently observing his departure. The demoness narrowed her eyes, curiosity flickering across her features as she wondered aloud about the source of his troubles and the force driving him forward. The demon at her side responded flatly, expressing his dislike for the man, even though he had held his position for nearly a millennium. Fixing his gaze on the portrait of the boy, the demon clad in armor sensed an undeniable connection. Certainty filled his heart. It was him, the king he had been seeking. Without hesitation, he set out to find him. With a gentle smile, Milia sliced the dessert and offered a piece to Zayon, encouraging him to give it a taste. Curiosity flickered in the boy's eyes as he fixed his gaze on the dish before him, wondering aloud about the strange food. Milia replied with a gentle smile, explaining that these were pancakes, a beloved treat throughout the kingdom. Once more, she offered him a piece, inviting him to try the local favorite. Zion examined the dessert before him, took a thoughtful bite, and his reaction brought a bright, delighted smile to the girl's face. The arrival of a new hero filled the royal capital with excitement and joy. Zion stood inside the Yado Inn, gazing thoughtfully out the window. In his mind, he pictured Treshulia Castle standing proudly somewhere beyond his view. Taking the paper in his hands, the young man remarked how the royal capital was gradually winning him over. Flipping open the newspaper, he remarked that they had reached the story far sooner than he had anticipated. One of the men turned to the traveler, curious about his shock, and pointed out that, in all their 3 days of journeying, not a single one of them had taken a seat to rest, not even briefly. Milia remarked on the boy's tireless energy, astonished by how effortlessly he moved. Struggling to match his pace, she found herself lagging behind, even though Zion slowed down to accommodate her. Despite his easy stride, the way he handled the physical demands seemed almost unnatural. Bright enthusiasm colored his voice as he urged a visit to their town's main square. In her mind, she decided he didn't seem like an unkind person so far. Yet a subtle unease lingered within Mila, as if secrets were being carefully concealed from her. Alongside this suspicion, another troubling thought continued to weigh on her mind. Surprise flickered across her face as she regarded the young man, curiosity swirling in her mind about whether he'd dare to snoop on her. Milia wondered if the man beside her truly felt nothing for the beauty bathing so near. The idea lingered. Most people wouldn't risk their lives so easily for mere indifference. Deliberately, she had left everything in plain view, yet disbelief settled over her as she considered that perhaps he truly felt nothing at all. With narrowed eyes and a wary tone, the girl questioned Xian, wondering aloud if he might be a spy sent by the demons. Milia insisted there were no hidden motives, so it puzzled him why he hadn't tried to peek at her. Meanwhile, the young man wanted to know what prompted Milia to choose the bathroom in his room. Rising from his seat, Zealand remarked that it made no difference to him, since he hadn't noticed her presence at all while he was absorbed in the newspaper. Gazing at the paper, he remarked that things like this had never existed in his village. The girl quietly studied the newspaper for a moment before her eyes widened in sudden astonishment. Milia hurried over and glanced at the newspaper, asking the guy to hold on for a moment. Zion inquired about what was going on. Mentioning that the article discussed the increase in water prices, the boy hardly finished before the girl seized his head, urging him to save it for later. With a sharp gesture, she directed his attention elsewhere, her finger indicating precisely where she wanted him to look. Zion leaned in, examining the spot with keen interest. According to the newspaper, today's headlines carried significant news about the emergence of a remarkable new hero named Zion. Recognized as the most impressive newcomer, his arrival stirred curiosity. The girl, caught off guard by the news, listened as Zion calmly pointed out that the article referred to him. The young man muttered that he didn't look his best in the picture. The girl pointed out that he ought to pay attention to the message rather than worry about his appearance, because the photo itself mattered little in this situation. A sharp knock echoed through the room as Mr. Zion was summoned. News was delivered. An invitation to the palace awaited him. The knight gazed at the girl seated on the throne and inquired whether she truly wished for this outcome, pointing out the folly of granting the royal title to someone so new to the court. The young man mentioned he had only taken up the mantle of a hero a month ago. With a gentle smile, the girl reflected on his words before softly inquiring whether that was truly a problem. She explained that her mind was made up, and the way he handled things showed he was on the right track. With a swift motion, the girl flung the newspaper into the night, her voice ringing with admiration as she remarked that the young man had accomplished in just 1 month what most people never manage across a lifetime. Confidence glimmered in her eyes as she declared him destined to become humanity's beacon of hope. She tapped her shoes against the ground, unable to hide her eager anticipation. Rising gracefully from the throne, the girl spoke with confidence, certain that her words would bring him satisfaction. Princess Vadoria Trishulia of the Trishulia Kingdom spoke first, acknowledging Zion's remarkable achievements and bestowing upon him the prestigious title of One Punch Man. With a gentle smile, the girl assured him that he could now wear it with pride. In response, the young man stood quietly before the princess, his emotions hidden behind a calm exterior. The young man confidently mistook the girl before him for royalty. Melia, taken aback by his bold assumption, bristled with irritation and insisted that the true princess was Batuar. Brimming with excitement, the boy apologized, explaining his eagerness to see their renowned market. Melia gently called after him, suggesting that the visit could wait for another time. Melia urged the boy to behave himself, her tone firm but calm. Princess Batuar let out a cheerful laugh, finding his antics amusing. Meanwhile, the knight fixed a stern gaze on the boy and pointed out that such conduct was disrespectful. The man declared that the princess was no ordinary girl and that treating her in such a manner was inexcusable. His words drew the boy's curiosity. Recognition flickered in Milia's eyes as she realized the man standing before her was the commander of the knights. Third place in the hero rankings belonged to Yusha Trishman, famed wielder of the Holy Sword. A spark of recognition flickered in Zayan's eyes as he observed him. Zayan remarked how surprising it was to find such a feeble hero in the company of a princess, especially here in the royal capital. He suggested bringing up this topic once more for clarification. With an easy smile, the guy replied that he wasn't sure where the knight ranked, but it certainly wasn't first. Standing beside him, Million couldn't hide his surprise. Zayan gazed into the knight, his eyes sharp as he inquired whether he was familiar with the hero rankings. A sense of caution crept in as he rested his hand lightly on the hilt of his sword. With fierce resolve, he charged forward, declaring that whoever this person was would be held accountable for their words. As the knight drew his sacred blade, an unexpected sight caught him completely off guard. Gripping the blade firmly, Kshin remarked that he never expected to encounter this sword in a place like this. Gripping the blade firmly, the young man admitted with regret that not even he could offer any aid on the night the shot was fired. With a playful grin, Kshin inquired just how many strikes the knight could land before Yusha regained the ability to move. The young man tightened his grip, noting that the knight seemed to treat their match as nothing more than a training exercise. Without further delay, he announced the beginning of his own attack. A warm smile crossed Zayan's face as he advised the knight to brace himself. Yusha's eyes snapped open in disbelief. Without hesitation, the boy unleashed a formidable punch, sending the knight hurtling backward until he slammed against the wall with force. Darkness fell heavily, leaving Princess Batuar in disbelief as she anxiously questioned what had happened to her once peaceful knight. Melia stood nearby, utterly stunned by the sudden turn of events. Melia's curiosity got the better of her, and she pressed Zayan for an explanation. With a calm assurance, Zayan told her not to be concerned and insisted that he had the situation handled. Meanwhile, the night around them simmered with silent fury. Gazing into the depths of the night, Kshin murmured that his struggle was far from over. Rising from the ground, Yusha turned to the boy and spoke. With a searching gaze, he inquired whether the boy understood the consequences of his actions. Melia desperately shouted at Zayan, urging him to stop before the situation spiraled further out of control. Knight Yusha burst out with a sharp oath, angrily declaring that Zion was to blame for the princess's misfortune. Princess Bator glanced at her hand, noticing a small wound marring her delicate skin. Nearby, the knight erupted with rage, insisting that Zion merited only the harshest punishment, death. With a swift motion, the princess knight lifted the sacred sword high and unleashed the fury of 1,000 precise strikes. A sense of unease crept over Zan as he recognized something from his past. At the same time, Yusha raised his voice, protesting the danger this posed to the princess. Encircled by a forest of gleaming swords, Kshin braced himself as the knight charged forward, warning him grimly that a swift end was out of reach. With excitement lighting up her face, Melia called out to the boy, revealing the ultimate move of the night. Kshin's curiosity was instantly piqued when he learned that this was the legendary Thousand Swords technique. Xian became convinced that what he saw was no mere trick of the eye. A faint smile played across his lips as he admitted that things had just gotten intriguing. In the blink of an eye, an unexpected force brought the group to a sudden halt. Bitor stepped into the space between them, her eyes gently closing as she signaled for the boys to cease their argument. Facing Zion, she admitted that both of them had crossed the line. With a firm voice, the princess informed Usha that consequences awaited him for assaulting the newcomer. Bowing his head, the knight offered a humble apology to the girl. With a graceful motion, Princess Batuar hid her smile behind a delicate fan, declaring her confidence that the boy had truly earned his title. With a calm gesture, the girl offered Ziana a scroll, explaining that it served as evidence of his new title. Recognizing his possible lack of interest, she assured him that it might still prove valuable. Quietly, the boy accepted the scroll and studied it in his hands. With a playful laugh, the girl remarked on the clear boredom written across the boy's face. She suggested escaping to the city instead. With a gentle smile, Princess Bator explained that this was the storied chamber where the finest treasures were housed and the mightiest warriors convened. She expressed her desire to offer the boy a reward, turning to Xian with a warm, approving gaze. Following a brief silence, the young man gave a respectful nod and expressed his gratitude to the princess. With a confident smile, he announced his intention to grow vegetables. The princess, caught off guard, responded that such a thing could certainly be done. A while later, the girl erupted in anger at Zion, calling him a fool. Melia took a moment to explain to him that the girl was actually a princess and he had nearly demolished her castle. Despite the chaos, the guy believed things had turned out fine. In fact, he even suspected that Melia enjoyed the commotion. The heroine calmly confessed her dislike, her tone carrying a hint of resolve. As his fiancée, she explained, there was something important she needed to share. With a gentle yet firm gesture, she raised her finger, emphasizing that he needed to improve his social manners. Shin listened, taken aback by her forthrightness and the mention of their engagement. The young man turned to Melia and inquired whether she truly wished to remain by his side in the royal capital. Xian mentioned that the princess had granted him a piece of land, suggesting they should go inspect it. With a sudden, cheerful glance toward a spot in the distance, he announced their arrival. The couple paused together at the center of the street, their footsteps echoing on the pavement. Melia turned to Zion, her eyes searching for reassurance as she questioned whether this was truly their destination. Zion glanced around, puzzled by her hesitation, and assured her there was nothing amiss. In his eyes, the place looked beautiful. Stunned into silence, Melia eventually whispered that if he enjoyed it, she would as well. Before them rose a towering building, its height casting a long shadow at their feet. Zion enthusiastically described the location, highlighting its spot in the heart of the city, just steps from the main square, with a building that appeared freshly built. Meanwhile, Melia watched him in quiet contemplation. The group entered the room, grinning as they encouraged the girl to take a look at what awaited her. Gesturing toward a patch of earth, he confidently declared it was his own field, destined for rows of fresh vegetables. The girl, puzzled by his sudden enthusiasm, inquired about his odd behavior. With a self-assured stride, Zayan grabbed a sign and sauntered away. He firmly planted it in the ground, leaving the girl to quietly marvel at how he had gotten hold of it in the first place. With a friendly smile, the young man announced that everything was set. Nearby, a sign identified this place as the Field of Xion. Rising to her feet, Xiona's thoughts drifted to the swordsman she had encountered before. He bore a striking resemblance to the one she battled in their previous clash. The thought crossed his mind that, with the knight ranked third, there must be at least two others who surpassed him in strength. A faint smile played on Xin's lips as he realized there would be no shortage of excitement. Meanwhile, Melia glanced at the room beside Xin's, certain it stood unoccupied. A look of disbelief crossed Zion's face as he cursed under his breath, struggling to process what was happening. Confusion clouded his thoughts, leaving him at a complete loss for action. A wave of numbness swept over him, leaving Zion paralyzed with uncertainty for the very first time. Before him rested a regal melon, its price an astonishing 30,000 gold. Standing before the display case, the young man remarked that such extravagance was excessive, even by the standards of the royal capital. In his mind, 30,000 gold coins equaled 8 massive crates swollen with potatoes, yet in reality, the treasure was a single, exquisite royal melon. With his eyes gently shut, Zion remarked that perhaps, for the locals, this price was simply the usual fare. Some time later, he found himself back at home, admitting that he had purchased it without even realizing it. Relief washed over him as he confirmed the melon was finally ripe. Facing the splendid king melon, he declared his intention to savor it that very day. The thought of brewing some tea lingered in his mind, but a voice calling his name interrupted his musings. A bright smile spread across Melia's face as she stood before Zion, her delight at seeing him unmistakable. Wrapping her arms around Zion, the girl gazed up and offered a choice between swimming and sharing a meal. In her heart, she was certain what he truly desired was her. With a casual wave, Zion promised they would talk another time before quietly shutting the door. Annoyance flashed across Milio's face, while the guy beside her muttered that he had expected as much. She really was something else. Eyes fixed on the melon, the young man's thoughts wandered to the taste he would soon enjoy. Meanwhile, from behind the door, Milia's voice rang out, demanding to know what was happening and insisting that the door be opened. Zion inquired about her presence, curious as to why she had come at all. Assuming the girl had merely confused the rooms, he shrugged it off. Millie dismissed the mix-up as unimportant, though she still found it odd. In the book, every detail had been reversed. She commented on how delicious the melon tasted. Zion replied with a smug grin, boasting that it was no ordinary fruit, but a prized royal melon. Milia dismissed the remark, insisting it made no difference. Without missing a beat, she pressed Zion about his next move. The girl remarked that the young man had just earned the title of hero, and it was likely only a matter of time before he would top the rankings. She pointed out that those who hold such a title have surpassed the realm of ordinary heroes. Millie patiently pointed out to the young man that holding the title brought significant privileges, yet it also demanded a weighty sense of duty. At first, Zion assumed it was merely part of the name, nothing more. Milia quickly corrected him, assuring him that it meant much more than that. According to her, access to S-rank commissions awaited him, along with entry into circles of royalty and the use of forbidden techniques. From this point forward, his words would hold significance wherever he went. Zion smiled with quiet approval, indicating that this was the right course of action. Melia spoke firmly, reminding him that surrender was not an option. Regardless of the strength of any opponent he might face, his only choice was to keep fighting until the very end. A smile spread across the guy's face as he marveled at how even the crust held a subtle sweetness. Nearby, the girl raised her voice, trying to catch his attention and wondering if her words had reached him at all. Zion suggested that they could make a strategic withdrawal and return when the odds were in their favor. The girl agreed, acknowledging his point. She warned him that chances like this wouldn't last forever. As he remembered, he began recounting the moment he first caught sight of her amidst the chaos of the battlefield. Zion declared her willingness to lay down her life to protect the city and its people. The young man confessed that the girl was the very first true hero he had encountered in his life. Gratitude filled him for having offered her his help at that moment. The girl felt a wave of astonishment at his admission. Millie, puzzled by his strange behavior, questioned what was wrong with him. She assured him that she truly was a hero and wanted to know what thoughts were running through his mind. Zion's actions had left her feeling unsettled and uneasy. Gazing at him with curiosity, she inquired about the reasons that had led him to choose the path of a hero. She remarked that despite his impressive strength, not a trace of heroism showed in his appearance. The boy calmly explained that a dragon had once descended upon his village, causing chaos, but after he confronted and overcame the beast, the villagers hailed him as their hero. The girl listened intently, uncertain whether to believe his tale. Milia pointed out that, when one considers the situation, the reason behind all of this remains unclear. Meanwhile, Zayan has been lost in thought for quite some time. Theon observed their determination, impressed that despite knowing their chances of victory were slim, they refused to surrender. Despite their delicate appearance, those individuals always planted their feet solidly on the ground and battled alongside him until the very end. Lifting his gaze, the boy offered a gentle smile and explained that his wish was to comprehend the true meaning of being human. Amelia, puzzled by his words, inquired about what he meant. He brushed off her concern, advising her not to worry. Her confusion only deepened. With a shy smile, she offered her help if he needed it. Zion declined, his tone firm but polite. Rising from his seat, he announced his intention to wash the dishes. The girl called out, urging him to wait. Drawing closer, she inquired whether he had been paying attention, but he offered no response. During this time, Knight Yushest reported that everything appeared stable. The princess responded that she would take her leave for now. The young man offered a quiet apology, admitting there was nothing more he could do. In response, the girl offered a gentle smile, reassuring him that everything was all right. Calmly, she insisted he should let go of his worries, assuring him that she could manage on her own. Addressing the darkness, she inquired about his opinion of the child. Yusha wondered aloud if she referred to the most recent impolite visitor. Princess Bator's laughter echoed, noting that Yusha's feelings for him were less than fond. The knight conceded that the girl spoke the truth. Admitting his dislike for the man, he acknowledged the undeniable strength the individual possessed. According to Yusha, Zion probably possessed even greater strength than he did. The princess nodded in understanding, a gentle smile gracing her lips. She softly remarked that if their words were being captured, then fortune had truly favored her. Curiosity led her to ask if she and Zion could grow closer as friends. The knight, however, offered only refusal. He had something to say about Zion, but was abruptly cut off when someone rushed in with urgent news. The council came to seek answers from the newly arrived knight, urging him to recount the recent events. With a gentle reminder, he advised the knight to remember his manners before the princess. Realizing his oversight, the knight offered a swift apology, explaining the urgency of his message. Nighttime brought alarming news of demons gathering at the royal gates, sending a wave of shock through the princess as she learned of the danger. The knights dashed through the chaos, raising their voices above the noise to announce their focus on getting civilians to safety. Amid the urgency, a leader called out for the 6th and 8th squads to stay close and move with him. With determination in his voice, he declared the demons must be defeated right here. The captain, summoned by the knights, found them swiftly struck down by a flurry of attacks. A thunderous laugh rolled from the demon as he hurled insults, declaring their strength pitifully lacking. Before me stood Astra and Gurgam, both revered as knights of the Demon King. Gurgam mentioned that word had reached him. The mightiest of warriors were gathered here. Standing firm before the demons, the knight announced that they belonged to the Demon King's first squad. Risham urged that they resolve the matter swiftly so they could return home. Astra quietly suggested that eliminating everyone would surely earn them a generous reward. The conversation turned to the knight standing defiantly in their path. Without warning, the demon lunged forward, unleashing a furious cry and commanding him to perish. Out of nowhere, a knight stepped forward and intercepted the demon's assault. Yusha demanded to know why demons had invaded his homeland. The knight addressed the commander, demanding an explanation for his actions. As the demons listened, they realized he held the title of Knight Commander. Astra turned with curiosity, wondering aloud if this was the renowned hero ranked 3rd among his peers. Weapons in hand, the demons declared their fortune at this unexpected chance to bring the kingdom to its end. Astra declared himself the sword of the Demon King, while Gurgam took pride in being the Demon King's trusted spear. The group informed Yuzia that they would serve as his challengers for the day, and then inquired if he felt prepared to face them. The demons surged forward, each intent on destroying the others. Bracing for the assault became urgent. In a single fluid motion, the knight brought down 2 demons. Stunned, the creatures struggled to grasp how they had been felled by just one strike. Inquire whether they recognized the identities of the knights. He referred to them as vile beings, unworthy of carrying the title. The darkness of the night seemed to confirm your strength, as you dispatched 2 powerful demons in the blink of an eye. Knight Yusha glanced back, concern flickering in her eyes as she inquired about the man's well-being. He nodded, expressing gratitude that the knight had ensured everyone's safety. A hint of puzzlement crossed Yusha's mind at his unusual remark. The man instructed the knights to tend to the wounded before anything else. Yusha realized that, while they possessed strength, launching an attack on their own would not be possible. Lost in contemplation, he lifted his gaze without warning. Something dropped to the ground, confirming Yusha's suspicions. Before him stood a demon and a suit of armor, both bowing in apology to their master for their heaviness. With swift precision, the demon seized the sword and brought it down in a powerful arc, aiming a crushing strike at the knight. He certainly made an effort to protect himself. With a bitter sneer, the demon hurled a curse at his own kind, dismissing him as nothing more than a mere human and insisting he had no use for him. The demon explained that his sole purpose was to seek out the Demon King. Milia inquired whether the boy had truly resolved to cultivate a melon. Zion nodded, explaining that, for the time being, planting it was all he could manage. The girl then expressed her wish for the melon to flourish, becoming both large and delicious. Milia rested her hands on Zion's shoulders, her eyes searching his face as she inquired about his feelings toward meat. Zion met her gaze and, without hesitation, affirmed his fondness for it. Curiosity carried in his voice, he inquired about her reasons. Flashing a mischievous grin, the girl darted off as dusk settled, clutching a book titled How to Achieve Love. With a gentle wave, she wished him good night. Yusha faced the gathered demons and armored figures, listening as they discussed the significance of the man holding the title of Knight Commander. The knight observed the swirling darkness and remarked that such an ominous presence could belong only to the general of the Demon King. A fierce demon lunged forward, his weapon slicing through the darkness, only to meet the steady blade of the knight. With a growl, the demon general demanded to know where they were concealing the Demon King. Refusing to inquire further about the demon's meaning, the knight remained silent, and the general nodded in silent acknowledgement. With increased force, the demon pressed his blade against the knight, hinting that an easier path would not be granted. Yusha fought with every ounce of strength he had, bewildered by the astonishing power his opponent possessed despite holding the title of general. With a swift motion, the knight brushed aside the blow and leapt backwards. The Demon King's general lifted his arm, preparing for another strike. Amid the chaos, Yusha realized that some people were still struggling to get away. With a furious cry for the boy's demise, the demon unleashed a devastating strike. The blow from the sword sent the knight reeling, forcing him to retreat. Behind him, the commander of the knights called his name, voice sharp with concern. The demon spoke to the hero, claiming perfect understanding of his feelings. Yet, with the city and its people relying on him for protection, victory remained out of reach for the knight. The Demon King's general advised Yusha to cherish his life, reminding him that he would never have another chance at it. Confused, the boy looked at him and asked why he had given such advice, unable to grasp the reason behind it. In the very next instant, tears welled up and spilled down the demon's face. Collapsing to his knees, the demon lifted trembling hands toward the sky, his voice echoing as he pleaded with the Demon King for answers, his cries sharp and sorrowful. Words spilled from his lips as fists tightened at his sides, describing their greatest Demon King, the embodiment of ultimate strength and flawless perfection among all demons. A puzzled look crossed Yusha's face as he gazed at the demon, trying to make sense of its words. Determined to grasp the meaning behind them, he pressed himself to understand. Astonishment filled the knight's eyes as the demon before him began to swell in size, growing larger with every passing moment. Bewilderment clouded his thoughts as he struggled to comprehend the sudden transformation unfolding before him. The general repeatedly contacted the Demon King, each time pressing him with more questions. Meanwhile, the knight stood in disbelief, sensing that the demon's power had only grown fiercer, intensified by the surge of his own emotions. With a swift motion, his weapon arced toward the knights, all the while his mind lingered on the Demon King's absence. The general's cries about the Demon King echoed without pause, his desperate attachment plain for all to see. Yusha watched, worried that if the demon stayed on this rampage, the city would soon be nothing but ruins. The general raised his voice, shouting accusations about the Demon King as he launched another assault against the knight facing him. Yusha skillfully held his ground, maintaining a firm defense. Declaring unwavering loyalty, the demon pledged to serve as his knight, vowing to remain steadfastly by his side until the end. With a piercing gaze fixed on the demon, the challenge rang out. Did this creature truly claim the title of knight? The response cut sharp, branding the demon a fool before coolly questioning whether he had ever truly seen his own reflection. The knight declared himself nothing more than a monster. The demon dismissed the boy's words, insisting he had no grasp of the situation. To the demon, the lives of those tiny fish amounted to nothing, a stark contrast to the unmatched value he placed on the life of the Demon King. The Demon King's general proclaimed himself a devoted blade, vowing to lay waste to anything at his master's command. For him, this was the very essence of knighthood. In contrast, Knight Yaoxia quietly told the demon that their beliefs stood worlds apart. An understanding between them seemed nearly impossible. Knight Yusha spoke of the knight as both protector and weapon for ordinary folk, casting darkness as a cloak to guard their secrets and a blade with which they might carve out hope. Brandishing his sacred sword, he declared with unwavering resolve that the demon would never be allowed to tarnish the noble reputation of the knights. Astonishment flickered across the Demon King's general's face as Yusha unleashed the power of the holy sword. With swift mastery, Yusha wove together the legendary 1,000 sword technique, catching the demon entirely off guard. In an instant, a myriad of blades encircled him, shining with a cold promise. Facing the demon, Yusha declared that nothing could hinder the sacred sword. With unwavering confidence, he vowed it would lay waste to any dark spirit. In an instant, thousands of swords lunged forward, skewering the Demon King general from every angle. His head separated cleanly from his shoulders, toppling to the ground. Triumphant cheers erupted from the knights, their voices ringing with the thrill of victory. Gazing at the severed demon's head, the boy felt certain this was not the end. Instinct urged him to move, and he quickly turned away, realizing he needed to make space. A demon's hand soared past the knight, transforming into a swirling liquid. It lunged at the young man, forcing him to raise his sword in defense. The clash between the knight and the demon unleashed a powerful shockwave, sweeping away everything that dared to stand in its path. A portion of the city lay in ruins while the knights called out, declaring the end was near. It became clear that, if nothing changed, the demon would soon erase every trace of the city. The strange substance slithered forward, clinging to the general's head as raucous laughter erupted from his lips. In mere moments, the demon reformed, piecing itself together once more. According to the knight captain, the demon's strength was returning, just as Yusha had suspected. The general stood as an immortal knight, his legend recorded among the pages of the hero handbook. Recalling the tales he had studied, Yusha realized he faced one of the most formidable demons. With that recognition, understanding dawned in Yusha's eyes. A sudden realization flickered across the demon's face as his eyes locked onto the man's sword. Utter disbelief shadowed his features, insisting that such a thing was impossible. Knight Yusha introduced himself as the sacred blade of the Trishulia kingdom, claiming possession of the very sword wielded by the legendary hero who vanquished the Demon Kings. The Demon King's general protested in disbelief, declaring that such a thing was impossible. He berated the onlookers, insisting that fools remained blind to reality. Doubt clouded his mind at the claim that a hero had slain the Demon King. Turning to the knight, he asked whether such talk could truly be trusted. The general calmly insisted the Demon King's survival was certain, for no human possessed the power to end his life. The demon roared, spitting out insults that declared them worthless and undeserving of life. With a menacing voice, he promised that their end would come today. Clearly, concern should have arisen upon seeing his troubled appearance. The general loudly declared that the knight bore responsibility for all that had happened. Yusha's eyes widened as a sense of recognition washed over him. Before him, an immense column of fire erupted, its fierce glow momentarily stunning the demon. The girl explained she had simply gone out to gather groceries, yet her plans had been disrupted. With clear irritation, Melia questioned whether the demon would make amends if her beloved missed a meal because of this delay. Knight Yusha's eyes widened as he recognized the girl standing before him. Melia quickly interrupted his thoughts, insisting they could catch up later. Right now, she explained, they needed to take care of the monster looming before them. The Demon King's general dismissed the attempt at humor, his expression unamused. The girl met his gaze and softly apologized, acknowledging that his end truly awaited him today. With practiced skill, she unleashed the fire dragon technique, sending flames tearing through the air. The demon, with a hint of impatience, questioned whether that was truly everything the man had to offer. Meanwhile, the girl realized she had uncovered his vulnerability. Determined, she declared the moment had come to bring everything to a close. A soft smile spread across her face as she mentioned her beloved was now waiting for her. With that, she explained there was simply no time left for conversation. With a determined sweep of her sword, Melia declared that the fire burning in her maiden heart would lend her strength. Channeling that inner blaze, she unleashed the technique known as the 1,000 fire arrows of the Calamity Dragon. Knight Yusha called out a warning, urging caution. Surprise flickered across his face at the realization that someone so innocent-looking possessed such formidable strength. Uncertainty gnawed at him, yet determination prevailed as he raised his voice, promising his support. The two heroes charged forward, launching a fierce assault on the demon. Swift blades struck true, sending sharp pain through the demon as it howled in agony. At last, Knight Yusha caught sight of his target. With determination in his voice, he declared his intent to purge the shadows. The knight unleashed the 7 stars of divine light, channeling their radiant power with practiced precision. At the sight of the transformed ground, Milia's eyes sparkled with delight as she declared it nothing short of incredible. The knights around her erupted into joyful shouts, proudly proclaiming victory and heaping praise upon their heroes for securing the triumph. With a gentle smile, Milia gazed into the knight, sharing her belief that Yusha truly possessed remarkable strength. She declared him the pride of the nation. Grateful, Yusha expressed his thanks, admitting that without her support, he might not have succeeded. A sly smile played on the girl's lips as she conceded he might have a point. With effortless confidence, she declared herself the hero of the blazing flame, unique, unwavering, and entirely her own person. The knight echoed with the demon's words. In the following instant, Yusha's eyes snapped wide open. The Demon King's general offered a sincere apology, admitting that he had let his emotions cloud his judgment. Understanding he was still alive, the knight grew tense while Melia's guard went up. The general acknowledged their impressive strength with a calm nod. Melia, studying the demon, questioned his appearance. In her eyes, his frail and slender frame hardly seemed intimidating. With a grave expression, the general declared it was his moment to strike. Stepping forward, he drove his sword firmly into the earth. The force shattered the ground at his feet, sending a powerful shockwave rippling through the earth. With a composed look, the Demon King's general declared that his power had grown far greater than it once was. Sprawled on the earth, Milia let out a ragged cough, disbelief etched across her face. Clutching his sword for support, she refused to accept defeat, certain that their struggle could not end in such a simple loss. Cloaked in the shadowy embrace of night, the general strode forward, the weight of a millennium-old armor still clinging to his frame. Turning with solemn authority, he addressed the heroes, demanding they share every detail they possessed about the Demon King. The passage of time felt endless, as if 1,000 years had quietly slipped by. Uncertainty lingered about the identity of the one the demon mentioned. Rising to his feet, determination replaced doubt. What mattered now was ending the demon's threat without delay, right here and now. With a sudden sigh, Melia announced that they finally had a real opportunity. Knight stared at the girl, puzzled by her words. Melia simply smiled and explained that the true elites had arrived. A voice rang out, inquiring about their condition, and noting that their commotion could be heard even from the far side of the city. Standing by their side, Zion watched with a calm interest. A smile played on the young man's lips as he met the demon's eyes, his recognition clear. He remarked on the long stretch of time since their last encounter. Deep confusion clouded the demon's expression as his gaze shifted to Kshin. The demon then turned to the young man and quietly inquired if he was his master. A gentle smile spread across Kshin's face as he replied, remarking that countless years had slipped by, and he never imagined the demon would still remain in the world of the living. Catching sight of Zion, Milia raised her voice, urging him to escape at once. She knew full well that this demon stood among the 4 generals of the Demon King. Facing such a formidable foe, the young man had no hope of victory. Moving with measured steps, Zion drew closer to the demon, noting that the generals apparently remained and that he still ranked among the most powerful. A gentle smile crossed Zion's face as he expressed his pride in the demon Zabel. Drawing near, he stared intently into the demon's eyes, then remarked that Zabel's strength had once seemed unremarkable, but now, genuine praise was well deserved. Shock washed over Zabel, leaving him visibly shaken and deeply hurt. Turning to Xian, he pleaded for an explanation, desperate to understand why his master behaved this way. Meanwhile, Yusha and Milia exchanged confused glances, struggling to make sense of the conversation unfolding before them. A gentle smile touched Zion's lips as Zabel reached out and took his hand, concern flickering in his eyes. Wondering if something was amiss, Zabel quietly asked if Zion was unhappy to see his master. Zion reassured him, adding that he was ready to listen if Zabel had anything on his mind. Irritated by such treatment, the demon flashed a hostile glare and bared his fangs. With a sudden burst of strength, he shoved Zion's hand aside, leaving the young man momentarily taken aback. With a look of frustration etched across his face, Zabel leveled his sword at Zion and demanded an explanation, admitting that the question haunted him every day. The tension quickly erupted as Zabel shouted in protest, insisting that the man before him could not possibly be who he claimed to be. Long ago, an immensely powerful demon king ruled the land. With strength beyond description, this demon possessed a force no one could match. In a realm where might dictated authority, a figure emerged one day, someone capable of overcoming the Demon King. Amid the shattered remains of the walls, Zabel lay sprawled, blood seeping from his wounds. A weak cough escaped him as he muttered disbelief at his swift defeat, finding it hard to accept that the King of Demons had fallen so effortlessly. In that instant, an event unfolded that caught Zabel completely off guard. With a calm smile, Zion descended and admitted he never imagined this day would arrive so quickly. Without hesitation, the demon told Zion to end his life and claim the throne of the Demon King. In silence, Zion watched him closely. Today marked the end of Zabel's life, while at the same time, it ushered in the dawning of a new Demon King. Peering inside, Zion observed that they appeared to be done. A smile touched his lips as he acknowledged Zabel's impressive strength. Once the conversation ended, an unexpected proposal followed, an offer to serve at his side as a loyal attendant. Astonishment washed over Zabel as he gazed at Zion. From that moment on, every demon clan lowered their heads in deference and pledged unwavering allegiance to him. In their midst stood a figure whom everyone followed without hesitation or doubt. Now, Zabel found himself unable to grasp how such unwavering loyalty had ever come so easily. Gazing at Zion, a mere human, he struggled to comprehend how someone so seemingly insignificant could have the audacity to impersonate his beloved master. Sword flashing through the air, he demanded Zion's identity, then launched a powerful strike with all his strength. A wave of terror washed over Yusha and Milia, rendering them motionless. Zabel turned his gaze toward the young man who had effortlessly halted his strike with a single hand. With a calm smile, Zion observed that a millennium had slipped by and remarked that Zabel had grown much more formidable since their previous encounter. With swift, practiced movements, the demons tore the sword from his hands and leapt away to a safe distance. Zabel's confusion deepened as he struggled to piece together the mystery of Xian, sensing an overwhelming power that felt oddly familiar. The man before him admitted he had no idea what Zabel truly desired, but conceded that he couldn't refute the demon's suspicions about his identity. Zion quietly admitted that he couldn't completely grasp Zabel's emotions, leaving him at a loss for words. Meanwhile, the demon declared in a booming voice that this person was a stranger to him. Disbelief filled his voice as he insisted that his master would never have been so cruel to him. With a fierce voice, he declared that he had waited 1,000 years for his master's return. According to him, his master would discover his whereabouts without delay. The so-called hero now claimed the title of Demon King, a declaration that left Zabel utterly baffled. Fury welled up inside him. With clenched fists, he seized his sword. At that moment, a swirling storm of shadow began to gather, enveloping him in a dark aura. With a booming voice, he demanded to know if Zayn had the nerve to mock him. Sensing the sudden surge of power, Millie urgently called out to the boy, her voice carrying a warning of the looming threat. Zabel summoned every ounce of his strength, his voice trembling with indignation as he declared the accusation a falsehood, vowing never to accept Zion as his master. The intensity of the man's abilities grew, prompting Zion to press his hands over his ears and observe in silence, while cries erupted around him, insisting that this man could never be the Demon King. Enraged shouts erupted from him, quickly grating on Zion's patience. With a calm but firm gesture, Zion delivered a light slap to his face, urging him to speak without raising his voice. Sent sprawling to the side, Zabel broke into a fit of harsh coughing. Shin glanced at Zubel sprawled on the ground, bewilderment flickering in his eyes as he stared up at the boy who had effortlessly knocked him aside moments before. Calmly, Shin remarked that Zabel never fails to reveal his true nature whenever anger gets the better of him. Eyes gently shut, he spoke in a composed voice, remarking that Zabel had ceased to be a child ages ago. Then, in a quiet tone, he inquired if those memories of him had lingered for such a long time. With a chilling gaze, he informed Zabel that their encounter had finally come to pass. Yet, he reminded Zabel that the title of Demon King no longer belonged to him, and admitted that he had no desire to reclaim it. Zabel raised a hand to his face, his expression entranced while Zion spoke. The young man declared that if Zabel truly wished to remain by his side, then he must end his life. In return, he vowed that in his next reincarnation, he would reclaim the title of Demon King without fail. Zabel fixed his gaze on Zayon, holding the moment before a gentle smile crossed his lips. Eyes drifting shut, he offered a quiet apology for failing to recognize his master immediately. Power gathered beneath him as he lifted himself into the air, voice steady, as he inquired whether Zayon would come to regret those words. At the sight of Zabel drawing all the energy toward themselves, the man instinctively retreated a step. Closing one eye and drawing a slow, measured breath, you admitted how difficult it was to breathe with the demon's oppressive aura pressing down on you. Milia's face lost all color as realization struck, her voice trembling as she asked if the demon truly intended the horrifying act she feared. Frozen in awe, Yushin and Milia gazed upward, rendered motionless by the astonishing sight before them. As Zabel concentrated, a massive surge of dark energy unfurled above him, swiftly taking on a distinct shape. Xian stood nearby, observing in silence, offering no comment or reaction. Gathering his energy, Zabel declared his resolve to devote every ounce of his strength to ensuring Zion could begin his new life in tranquility. Over 1,000 years of patient endurance, he had painstakingly gathered every ounce of strength he possessed. Now, he intended to unleash it all in a single, decisive strike meant to end Zion. In that instant, an immense surge of power known as the Demon Sword, Master of Darkness, swept forward. Zion observed the overwhelming force bearing down on him in silence. For a brief moment he stood motionless, letting the energy race closer. Then, with quiet resolve, he tightened his hand into a firm fist. A look of deep satisfaction crossed his face as he remarked that the 1,000 years Zabel dedicated to preserving all of this had truly not been in vain. Poised to strike, he declared his intent to unleash his full might, determined to honor Zabel's unwavering efforts and the strength that had steadily grown within him. Melia and Yusha observed quietly, knowing well the reputation of Zayn's formidable technique. In the days when Zayn held power over the Demon Kingdom, this method alone was enough to strike fear into all who witnessed it. Confronted with this sight, Zabel swiftly understood that defeating him was impossible. Zion countered Zabel's attack with a powerful strike from the Demon King. In that instant, a flood of memories washed over the demon, recalling the joyful times once shared with his master. As Zabel drew his final breath, memories of the fate he had foreseen since the battle's onset filled his mind. In the silence that followed, devastation swept through, wiping out everything within the reach of the strike. Watching the battle unfold, Milla murmured in astonishment, unable to believe that such a thing could be real. Shin planted his feet firmly, knuckles pressed white as he clenched his fist. His intense gaze bore into the demon before him, who struggled just to remain upright. As the dust from the fierce battle slowly settled, the demon cast a weary gaze at his king. With sorrow heavy in his voice, he admitted he had never been so mistaken. Blood seeped from his wounds, evidence of just how gravely he was injured. Zion lifted his hand, ready to mention the demon's previous actions, but Zabel spoke first, insisting that nothing had changed since that time. The Demon King's general declared his certainty, recognizing him without a doubt. As the last words left his lips, his strength faded and his consciousness slipped away. Gradually, his body began to collapse, overcome by weakness. Stunned and collapsing beside Zayon, Zabel used his remaining strength to address the young man before him as Lord. Zabel's head slipped from his shoulders and tumbled to the ground. Zion stretched out his hands, yet made no move to catch him. In the quiet that followed, he gazed at his fallen general, his expression wordless. At that moment, Milia dashed toward the boy, her voice ringing out as she called Zion's name. A group of knights followed close behind her. Wrapping her arms firmly around his, Milia beamed with pride and declared him the mightiest hero in the world. The remark left Zion momentarily taken aback. The girl gently drew back, her curiosity piqued as she inquired about the conversation with the demon. She wanted to know if they had crossed paths in the past. Z responded with nothing more than a faint smile, hinting that it had been ages ago. Still, she remained uncertain as to what their discussion involved. Zion averted his gaze, deep in thought, while the girl recounted how neither she nor the knight captain had managed to leave so much as a mark on the demon. Concern flickered in Milia's eyes as she glanced at Zion and inquired in a gentle tone whether he truly possessed great strength, prompting the boy to turn his gaze toward her. Examining his hand, Sion glanced at the shattered chain fragments, a smile playing on his lips. He gave the girl a confident nod of agreement. 10 days slipped by. In a modest house nestled within Nana village, an urgent voice called out, breaking the stillness and summoning a wife with unmistakable urgency. Zion's father appeared at the doorway, struggling to catch his breath. With a bright smile, Zion's mother inquired about his condition. Breathless yet eager, he pointed to a newspaper photo of their son, urging her to take a look right away. Zion's mother was utterly astonished, her face lighting up with joy as she called out to her son. Tears streamed down the man's cheeks, overwhelmed by disbelief that Zion truly stood before him. News of Zion's rise in the hero rankings filled his parents with immense pride. Tears of joy welled up in their eyes as they insisted on marking the occasion with a celebration. In the heart of the royal capital, Zion strolled alongside Milieu. Calmly, the girl remarked that she had expected things to unfold just this way. A look of satisfaction crossed her face as she announced the guy had finally overtaken her in the hero rankings. Melia, uncertain, turned and wondered aloud about her next steps. Xian, known for his devastating one punch, now held the 5th spot among the heroes. He glanced at the girl, remarking on how much she had grown in strength since they first met, and predicted that she would soon outgrow her height as well. A bright smile spread across Milia's face as she eagerly asked if he truly meant it. Zion glanced about the grand hall, uncertain why he had been summoned to the castle. Expecting a stern lecture for the damage he'd caused, his assumption caught Milia completely off guard. Her response came swiftly, noting that his strength was drawing too many eyes. She urged Zion to keep a low profile. The boy met her gaze and assured her there was no need for concern, admitting his own curiosity about the day's gathering. Standing side by side before the door, Zion and Milla paused in anticipation. Milla reached out, her hand hovering just above the handle, as she quietly wondered aloud if she ought to open it. The two stepped into a chamber filled with the hum of voices as a multitude encircled a grand, round table. Here, legendary heroes assembled, an elite gathering where only the most formidable warriors ever took a seat. As newcomers, Zayan and Melia received a warm welcome among the gathered crowd. Wearing a warm smile, the man gestured for the boys to take their seats at the table. He then inquired if they were ready to start. Heroes stand as beacons of hope for humanity. Words like justice and fairness only begin to capture their essence, yet their qualities stretch far beyond what language can hold. In truth, the line separating a hero from an ordinary person is subtle and often goes unnoticed. Such strength defies belief, radiating an almost otherworldly force. Ruby Deek Giant, holding the prestigious sixth spot in the hero rankings, considered Zion to be a well-known figure. Sharing the room with Sister Noelle the Saint, ranked 8th among the nation's heroes, was Alba Kesser, a formidable hero holding the impressive 4th position in the hero rankings. At the table sat Dai Madden, Magic Bullet ranked 10th, Paradarkness, Apostle of Darkness holding 9th place, and Trishman, who claimed the 3rd spot. The man identified the boy as Zion Ishtar and invited him to take a seat. With an easy smile, Mr. Hufter, the world's strongest and top-ranked hero, announced the beginning of the round table meeting. Shin studied the group intently, lost in thought. Nearby, Daimoden let out a low chuckle and teased the newcomer, warning him to watch his step. Gesturing toward the corner, he remarked how the chairs there scraped across the floor with an unexpectedly loud clatter whenever someone shifted them. Shin nodded, accepting the suggestion with visible discomfort. Zion found himself lost in thoughts, silently questioning his own identity. A sudden voice cut through the moment, inquiring if the group was complete and announcing it was time to start. Princess Bator stepped into the room, her gaze sweeping over the occupants as she silently counted heads. Zion caught sight of her arrival, and a flicker of surprise crossed his face. The princess's eyes lingered on him, quickly registering that he had arrived before her. The princess moved toward Mr. Hofter, questioning whether he had resumed his usual antics. With a gentle hint, she remarked that it seemed they were eager to begin in her absence. The hero, caught off guard, hurried to assure her that this was not the case. The girl guessed he was trying to impress the newcomer with his bravado. Around the table, the other heroes observed the unfolding scene in silence, their eyes following every move. The princess announced that their gathering had a clear purpose. She revealed that demons had become the primary concern, as these creatures had recently started launching attacks against them. Discussion circled around the tasks that needed attention before anything could begin, as Mr. Hofter lingered close, silently observing the conversation. Princess Biteau waved her fan with delight and praised Kshin for his powerful punch. Hofter, holding firecrackers, offered heartfelt congratulations on the boy's inaugural visit to the round table. Across from them, Kshin, Milia, and Yusha sat quietly, observing the cheerful scene unfold. The hero spoke out, making it clear that the guy was far from pleased. Puzzlement clouded the princess's face as she realized the young man remained completely unfazed. His expression suggested a stormy mood hovered over him. Without a word, Zayn brushed a stray piece of confetti from his hair. Hufter leaned in and suggested that the man might at least offer a smile. With a gentle smile, Milia turned to Zeon and asked for his impressions, declaring him the top hero in her eyes. Meanwhile, the princess quietly wondered about their next steps. The hero responded, emphasizing that the most important thing was the princess's enjoyment. Gazing toward Hufter, Zeon remarked to the princess that his initial impression had been of someone far more solemn. Nevertheless, the young man mentioned that he regarded him as exceptionally powerful. Zion turned to Melia, his gaze steady, and wondered aloud about the kind of man he truly was. With a curious tilt of her head, Melia questioned whether his interest in her answer was genuine. Mr. Hufter claimed the title of the world's strongest, winning the admiration and trust of the people. Yet just as quickly as he rose to prominence, a new challenger named Zion appeared. This hero, with remarkable speed, climbed the ranks to the very top. Milia mentioned that, in the past, a group known as the 9 Heavenly Demon Kings once existed. The ranks of this organization were formed by the finest elites the demon realm had to offer. Whispers spread that their abilities rivaled those of the Demon King's own generals. Still, none among them ever succeeded in attaining such lofty heights. The sole reason lay in Mr. Hofter's actions, as he single-handedly wiped out every one of them. With a thoughtful gaze at Zion, the girl remarked that the hero must surely surpass even him in strength. After all, no one earns the title of the world's mightiest by chance. At the far end of the table, Zion's voice rose unexpectedly, drawing Alba Kesser's focus in an instant. With a scowl, the young man propped his feet on the table and dismissed the idea of anyone bothering to greet Kshin. With a sly grin, Alba Kesser eyed the young man and remarked that his days were clearly numbered. Milia introduced Alba to Zayn, mentioning that he had a habit of picking on new arrivals. Curious, the boy turned to her and asked whether Alba was also a hero. Alba remarked on how Zeon had suddenly become the focus of everyone's attention after defeating just one general. He dismissed Zeon as a simple country boy, suggesting he should go back to working in the fields. A faint crease formed on Zion's brow after Alba suggested that the general might have been weak if someone like him could defeat him. The young man leaned in, irritation flickering in his eyes as he demanded the hero repeat his words, claiming he hadn't caught them the first time. Alba sprang to his feet and jabbed a finger at his own chest, demanding to know if Zion recognized him. With a firm voice, he declared himself to be a hero. While he spoke, Ruby Deek charged forward, fists clenched. Her punch landed squarely, and she ordered him to keep quiet. Furious, she struck out at him, her voice rising as she accused him of tormenting the newcomers. According to her, Alba had grown tired of his bullying, and his time was up. Sister Noelle and Dimetan observed the scene, gentle smiles lighting up their faces. Alba, his voice urgent, implored the girl to stop, promising never to repeat his mistake. Ruby Dayak's fist hovered in the air, but the sight of Alba's panic and his cries of pain gave her pause. Xian cast his gaze over the group of heroes and inquired about the young man's well-being. Milia returned a reassuring smile, her confidence clear, softly urging him not to fret as everyone present possessed great strength. Introducing herself as Ruby the Giant, the girl proudly announced her position as fifth in the rankings. In her eyes, her power stood on equal footing with the renowned Mr. According to Melia, Ruby first gained recognition in her hometown of Calvillion before making her way to their group. With a weary sigh, Milia lamented the injustice of her long stagnation, unable to climb any higher. Meanwhile, uncertainty clouded Xin's mind as the thoughts of the heroes remained a mystery to him. Discovering the hero rankings proved far more fascinating than he had anticipated, capturing his attention with unexpected intrigue. Beside the window, the princess and her mistress exchanged quiet words, their introductions now complete. Turning their attention to more pressing matters, Mr. Hoofter approached with a grave expression, bringing news that the small nation of Chrysilla had been overtaken. The heroes reeled in disbelief as the news struck them like a bolt from the blue. Sister Noel sprang to her feet, demanding to know if this was some kind of joke. The princess calmly assured her that they spoke in complete seriousness. According to Princess Batour, their battle against the demons raged on for ages, yet despite their relentless efforts, resistance ultimately proved futile. According to Mr. Huffler, a demon tribe recently started making moves. The captive spoke at last, divulging that their leader went by the name Pashtato and served directly under one of the Demon King's formidable generals. According to the hero, Chrysilla stood out as a breathtaking land, blessed with vibrant landscapes and a remarkable diversity of natural wonders. A declaration burst from his lips, insisting that they had no choice but to face their enemies and ensure justice was served. With her eyes gently closed, Princess Batour gave a solemn nod, explaining that they had been assailed by demons not long ago and now faced the threat of Chrysilla. With a determined stamp of her foot, the girl declared that if the heroes truly believed themselves prepared, they needed to restore Chrysilla to the people and rid the land of these demons. Every hero gathered in the room turned their gaze to the princess, their expressions solemn and resolved. Meanwhile, Chrysilla lay in devastation, its people crushed under the relentless rule of demons who drove them to the brink with endless labor. The man stumbled unexpectedly and tumbled to the ground. For this reason, the demon concealed him and demanded an explanation for his prone state. Brandishing a whip, the demon barked orders for him to rise. In a cold voice, he questioned whether all efforts to spare his life had truly amounted to nothing. With some effort, the man pushed himself to his feet, while crowds of people streamed up the massive staircase toward the towering pyramids. A crowd moved toward the entrance, drawn by a voice announcing the construction of a grand temple dedicated to Shinpasthit in honor of the Great One. With a stern warning, she urged everyone not to make any mistakes, for the risk was deadly. Once her message was clear, she offered her gratitude for their efforts. Upon the throne rested a demoness, her voice carrying the news of Zabel's demise. Regret colored her words, for she had genuinely liked him. Rising gracefully from her throne, she fixed her gaze on the massive heart before her and remarked that it appeared perfectly fine. A contented smile spread across the demoness's lips as she stretched languidly, promising that soon others would arrive and she would ensure his vengeance. Prior to setting out on their mission, the heroes made their way to a particular destination. Mr. Hofter explained that Chrysilla, a modest nation, gained its reputation through its abundant forest resources. The group drew closer to the ancient tree, mindful of the whispers about spirits and sacred groves that surrounded this area. As they neared, something unusual caught their attention. At the cliff's edge, the heroes paused as Mr. Hofter spoke on, his voice carrying the weight of history. He described how the grandeur that once filled this place had vanished, leaving only echoes behind. The announcement came that they were beginning. Meanwhile, Mr. Hoofter insisted they lend a hand to those who needed assistance. From behind, Nilia remarked on their small number, noting there were only 5 gathered. With a dismissive wave of her hand, she found it almost amusing that, during such a crucial moment, half of the round table's members were absent. Paradarkness let out a weary sigh, observing that a sense of duty appeared foreign to them, a remark that drew the hero's gaze. With a calm assurance, he explained that there was no cause for concern, for the era of the Holy Scripture had arrived. According to him, destiny itself seemed to guide them toward this path. With arms flung wide, the boy burst into laughter. Milia watched him, convinced his behavior had taken a strange turn. Mr. Hufter grew concerned, sensing trouble in the air, while Zayn simply concluded the boy must have eaten the wrong mushrooms. Along the outskirts of Chrysalia, the knights found themselves encircled by relentless mummies. Confusion clouded their minds, as the reason behind the attack eluded them. Each blow they struck seemed futile, for the monstrous foes refused to fall. A mummy struck down the knight commander, prompting someone to shout his name in alarm. Meanwhile, the other knights found themselves under attack as well. Amid the rising chaos, a knight raised his voice above the clamor, urging everyone to keep calm and insisting they must evacuate. His plea carried a warning: without their presence, countless lives would be lost. Nearby, another knight protested to the commander, declaring that he simply could not follow the order. Panic seized the man as dread filled his thoughts. Among all the demons, these were the most loathsome, and defeating them would not come easily. A sense of finality weighed on him, for it seemed their fate was sealed. Out of nowhere, a small vessel sailed through the air and shattered against the demons. Clutching their heads in pain, they staggered and collapsed. The knights called out triumphantly that the liquid was holy water. Finally, an opportunity had arrived, as the demons now stood frozen in place. In that moment, the knight noticed Sister Noelle standing nearby, her smile calm and reassuring. She gently urged everyone not to be afraid, assuring them that she would serve as their shield from now on. Moving closer, the girl knelt beside the wounded knight and tenderly healed his injury. Confused, the knight wondered aloud what had brought the Holy Sister to a place as dangerous as the battlefield. Sister Noelle held the esteemed position of canon within the Holy Order, renowned not only for her devout faith, but also for her exceptional command of sacred magic. Her abilities reached such heights that tales spread of her reviving the dead from their coffins, bestowing healing upon those thought lost forever. Wearing a gentle smile, Sister Noelle spoke of God's blessings upon the coming knights. Astonishment flickered in the knights' eyes as their weapons gleamed with a newfound radiance. Each blade and spear shimmered brightly. Sister Noelle calmly explained that she had bestowed her blessing upon their arms, ensuring that their battles ahead would be less arduous. Within moments, the knights readied themselves, declaring their intent to defend their sister. Their voices rang out as they ordered the girl to remain sheltered behind them. She stared in shock at their sudden protectiveness. Yet amid all of this, a unique quality set Sister Noelle apart from the other saints. Her mind shifted away from thoughts of sacred magic or healing, drawn instead to the knight around her. Sister Noelle came closer and inquired gently if he, too, had been injured. The boy glanced back at her, curiosity flickering in his eyes. Responding with quiet resolve, he assured the girl of his well-being. Calm and composed, Knight urged her not to expend her energy on him. Just then, Sister Noelle interrupted, her voice steady with determination as she vowed not to forgive. Standing protectively before Knight, the girl spoke out, questioning how anyone could harm those so blameless. Nightfall attempted to reach out to Sister Noelle, whose mood had darkened in an instant. All of it stemmed from the overwhelming surge of anger within her. With a furious outburst, Sister Noelle commanded them to seek forgiveness from God. Her voice rang with venom as she hurled curses, and in an instant, a weapon materialized in her grip. When anger overtook her, she was a force of violence not to be underestimated. With her weapon raised high, the girl swept through the demons in a whirlwind of wrath, her cry echoing with determination. In a single, relentless charge, she wiped out every last one. Spinning around to face the knights, rage burning in her eyes, she demanded an explanation for their sudden resolve. Without pausing, she barked at them to move quickly and keep up. Shadows cloaked the knight in an uneasy silence as dread took hold. Stepping closer to the injured man, the knight advised him to prepare himself. Meanwhile, the girl who traveled with the knights had already charged into battle. An army of mages unleashed their spells upon a colossal demon, who bellowed about his unbearable ticklishness. Amid the onslaught, the demon mused aloud, curious whether this barrage truly counted as human magic. A soldier cried out, admitting their spells held no power. The demon glanced their way and remarked that true magic delivers death in a heartbeat. As the demon collected his energy and prepared to bid the humans farewell, an unexpected voice pierced the air, addressing him as Doggy. The young man expressed his hope that there would be no hard feelings. Darkness's feather declared that destiny had presented him with a truly formidable rival. The knights looked on with confusion, unable to grasp why a hero ranked 9th had appeared among them. The demon directed a clawed finger toward the stranger and demanded his name. The man answered with calm confidence, introducing himself as Paro Grint, a revelation that left the demon momentarily stunned. Without hesitation, Paro leapt from the ledge, slicing through the air so swiftly that a sharp whistle followed in his wake. He spun through a triple somersault, swiftly followed by a flawless quadruple, his movements a dizzying display of skill and precision. The feather belonging to darkness drifted down with quiet elegance, prompting the knights to exclaim their amazement. Despite their excitement, none among them could discern the reason behind what had just occurred. With a sneer, the demon leveled his cane at the hero standing before him, calling him pitiful. He then turned to Paradarkness, questioning if a death wish truly drove him forward. Rising to his feet and brushing the dust from his clothes, the boy hurled another insult, once again calling the demon a dog. With a smirk, he wondered aloud if it was time for the so-called mutt to return to its kennel. The demon stared at him in disbelief, momentarily too stunned to reply. With a voice burning with rage, the demon declared his allegiance as a soldier of the great empress, warning the boy not to even think of showing him disrespect. A shroud of dark energy slowly enveloped him. The demon warned that he would soon pay for his bold words. With a cold, confident glare, she promised to reveal the true nature of magic. Ranked ninth among the heroes, the Apostle of Darkness, Paradarkness, cast a steady gaze upon the demon before him. His life had certainly been anything but ordinary. Raised in a household filled with warmth and affection, the boy spent his early years surrounded by love. Childhood ambitions led him to dream of one day standing at the front of a classroom as a teacher, while his gentle and reserved nature set him apart as a quiet soul among his peers. According to a legendary tale, a pivotal moment transformed the boy's life. Odd conversations marked the beginning. He would claim to be a fallen angel from the dark night, only to follow up by inquiring about dinner. His mother found it unsettling. Life moved along quietly, offering no hint of the turmoil ahead, until one pivotal event altered the course of his days. A cat's sharp claws left red marks on the boy's arm. From that day forward, a scar marked his left eye. Viewing it as a symbol, he resolved to pursue the path of a hero. In the end, he truly turned into one. Paradarkness reached out, his voice laced with disdain as he remarked on the demon's excessive boasting, despite its weakness. Shin observed the boy with keen interest, curiosity flickering in his eyes. Observing the clash from afar, he commented on the skill of the fighter before him. Meanwhile, Melia beckoned to Zion, quietly wondering if he might lend her his assistance. Zion glanced in her direction, a soft chuckle escaping as he offered a quiet apology. Maintaining a solemn look, the girl informed him that she no longer had any use for it. With a swift motion, she drew her sword, remarking that her recent rise in the hero rankings had certainly been well-earned. Zion observed the unfolding battle with a calm smile, assuring the girl that he would stay out of her way. Behind him, a fiery whirlwind surged into the air, casting an intense glow over the scene. The boy realized the depth of his own strength as he observed Mr. Hufter in the midst of battle. Mr. Hodder ran a hand across his brow, a smile playing at his lips as he noted how determined everyone appeared. Crowned as the top hero and honored with the title of the strongest in the world, his presence radiated quiet confidence. Eyes fixed on the hero, the knights stood tense. A muttered curse escaped one of them as he suddenly spotted the demon lurking at the hero's back, its presence a mystery. Without hesitation, another knight raised his voice to alert the hero, urgently warning of the danger creeping up behind him. With swift reflexes, Mr. Hofter evaded the incoming strike and offered a nod of gratitude to the knights. Seizing the opportunity, he unleashed a formidable blow against the demon. Under the cover of night, voices rang out, declaring that the hero had given them hope for victory. Shin watched the battling hero, amazed at the sight. The hero's strength and speed far surpassed those of his peers. Mr. Hofter unleashed a series of precise attacks, swiftly defeating the demon. Shin noticed something strange. There was no sense of mana coming from the hero at all. The boy absent-mindedly ran his fingers through his hair, lost in thoughts about his own humanity. Behind him, Melia eyed him curiously and questioned whether he was being serious or simply joking. With an accusing finger aimed in his direction, she loudly reminded him that their purpose here was not leisure. He merely stood by, observing her reaction. Zion glanced at the girl, perplexity written across his face. At that moment, an unexpected distraction drew their eyes elsewhere. The girl's expression shifted instantly to one of alarm. Zion and Melia found themselves face to face with a towering demon, his massive weapon gleaming in the dim light. With a low, rumbling voice, he inquired if they were heroes. Without hesitation, the boys declared themselves as such. The demon studied them for a moment before suggesting they join him in a game. Awaiting them was the formidable chief of death, Myra Anubis. In an instant, Zion's swung struck the demon, sending it hurtling through the air as it let out a piercing scream. Melia stared at the man, her face frozen in disbelief as she realized he was anything but human. Zion stretched leisurely, a smile playing on his lips, acknowledging that this wasn't an ideal spot to relax. Still, he suggested the girl take a look for herself. With a confident gesture, he signaled toward the side, drawing attention to the spot. A gentle smile curved his lips as he remarked on the rare chance to see pyramids. The girl glanced at the impressive structure before them, her eyes widening in astonishment. Zone and Milia gazed at the towering pyramids, delight evident in their faces. Milia remarked how much more immense the structure appeared when standing right before it. Without wasting a moment, the pair set out on their way. Referring to the girl as his bride, Zion invited her to join him and discover what awaited them ahead. Caught off guard by his words, she soon nodded in agreement. Embarrassment colored her cheeks with a delicate blush, and a thoughtful silence settled over her as she pondered being called his bride. The group stepped into the heart of the pyramid, their eyes adjusting to the dimness as they took in the vast, empty chamber. At its center, a solitary staircase spiraled upward, seemingly the only feature in the barren space. Disbelief etched across his face. One of them wondered how this could be all that awaited them. Melia proposed that Zion head up for the moment, and he nodded, hoping something might unfold there. Unexpected laughter echoed nearby, accompanied by a comment that the two had crossed a line. Melia blinked in surprise, while Zion turned toward the direction of the voice. Seated before them was Pashkato, a formidable general under the Demon King. With unwavering confidence, she singled out the young man and introduced herself, boldly proclaiming her status as the most beautiful demon on the entire planet. The demon turned to Smild and inquired whether Zion had feelings for her. Milia's voice rang out from behind the boy, reminding everyone that they had already encountered the general and urging caution. The boy nodded in agreement with her advice. After a thoughtful pause, Pistero asked if the general they mentioned happened to be a goblin. Zion tightened his fists, declaring indifference toward whomever she mentioned. He made it clear that conversation wasn't his purpose for coming here, and that he felt no need to show her any sympathy. The demoness gazed at the young man before her, accusing him of slaying Zabel and now seeking her as his next target. Pastido, with a heavy heart, apologized to her beloved, quietly admitting her defeat. At that moment, a shadow passed over Milia's face as she reached for her sword, the subtle movement immediately drawing Zion's wary gaze. Startled by the sudden swing of the girl's sword, the boy sprang backward. His surprise grew even more when her voice rang out, calling his name. Darkness swallowed Melia's eyes as she clenched her jaw and forced the words from her own lips. With her eyes clouded in darkness, Mila lunged at Kshin, unleashing a furious assault and shouting at him to die. Swift and agile, Kshin evaded each strike. After a moment's pause, realization dawned on him, and he calmly declared that he understood the situation. As Zion weaved between the girl's strikes, his voice remained steady as he explained the true nature of a demoness, possessing the power to bend others to her will through curses. A quiet chuckle escaped Pastido as she smiled, questioning if the man truly understood what it was. She noted with a hint of admiration that he seemed remarkably well-informed for a human. With arms outstretched, she declared that not only did she possess striking beauty, but she also held the title of the most skilled mage among all demons. Confidently, the demon proclaimed that hero or not, even a man with an impressive title remained an ordinary mortal, powerless to resist her curse. Pazero explained that no matter how formidable a warrior or how virtuous a saint, every person carried a hidden trace of darkness within their heart. Wearing a sly smile, the demoness remarked that her actions were simply giving him a gentle push toward growth. Uncertainty filled Zion as his eyes lingered on Milia, unsure what choice remained. The grim truth weighed on him. If he hesitated, the girl would be the one to end his life. In a sudden burst, Milia lunged forward, her voice raw as she demanded he take her life. Shock rippled through Zion, taken aback by her desperate plea. Zion weaved nimbly around the girl's relentless strikes, her chilling promise to end his life should he falter ringing in his ears. Without warning, she swept his legs out from under him, sending him crashing to the ground. The boy tumbled to the ground, the girl landing right above him. Amazed, he marveled at her extraordinary skills. Meanwhile, confusion clouded Zion's mind, unsure of his own actions in the moment. Without warning, the girls started undressing her, declaring that it was time to show affection for one another. The demoness watched in confusion, unable to grasp what was going through their minds. Milio's voice echoed fiercely as she declared her love for the boy, claiming him as her own. In the midst of her outburst, Zion struck her across the cheek. Wearing a grave expression, Zayn struck Amelia's face while telling her she was a strong woman, assuring her she would endure whatever came her way. Clarity returned to the girl's eyes as she stared in horror at her own actions. Kshin brushed off her concern, assuring her that it was hardly unusual. Apparently, such behavior was typical for her. While she struggled to calm her racing thoughts, the young man shifted his attention from her anxiety to the demoness, greeting her with a relaxed smile. With a smug grin, he claimed her notorious curse was a thing of the past. In return, she praised him as a worthy opponent. Rising to her feet, she declared that he was not the sort of adversary who could be bested from a seated position. Rising to her feet, Peshtado flashed Zion a smile and inquired whether he would come to regret persuading her to stand. As her gaze lingered on him, a quiet suspicion crept into her thoughts, sensing that something felt amiss. The demon believed the woman's curse was impossible for any man to break. Suspicion grew that perhaps this man was not truly a man after all. The demon's curse slid right off the boy, leaving him untouched. Never in all her years had she encountered a being with such extraordinary strength. The demoness cast a scrutinizing gaze at the young man, questioning whether he was truly human. Milia's expression brimmed with interest as she turned to Zion, seeking his guidance on how to handle this peculiar individual. Noting that even demons failed to see him as a genuine human, she voiced her curiosity. The young man responded, admitting that her remark stung his pride a little. Pestu, positioned close to her throne, remarked on the man's remarkable strength, implying that he fit her preferences. Milia reacted with genuine astonishment at this unexpected revelation. Weapon poised for battle, the demoness declared that if Zayon was truly responsible for Zabel's death, sparing him was out of the question. Zayon tightened his grip, a faint smile flickering across his face, and answered that her survival was not an option for him either. Calmly, he wondered aloud what their next move would be. A wild grin spread across the demoness's face as she fixed her gaze on Zion, promising calmly that his death would be swift at her hands. Drawing power into herself, she promised the intruder that he would rue the day he crossed her path. Pastito remarked that she was far from an ordinary demon. With a cold confidence, she declared her true nature as a demon who had commanded the dead since ages long forgotten. Renowned as the first and only demon to command curse magic, she declared with unwavering confidence that the boy stood no chance of triumphing over her. Fierce determination burned in Pazero's eyes as she readied herself to strike, her voice ringing out as she demanded Zion's end. Orbs of magic spun around her, alive with energy. Milio's shock was plain, while Zion observed the demoness's movements in calm silence. Potato unleashed a death curse, launching it straight at them, while the boy swiftly moved out of its path. The ball burrowed deep into the earth until Milia's urgent cry brought it to an abrupt halt. Without hesitation, the assault shifted, launching directly downward in a rapid, vertical strike. A warning rang out from the girl, urging the boy to watch himself. Meanwhile, the demoness perched atop the pedestal, her laughter echoing as she taunted the boys, asking whether her display pleased them. She assured them, without a hint of doubt, that evading her attack was impossible. According to Pastido, disturbing the slumber of ancient kings brings down a curse that spares no one. Whether among the living or the dead, all fall under the shadow of this fatal curse, and none have ever escaped its merciless grasp. Power radiated from the demon as she bent others to her will, guiding their every move with effortless command. Melia twisted out of the way just in time, a scream escaping her lips. Everywhere the black sphere touched, reality itself seemed to vanish, dissolving into nothingness. A chilling understanding dawned on her. This was no ordinary curse at work. The demoness's sole desire was the utter annihilation of all around her. Any direct hit meant instant death. Milia called out in alarm, urging Zion to watch out. She warned that a single hit from the ball would be fatal. Zion skillfully evaded each attack, moving with quick precision. Amusement sparked in the demoness's eyes as she let out a booming laugh and wondered aloud how long they planned to keep dodging. With deliberate focus, Potato started shaping an enormous ball, announcing that since they loved running, it was time to see if they could escape from his creation. Zion's eyes immediately fixed on the growing danger. The demon shrieked, mocking their helplessness and condemning their frail forms. With a voice laced with fury, she demanded their demise. At that moment, Milia called out the name of the young man, who remained composed and gazed off into the distance. With a sharp clap of his hands, the entire scene vanished into thin air. Stunned into silence, the demoness could not find words. Zion calmly inquired what danger he was supposed to be fleeing. Milio also stood frozen, too shocked to speak. Zion went on, explaining that he had never understood the demoness's claims, and suspected she simply thought too highly of herself. A gentle smile played on his lips as he encouraged her to heed the wisdom passed down from his father. Zion's father often remarked that rising early allowed one to accomplish the work of three. Confusion clouded Pestito's mind as nothing made sense to her. She calmly remarked that their conversation had reached its end. With a swift step and a cheerful grin, the young man closed the distance between himself and the demoness. Meanwhile, Pestito let out a terrified scream. Meanwhile, Sister Noelle unleashed her wrath upon the demons, her fierce shouts echoing as she struck them down. Rising to her feet, she announced that her work appeared to be done. The girl remarked that it seemed everyone would be coming back soon. At that moment, someone spoke up, curious about where they would all be returning from. The girl's eyes dropped in surprise, noticing her leg tethered to the ground. Sister Noelle's piercing scream echoed through the darkness as her feet were bound and lifted high, suspending her above the ground. Noticing this sudden commotion, the figure cloaked in night called out urgently to the saint. Sister Noelle's shrieks echoed as she struggled to break free. With her skirt tugged high, panic seized her at the thought of the knights catching a glimpse. She desperately clutched at the fabric, voice trembling as she pleaded for the demon to relent. In that tense moment, something unexpected emerged from beneath her skirt. A cascade of weapons tumbled from beneath Sister Noelle's skirt, prompting a startled cry of embarrassment from the girl. Around her, the knights averted their gaze, unable to hide their astonishment. Fury boiling within her, Sister Noelle unleashed a curse before demanding to know how the demon dared defy her. Mid-sentence, a sudden realization caught her attention. Dark magic struck at the demon with relentless force, each blow carrying the chill of death. As Sister Noelle began to lose her balance, a pair of steady hands reached out and caught her, leaving her momentarily startled by the unexpected rescue. With gentle hands, the hero caught the girl, offering a reassuring smile as he checked with the saint to see if she was unharmed. Filled with relief and happiness, the girl called out Mr. Hofter's name. Out of the shadows, Darkness's feather materialized. Calmly, he explained that with the ringing of the holy bell, the seal of salvation would falter, heralding the world's end. Recognizing the peril facing the girl, he had wasted no time, arriving without delay. Darkness's feather insisted her heart must blaze with a sacred fire, for the battle still raged on. Arriving with a sense of urgency, he declared he had nearly missed his chance. Despite his efforts to avert his eyes, his gaze faltered, betraying his intentions as he stole a glance at her underwear. Sister Noelle spotted the familiar figure among the crowd. Offering a warm smile, she nodded in gratitude and expressed her thanks to the heroes for their rescue. Mr. Hofter gazed at the distant pyramid, observing that some event appeared to have taken place there. Paradarkness admitted a strong feeling within, convinced that the main conflict was unfolding at that very spot. Sister Noelle peered ahead, suspecting that a new arrival had joined the scene. Mr. Hofter nodded in agreement, noting that the moment had come for them to offer their assistance. Without warning, the ground trembled beneath their feet, catching the heroes off guard. The saint pointed out a presence lurking below, just as the earth underfoot surged upward with surprising speed. The heroes swiftly sprang back to the other side, their faces marked with astonishment. Astonishment filled their faces as they glanced upward. Confusion clouded Sister Noelle's mind, unable to grasp the sight before her. At the window, Zion gazed outside, curious about the commotion. Amidst the debris sat Pistito, her laughter echoing through the ruins. With a cold certainty, she declared that their fate had finally arrived. Zion inquired about her well-being, but Shh Tito confessed that her affection for the man only deepened. With a mischievous smile, she mentioned her eagerness to throw the man into turmoil. The demoness then recalled a tale from nearly 4 centuries past, when a crazed king ruled over one of the demon tribes. Pastato described a monster of such immense size that it dwarfed all other demons. On that day, it laid waste to the Demon King's elite squad. According to the demoness, its strength rivaled that of the most formidable Demon King. With a confident smile, Patata clenched her fist and declared their victory over him. Yet, despite the passage of many years, no one had ever matched his strength. Shin listened with rapt attention to the tale, while Milia, visibly stunned, questioned what it all meant. After all, the monster was no longer alive. Melia wondered aloud about the purpose behind sharing all this. The demoness offered no direct answer, only a satisfied smile and a light laugh, leaving Melia to ponder the meaning on her own. People called her the Empress of the Dead for good reason, she explained. According to her, he had vowed to serve her faithfully. Proclaiming herself as the mighty Potato, the demoness declared that her servant rivaled even the previous Lord of Demons in greatness. Potato, eyes alight with wild energy, declared that this unique being belonged to her alone as a loyal servant. Gazing out the window at the lurking monster, Milia raised her voice to reach Zion. With clear intent, she made it known that she was the one discussing him. Milio urged Zion that lingering any longer was not an option. The heroes needed their support. In response, Zion's expression tightened as he firmly refused, explaining that, in his view, it was still too soon for them to take that path. With a curious glance directed at the young man, Milia watched as the demoness Pashtato lifted herself from the floor, a sly grin spreading across her face. Pistito fixed her gaze on the man, asserting her intelligence. Calmly, she informed him that her business with them remained unfinished. With a casual flick of her hand, the demoness conjured a shape forming behind her, its outlines slowly coming into view. Zion observed every detail, curiosity sharpening his gaze as he tried to decipher the apparition. Beside him, Milia's voice trembled as she questioned the demoness's intentions. In that tense moment, a startling realization struck Zion, leaving him momentarily frozen. Resting casually against a nearby object, the demon announced that the time had come to start. Eager anticipation filled her as she expressed her desire to devour the demon king's heart. In response, Potato swiftly snatched up the heart and declared that their sacrifice would not be meaningless. With her mouth stretched wide, she cried out that they were about to become one. The couple stood frozen, stunned by what they witnessed. In an instant, Pistito transformed into a massive serpent, declaring that the real battle would begin now. Melia's eyes widened in disbelief as she turned to Zion, searching for any hint of a plan to overcome their foe. Zion replied, his gaze locked on the formidable demoness, admitting that her appearance was truly remarkable. Trembling, Milia took refuge behind Zion, her eyes wide with fear. She pleaded with him to handle the snake. Amusement danced across the guy's face as he remarked how astonishing it was that the cat had transformed into a serpent. Esposito's, the demon, fixed her gaze on the boys and proclaimed her overwhelming power, dismissing them as fools beneath her notice. She recounted the moment when the power and wisdom of the previous king were bestowed upon her. With a forceful swing, the demon slammed her tail against the ground, declaring herself the living embodiment of the curse. Her voice echoed with defiance as she proclaimed that defeat was no longer an option for her. Zion gently shielded the trembling group with his hand. Pastito declared with icy resolve that regardless of the stranger's identity, she would end him without hesitation. While the heroes faced the massive demon blocking their path, Sister Noelle's voice trembled with confusion, unable to grasp the identity of the ominous figure looming before them. With his hand shielding his face, Paradarkness urged the boys to stay alert. An unfamiliar, overwhelming power radiated from the monster, accompanied by the deep, thunderous beat of its heart. Sister Noelle seized her weapon, wild determination flashing in her eyes as she demanded to know who was supposed to intimidate her. Charging straight at the monster, she dismissed it as nothing more than a hulking heap of garbage. The saint raised her weapon high, voice ringing out with a fierce challenge as she demanded the demon face her blade. Words sharp with fury spilled from her lips as she charged forward, unleashing a powerful strike. Light gathered around the weapon, transforming her attack into a holy blow aimed to bring the demon's end. Astonishment washed over her as she stared at the creature looming before her. The forceful strike from her formidable weapon failed to pierce the monster. Instead, the blade slipped through the demon's form and exited with undiminished power. Sister Noelle watched in astonishment, overtaken by disbelief. In that instant, a figure stepped forward, positioning himself protectively between her and the threat. With swift precision, Mr. Hofter intercepted the saint's weapon, sparing the girl from harm. Gratitude shone in her eyes as she turned to her savior, quietly admitting that she would not have survived without his intervention. A gentle smile formed on Mr. Hofter's lips as he nodded and inquired about her well-being. Paradarkness called out, urging everyone to clear the way. Calmly, he explained that no amount of physical strength could vanquish the monster before them. The girl listened, astonished by this unexpected revelation. Energy crackled in the hero's palm as he declared the dawn of the era of magic. With a sweeping gesture, he called forth his dark flames, intent on reducing the demon to nothing but ashes. Paradarkness lunged at the demon, unleashing the formidable dark magic, Dragon of Death. However, an unexpected shock seized him. The demon's jaws parted, drawing the boy's magic toward him with swift intensity. At the same time, Sister Noelle in shock cried out, invoking the name of the hero's dragon. After drawing in every flicker of flame, the demon swiftly unleashed the searing fire, hurling it straight toward the heroes standing before him. At that moment, a demoness launched a sudden attack on Zion and Melia. Swift reflexes allowed the heroes to leap clear of danger just in time, while the girl urgently called out to the boy. From their vantage point, the boys peered through the window, searching for signs of trouble. Observing the commotion, Melia noted that a battle might be breaking out nearby. The boy simply released a weary sigh in response. Zan wore a sly grin as he recognized the king the demoness had mentioned. He remarked that they needed to wrap things up in this place without delay. Pistetta cast an amused glance at the young man, commenting on his eagerness to wrap things up quickly. She pointed out that the demon had placed his complete trust in her. To her, this trust signified a deep and inseparable bond between them. Pastato acknowledged that, because of her, he possessed the strength he once held at his peak. She declared that the second coming was now underway. Roaring with fury, the demoness Pestetto declared that the end was near for the young man, since no one could stand in their way. With a wild glint in her eyes, she proclaimed that she and her servant would lay waste to the entire world. Eyes narrowing, she turned to face the heroes assembled before her, declaring that their punishment would begin first, reserved especially for those bold enough to challenge her. The demoness stretched her jaws wide, swiftly channeling pulsing energy for her attack. Harnessing the deadly spell True Death, she unleashed it towards Xion and Milia. Milia, paralyzed by terror, squeezed her eyes shut, while Xion stared in shock, recognizing something eerily familiar within the attack. In the next instant, Demoness Peshtato's assault shattered a section of the pyramid, blasting clean through and emerging on the far side. Overhead, the roof had vanished, replaced by falling debris scattering everywhere. Startled, the girl's voice trembled as she tried to make sense of what had just occurred. Melia's eyes filled with worry as she turned to Xion, his name slipping from her lips. Her gaze lingered on him, noticing a troubling change. With a weary sigh, darkness crept over his hand until it was swallowed by inky blackness. Milia's eyes widened with worry as she noticed the boy's injured hand and gently inquired about it. Xion smiled reassuringly, insisting that there was no need for concern. Focusing his gaze forward, he tightened his fist and declared in a steady voice that the moment to start had finally come. Memories of his scorched hand lingered in her mind, fueling her suspicion that he was making up the story. After all, during their last encounter, not a single mark had remained on his skin. Gazing at the demoness, Zan admitted his feelings for her, recognizing the sincerity in her declaration to destroy the world. Her intent, he realized, rang true without a hint of deceit. A gentle smile played on his lips as he gazed at Pestito. The demoness responded, admitting that his actions had genuinely taken her by surprise. The demon claimed her strike should have erased him from existence, admitting she had no idea who he was. Amused, he simply laughed and closed his eyes, a contented smile spreading across his face, pleased to have been recognized with a title. With unwavering confidence, Xion announced his position as the fifth-ranked hero. Smiling, he introduced himself as Xion, famed for his one-punch prowess. A confident smile spread across Xion's face as he pointed to himself, making sure the demon-S would not forget him. Meanwhile, Peshtello turned her attention to the boy, inquiring about the fifth position. She wondered aloud whether it was true that only simpletons ended up assigned there. The demon acknowledged the man's strength, admitting he was far from weak. She promised to remember him and met his gaze before inviting him to resume their clash. While Paradarkness and Mr. Hufter clashed with the monstrous foe, the demoness declared with icy certainty that her servant was invincible, assuring him there would be no rescue for his friends. Pastito, with a demon-like presence, declared with absolute certainty that defeat was impossible for him. To him, facing children was nothing but an unfair contest, devoid of real challenge. Scratching his head in embarrassment, Xion offered a quick apology for cutting her off. With a nod toward the window, he mentioned that her esteemed servant seemed moments away from defeat. The demoness, taken aback by the boy's words, parted her lips in astonishment. Meanwhile, Mr. Hofter appeared to grasp the entire situation and offered a gentle wave to Sister Noelle and Paradarkness. Wearing a gentle smile, the hero faced the boys and calmly signaled for them to move back, shielding them protectively with his outstretched hand. Xion lifted his charred hand, admitting his own surprise. He remarked that humans possess far more strength than anyone would expect. With fists clenched tight, the man admitted he had yet to truly grasp what it meant to be human. After a thoughtful pause, he remarked that time would eventually reveal all. Then, seeking reassurance, he quietly asked if his perspective made sense. In that instant, the darkness faded from his hand, returning it to its usual color. With a gentle smile, the boy beckoned the demoness closer. He invited her to settle their unfinished business, leaving Pestetto utterly astonished. Astonishment filled her as the recent events replayed in her mind. Bewildered by their inexplicable behavior, she focused her energy and summoned another magical sphere, muttering under her breath about the arrogance of humans. The demoness concluded it would be simpler to eliminate them at once. Pestito recounted the mighty strike of the Titans that rattled the demon world and described the formidable curse she had unleashed. With a sly suggestion, she proposed testing how long everyone could endure its effects. The demon unleashed the Titan's iron hammer against Mr. Hofter, while Demon S cast a death curse. Z answered their assault with a powerful punch. Mr. Hodder Pierce, a towering demon, unleashed his justice strike, soaring directly through the heart of the monster. With a single powerful punch straight to the head, Xion brought down the giant snake demoness, ending the battle in an instant. A powerful strike crashed into the demoness, forcing harsh coughs from her lips. In the chaos, she barely had a moment to register what was happening. She stood above the fallen demoness, her lifeless form sprawled before him. Miller walked over, a bright smile lighting up her face as she called out his name, relief clear in her voice. Not far off, Pistato remained quiet, keeping watch over the scene in silence. Shin glanced down at the fallen demoness, a warm smile playing on his lips as he offered her a hand. Complimenting her strength, he admitted her skills impressed him. For a fleeting moment, admiration sparkled in his eyes. A playful laugh escaped him as he confessed he was only joking, clarifying that her power still fell short of the Demon King's. Drawing on the remnants of her strength, Peshido managed to ask the boy what message he wished to share. Zion, facing her, reflected that meeting her a millennium earlier could have altered the course of their lives completely. From within the crumbling pyramid, a girl's voice echoed, calling out for Zayon. Excitement tinged her words as she approached and asked him about the recent events. Zayon turned to her, puzzled, and inquired what she meant. Melia answered, a note of irritation in her voice, clarifying that she referred to his recent words. She pointed out that the young man had nearly fallen for her. At this, Zion ran a hand through his hair, uneasy as realization dawned on him about what Melia meant. With a gentle smile, he lifted his finger and remarked that the demoness had remained true to her cause right up to the final moments. Her unwavering resolve, even in the face of countless trials, was something he truly admired. The revelation left Melia utterly astonished. With sparkling eyes, the girl leaned toward Zion, eager to know what he thought of her. Had he really forgotten about her already? Zion shook his head, assuring her that was impossible. Beside them, Melia listened closely, as Zion began to list the many remarkable qualities the girl possessed. Shin confessed his fondness for Melia, leaving the girl momentarily speechless. Deep embarrassment painted her cheeks a vivid shade of red. A shriek tore from her throat as she clutched her flushed cheeks. Amusement flickered in Zion's eyes, pleased at the thought of finally commanding such a remarkable subordinate. The moment was cut short when an onlooker observed that the group appeared to be wrapping things up. As the remaining heroes drew near, Zion pivoted to face them. Mr. Hoofter beamed with pride, offering warm congratulations to the team for their hard-earned victory. Shin admitted it was true. Victory was now undeniably theirs. A sudden recollection flickered in Shin's mind. Doubt lingered in his mind about whether Mr. Hoofter had truly vanquished the Titan with nothing but his own strength. Mr. Hoofter rested a reassuring hand on Zion's shoulder, commending him for his achievement, having already overcome 3 of the Demon King's formidable generals. The hero's words only heightened Shin's curiosity about the man. Studying Mr. Hoofter intently, Shin listened as Hoofter addressed him by name. Mr. Hoofter inquired whether Zion's loyalty would remain with them. With a gentle smile and his head bowed, Zion quietly affirmed the hero's sentiment. At that moment, a figure soared toward the realm ruled by the Demon King. A demon encountered a bird along the way, which brought news of Pestido's defeat. The revelation stunned the demon, prompting a flurry of shocked exclamations and pressing questions about how she could have been defeated. Outraged, the demon insisted that such a thing was impossible. The staggering news left him in disbelief. Yet another general had been lost. As the demon hurled curses at the clueless crowd, Eritreus watched from behind, amusement flickering across his face. With a calm gesture, Eritreus adjusted his glasses and remarked that his earlier judgment about the man had proved accurate. Beside him, the demon's patience snapped, and he angrily demanded to know what nonsense the goblin was spouting. The demon's voice trembled with regret, mourning that he would never have allowed them to venture off alone if he had known the outcome. Tears streamed down his face for his cherished cat. Goblin Eritor observed the scene, quietly concluding that the demon's feelings were now perfectly understandable. Without another word, the demon fixed Eritreus with a commanding glance and signaled for him to come along. The goblin, adjusting his glasses thoughtfully, inquired about their destination. With unwavering resolve, the demon demanded retribution, insisting their enemies must be punished as Eritreus stood silently behind him. Nearby, Goblin Eritor's heart pounded in terror, each word from the demon underscoring the threat to the very dignity of all demonkind. A voice pierced the stillness, catching the demon completely off guard. Calm but resolute, it declared that the appointed hour had arrived. Acknowledging a kernel of truth in the demon's argument, the voice insisted that they could no longer permit such actions to continue. Uncertain of his next move, the demon glanced upward, confusion flickering in his eyes. Standing before him, the colossal demon commanded the assembly of every soldier, urging the gathering of all available forces. The demon issued a chilling order to annihilate the nation of heroes. At that moment, inside Trishulia Castle, a presence entered the grand hall, prompting the room to fall into a hushed silence. News spread as the knight announced the arrival of a hero who had single-handedly brought down 3 generals of the Demon King. Around him, the other knights muttered quietly, their words laced with disdain. They suspected he sought to ingratiate himself with the famed newcomer. Zion one-hit Ishtar, now holding the 3rd spot in the hero rankings, glanced around with clear irritation. In his mind, matters of this caliber hardly warranted his presence. With a graceful sweep of her fan, Princess Batuar gestured toward the boy, her voice clear as she praised him, declaring his name and calling his display magnificent. With a radiant smile, the girl assured him that a future awaited where he would rise as humanity's greatest hero. Brimming with excitement, the princess confessed her anticipation for the day Zayn would rise to the very top. While she spoke, the boy stifled a yawn and discreetly covered his mouth. With a bright smile, the princess noted his current position, third place, meaning victory was drawing near. With a confident smile, the princess closed her eyes and assured Zion that she was free to request anything in exchange for safeguarding humanity. With an uninterested look, Kshin brushed her aside, insisting he wanted nothing. He firmly instructed the girl not to invite him to that place anymore. Panic filled the princess's voice as she pleaded for Kshin to stay. Swiftly approaching the young man, she suggested they have a conversation for a moment. With enthusiasm, he insisted that Zion should not walk away empty-handed. Zam directed his gaze toward the princess, inquiring about the motivation behind her actions. Princess Bator nodded in agreement, but gently insisted he accept at least a modest reward for his efforts. Smiling warmly, she inquired whether Zion was drawn more to wealth, or perhaps the promise of land. After a moment of reflection, Zion decided that his current home truly suited him. Silence settled between them until a spark of realization lit up his eyes. A smile filled with new inspiration crossed his face as he turned to the girl, ready to share the idea that had just come to him. With delight shining on their faces, Zion's parents asked if everything before them truly belonged to them. Awe filled his father's eyes as he struggled to accept the astonishing sight. The parents found themselves standing before an enormous structure, more reminiscent of a grand castle than an ordinary home. The man remarked that their home seemed minuscule in comparison to this place. The woman chimed in, observing that it resembled a lively tavern more than a residence. With a careful adjustment of his glasses, Zion's father acknowledged the situation, adding that things stood as they did. Deep gratitude fills their hearts whenever they think of their son. As night settled in, Milia sat quietly at the table, lost in thought. A faint flush colored her cheeks, the realization dawning that Zion's attention had begun to linger on her. Embarrassment crept in with this newfound awareness. Warned to watch her step, the girl assumed concern for her safety. Hearing the boy mention that he was drenched in something sticky and would need to clean up at home, she mistook his words for an unexpected confession of affection. In her mind, Milia pictured Zion declaring his love and promising a lifetime together, words he had never actually spoken. Still, a joyful cry escaped her lips as she declared her own wish to stay by his side. Milia shut her eyes with deliberate grace and spoke to Zion, admitting her reluctance. In that instant, an unexpected realization dawned on her. Settling herself beside the bed, the heroine declared that the moment had come to begin. She felt a sense of urgency, convinced that this window of opportunity needed to be seized without delay. With a swift motion, the girl produced an item and instructed Zion to prepare himself. She declared that their lives were about to undergo a profound transformation today. Moments later, Melia positioned herself before the grand doors, taking a quiet breath to steady her nerves. Resolute, she extended her hand toward the handle, certain that the moment had finally arrived. Millie swept into the room, tossing aside her blanket with a carefree motion. Cheerfully, she bid the man good night and mentioned she had something to show him. Just then, as she reached for the door, she froze, stunned by what she saw. A piercing scream escaped the girl as she spotted Sister Noelle and Paradarkness seated together at the table in the room. Two pairs of eyes settled on the girl, prompting her to hastily shield herself, cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Flustered, she exclaimed that everything was engulfed in a dazzling blaze. Once the window had been repaired and the girl finished changing her clothes, Milia turned to the guests and inquired about the purpose of their visit. Mr. Knoll answered by saying the question belonged to her. With a curious glance, she inquired what Melia was doing there, especially in such attire. Zion observed Melia for a moment, then remarked on the lingering chill after sunset and gently advised her to stay warm to avoid falling ill. Embarrassment caused Milia's words to catch in her throat, her voice faltering as she hurriedly insisted that the boy keep silent. Urging the girl to eat before the meal cooled, the saint mentioned she had visited the castle not long ago. Hoping to include Mr. Number 1, she reached out with an invitation. His response came swiftly, declining on account of other commitments. For now, she decided to let the matter rest. Mulling over those words, Milia turned to Sister Noelle and inquired about the reason behind her lack of invitation. At first, the saint replied that she was willing, but the sudden eruption of infernal noises made her reconsider. In that moment, Milia suddenly declared her love for Zion. Flustered, she quickly insisted that the saint must have mistaken her words. Milia glanced at Sister Noelle, observing how her demeanor seemed to shift outside of formal settings. With a laugh, the girl admitted she had simply been drinking, blaming her uninhibited behavior on the alcohol, as if it unleashed all her mischievous tendencies. With a gentle sip of her drink, Sister Noelle urged that they let the topic go, instead guiding the conversation toward memories of Mr. and Z's past quarrels. According to the girl, this was her first encounter with Mr. Fight. She spoke with admiration, insisting that his actions had proven him to be a true hero beyond any doubt. Gazing into her drink, the saint remarked that the pesto possessed remarkable strength. Without even turning to look, the girl sensed the saint's immense power and commanding presence. Gazing at Zion, she remarked that he had taken care of the situation with just a single strike. The girl then observed that his strength stood on par with that of the esteemed master. Paradarkness silently agreed, sensing an overwhelming, cosmic force radiating from the boy. Melia let out a satisfied laugh, warning them that this was someone truly worth fearing. Confidence filled her as she foresaw him rising to become the mightiest in the land. Zion quietly wondered what made her so proud of this future. A gentle laugh escaped Sister Noelle as she teased the boy about being slow to catch on. With a curious glint in her eye, she inquired whether Zion had someone special he cared for. Panic flashed across Milia's face as she demanded to know why the girl brought up the subject. Meanwhile, Darkness's feathers suspected that a fallen angel had arrived from the heavens, a realization that made everything immediately clear to her. The saint remarked that this was a perfect chance for a conversation, then turned to ask Milia if she shared the same sentiment. The question left Milia visibly startled. Without hesitation, Zion declared his feelings, making it clear that when it comes to Milia, his heart belongs to her. He mentioned that he had already confessed this before. Sister Noel gently inquired about Melia's troubles. Zion, caught off guard, immediately worried the vegetables he'd provided were to blame. Meanwhile, Paradarkness suspected their understanding remained trapped somewhere far away, concluding that ignorance still lingered among them. Eventually, the young man is greeted at the doorway, where he lingers in conversation for a while. As evening settled in, Sister Noelle and Perrault prepared to depart. The reserved girls offered gentle smiles and farewells, expressing heartfelt gratitude for the moments they had shared. Perrault, in turn, remarked that their fates seemed forever linked. His words hinted at a wish to share more quiet moments like this in days to come. Milia and Zion gave cheerful waves to their friends as they departed. After a steadying breath, the girl confessed how much she had enjoyed their time together. A warm smile spread across Zion's face in response. Milia looked at him with admiration, praising the meal he had prepared as truly delicious. Zion responded with a proud smile, explaining that it was only to be expected, as the stew was crafted from vegetables he had grown with his own hands. Milia walked after him, mentioning that she was already aware of that, but added that, in truth, those people had proven themselves to be genuinely kind. Zion swiveled around, confusion flickering in his eyes, and inquired what she was trying to say. The girl remarked that, in the past, she had seen them merely as her sister and a peculiar stranger, yet today revealed unexpected sides of their personalities she had never noticed before. Gazing at him, she confessed that she had come to many realizations. Deep inside, an unwavering belief lingered that she was capable of becoming the strongest and vanquishing all evil. Yet another possibility whispered in her heart, that perhaps her true purpose lay in supporting others, rather than standing at the very top of her field. With a gentle laugh, Zion expressed how wonderful it was. Melia cut in once more, suggesting that he likely had no idea. Everything, she explained, was possible because of remarkable individuals like Zion and Mr. Z stood to the side, aiming a finger at Melia's nose as he warned her to watch her words unless she wanted another nosebleed. Melia shot back, her voice sharp with irritation, insisting she was already well aware. A flush crept across her cheeks as she clenched her fist in frustration, insisting that her intention had been to compliment him. Zion chuckled and quickly offered an apology. With a weary sigh, Milia remarked on Zion's astonishing lack of manners, then confessed he struck her as deeply odd, so much so that she occasionally questioned whether he belonged to the human race at all. A gentle smile crossed her lips as she remarked that, demon or not, he was still remarkably peculiar. At her words, laughter bubbled up from the young man. The girl explained that Kshin had already bested 3 of the demon generals. Among those he had overcome were Peshito, Goblin, and the demon known for wearing only half his attire. Melia remarked that, had he been born either human or demon, nothing would have stopped him from unleashing his true strength upon the world. Even this restrained tone revealed more than enough. She mentioned that he was well aware of Mr.'s unmatched strength, yet despite this knowledge, he had yet to encounter the individual who holds the 2nd spot in the hero rankings. Claiming the 2nd spot stood Dikenya, famously known as the Great Sage of Parmela. Zium paused to reflect, ultimately agreeing with the remark that she had indeed been absent from the last gathering of the strongest. She announced her intention to begin with a map. Brunnerg served as the homeland of the sages and formed the very foundation of Tehoku. Akoku, the kingdom of dragons, stood alongside Tushulia and the United Nations of Calvanin, which comprised various other states and smaller territories. These three main powers formed the essential knowledge for him to grasp. Tales of the renowned sage Parmela were shared as well, a figure born in Brunnerg, the magic kingdom. Widely recognized as the leader among humans, Parmela is often hailed as both guardian and trump card. The girl went on to mention that, naturally, another being existed, the one known as the Demon King. According to her, the Demon King claimed the highest position in the world, possibly reigning as the strongest among all. A soft sigh escaped her, then a gentle smile appeared as she admitted uncertainty over whether Mr. or even Xian himself could overcome the Demon King. The boy said nothing, while the girl explained that this silence was the true way to gauge the power of the creature before them. Soon after, she turned to Xian and inquired whether he understood why Denus bore the title of legendary hero. Without pausing for his reply, she continued, revealing that Denus alone succeeded in reaching the Demon King, a feat no one else could accomplish now. A wry smile played on Xian's lips as he let out a sigh, admitting there was no way to be certain when Milia seemed to do nothing but chatter about the Demon King. In his words, being a Demon King amounted to little more than serving as a supreme ruler during one's own era, for the legacy of Demon Kings stretched across tens of thousands of years, rendering the present sovereign as insignificant as a single grain of sand within that vast expanse of history. Wearing a gentle smile, the young man remarked that within their immense world, such things held no real significance. He suggested that somewhere out there, an even more formidable demon lord might exist beyond the current ruler. With a strained smile, she inquired about his intentions. As he began to move ahead, her hand shot out to grip his arm, urging him to halt. If he truly existed, their situation would become dire. Z shrugged off the moment and claimed he was merely mentioning it in passing. A gentle smile crossed his face as he admitted that meeting kind souls like Mila might have made him reconsider his choice to give up on life so readily. With a puzzled expression, the girl stepped back, demanding to know what he meant. A laugh escaped the guy as he brushed it off, assuring her it was nothing worth worrying about and urging her to forget it. He observed that despite all these challenges, humanity had managed to survive. Turning to her, he asked if this was indeed the case. The girl agreed, acknowledging his point, though her eyes revealed lingering uncertainty about his perspective. With a confident smile, the young man advanced and encouraged the heroes to hold fast to their belief in victory and to see their journey through to the very end, just as Melia had once stood by Zion's side. With a playful punch to his shoulder, the girl remarked that he talked far too much for a newcomer. Zion answered her with a sly grin, wanting to know if he had gotten it right. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed through the city. The demons stared ahead in terror, unable to trust what their own eyes revealed. Throughout history, every demon king has forged ahead relentlessly. The common demons trembled with fear and confusion, unable to comprehend why beings of such overwhelming power had appeared in this desolate place. From behind, a voice interrupted, declaring that these figures were the legendary four devil kings. With unwavering confidence, an individual stepped forward and spoke of an ancient era when their world thrived in a completely different way, only for humanity to rise up and bring down those who once stood at the pinnacle of existence. Terror filled the demons as their eyes fell upon the formidable figures before them. Gathered together stood the Devil King, the Amak King, the Rima King, and the Making, an assembly of power that sent shivers through the onlookers. In the distant past, Zion himself once held the title of Demon King. With a graceful bow, the Devil King confessed that they had been anticipating the arrival of the so-called true Demon King for quite some time. A sly grin spread across the boy's face as he inquired when this imposter king had ever summoned the nerve to give them orders. Zan strode ahead, declaring their true status as kings and urging everyone to prove it to the world. With heavy eyelids, Milia stirred in the early morning light and slowly lifted herself from the bed. Dawn had greeted her sooner than she intended. Morning began as the girl entered the bathroom, filling a glass with water that she sipped before splashing her face. Her routine complete, she felt ready to start the day. Dressed in carefully chosen clothes with her hair neatly tied, the girl brimmed with quiet excitement throughout the day. Brilliant blue sky arched over the capital, sunlight washing the streets in golden warmth. Dressed in elegant attire, Melia waited along the bustling avenue, a gentle smile on her lips as she looked out for the person she expected. While she believed she waited calmly for her beloved, her heart thudded in her chest, its rapid pace betraying the depth of her anticipation. Curiosity bubbled within her as she wondered when Zion might appear. Just then, a cheerful voice rang out, recognizing her and calling her name. Nearby, a hand lifted in a friendly wave as someone remarked on her early arrival. A warm smile spread across Amelia's face as she spun to greet the familiar voice. Zion had arrived. With an apologetic grin, he made his way over to her, prompting Amelia to assure him that she hadn't been waiting long at all. Her gentle reply dismissed any worries, claiming she had only just gotten there herself. With a broad grin, Zion expressed how wonderful this was. Millie of Vermilion, brimming with anticipation, prepared for her first-ever date with the man she truly admired. She longed for every moment to unfold perfectly. Side by side, the boys made their way toward a modest stage where an elderly man awaited, gripping a well-worn shovel. With a warm smile, he invited his visitors to form pairs of two. Once everyone had found a partner, the man instructed them to each grab a shovel and head over to the garden beds. Milia glanced at Zion with a puzzled expression, gesturing to the side as curiosity flickered in her eyes. She inquired about the unfamiliar scene before them. Zion responded without hesitation, his tone matter-of-fact, explaining that this was simply the usual contest held among potato lovers. He then turned to her, wondering aloud if there was anything odd about it. A shadow crossed Melius's face as she gazed at him in silence. Kshin settled into his seat, met her eyes, and mentioned that the event seemed to require partners. He added that he was genuinely grateful to have asked her to come with him. Though turmoil churned within her, the girl kept her composure, quietly expressing her understanding and offering thanks to Zion. Inwardly, she berated herself for foolishly trusting someone as unpredictable as her companion. With a steady hand, Zion returned the shovel to her. Her gaze lingered on him as she wondered aloud what made it so remarkable, brushing it off as nothing more than typical village entertainment. Kshin, taken aback, replied with honest confusion, pressing her to explain. He searched her expression, then questioned if she truly had never heard of the renowned Potato Company competition. According to him, these competitions gather the finest sweet potato farmers, each determined to prove their skills in the ultimate showdown. In essence, this place attracts only the titans of the industry. Small-time farmers with barely any so-called potato power would never dare set foot here. Curiosity sparked within her as she wondered aloud what exactly this mysterious potato power referred to. A burst of raucous laughter echoed through the room. Milia's face tightened with irritation as she glanced sharply toward the origin of the noise. In the distance, a group could be heard mocking the foolishness of a boy who dared bring a girl to this place. Towering above the crowd, two men bellowed their warnings, declaring that this competition was no trivial challenge. In their eyes, the hapless newcomers belonged in the cafe, quietly enjoying their parfaits instead of daring to compete. Irritation flickered across Milio's face while Zayan watched the scene in quiet detachment. A new presence entered, footsteps pressing into the earth nearby. Bending down to inspect the soil, the newcomer remarked that the quality of sweet potato digging in the capital had clearly gone downhill. Two men, both wearing glasses and bearing a striking resemblance to one another, stepped forward. One scooped up a handful of earth and announced that, by his calculations, the soil's humidity, temperature, and condition were excellent. His brother, busy with his own calculations, declared with confidence that their chances of victory stood at a full 100%. Awe-filled Kshin as he gazed at them, his legs giving out beneath him from witnessing a display of potato strength beyond anything he had ever known. Dropping to his knees, the boy warned Milia to stay alert, insisting their situation was far more complicated than it appeared. Turning her gaze toward him, the girl asked if he would finally explain what this so-called potato power truly was. With a booming laugh, the man urged the boys to give it their all, challenging them to put up at least a decent fight and spare themselves humiliation. Rising confidently from his knees, Kshin replied that overcoming them would not come easily. With a flourish, the host announced the official start of the 103rd annual potato digging competition. Milia turned to Zion, her eyes filled with confusion, and questioned whether he had truly been serious about participating in such an event. The moment the competition was declared, an intense struggle erupted as both teams threw themselves into the task, pouring all their strength and determination into unearthing as many potatoes as possible. Weariness began to overtake Zion, his steps growing heavier. Just then, relief arrived. A fellow competitor, once an opponent, now reached out to support him. Zayon reached out and clasped his hand, a silent agreement passing between them as their eyes met. Determination shone on both faces, each driven by the same fierce desire to claim victory. After a brief, charged pause, the host signaled the start with a sharp blow of the whistle. The man stepped forward, declaring that the time had come to reveal the winner of the 103rd potato digging competition. All around, a hush settled over the crowd as eager anticipation filled the air. The host declared that Ishtar of Village X and his teammate, Melody Milia, had claimed the top spot in the competition. A wide grin spread across Zion's face as he celebrated their victory, while Milia stood in stunned disbelief at their unexpected triumph. Stepping cautiously onto the low stage, the group found the host waiting patiently. Zion carried an air of quiet pride, his confidence unmistakable, whereas Milia moved stiffly beside him, still reeling from the overwhelming surprise. Smiling warmly, the man announced that Zion and Milia would be presented with the coveted winner's trophy, along with a distinguished, gold-plated CDM as their prize. Shin gazed at the prize with admiration, remarking that only the victor had the right to claim it. Genuine delight filled him at the sight of the legendary sweet potato. He claimed that with his help, artificial selection could reach unprecedented heights. Milia sighed, noting how the man practically radiated excitement. Considering it only cost her a day off, she dismissed it as nothing important. A few lingering specks of dirt clung to her clothes, quickly swept away with a careless hand. In that moment, Zion's voice rang out, calling her name. As she faced him, he spoke of the battle's harshness, admitting he could never have triumphed without her by his side. Gratitude filled his voice as he thanked Melia, telling her how truly grateful he was to have her as his partner. Startled by the gesture, the girl's cheeks tinged pink with embarrassment. After a hesitant pause, she accepted his offered hand, her movements slightly shy and uncertain. A sense of unfamiliar happiness washed over her, leaving her uncertain about what had changed within. The moment shattered, however, as urgent voices echoed through the air and the blare of an alarm broke the calm. Amidst the commotion, a voice rang out, announcing that an unfortunate mishap had soaked the carefully prepared matches meant for the jacket potatoes. Loud cries and frantic shouts filled the competition hall as the contestants realized the fate of their main course hung in the balance. With anxiety etched on his face, the man in glasses declared in a strained voice that any hope of restarting the event had vanished completely. Sensing the wave of panic and disappointment rolling through the crowd, Million turned their way, her voice edged with confusion as she asked what was going on. With a hesitant motion, her hand lifted as she confessed her confusion about the entire situation. Fingertips fluttered softly in the air, revealing her uncertainty. Soon after, flames began to dance in the fire pit. Watching intently, the girl wondered aloud if their efforts would succeed. The crowd erupted with joy, their voices rising as they hailed Milia as a true goddess. Some time passed, and the two of them found themselves seated together on a bench, deep in conversation. Milia gently inquired about how things had taken such a turn, especially after all the care and effort she had poured into preparing for their date. Taking a tentative nibble of his potato, Kshin glanced at Mila, his eyes filled with confusion as he quietly asked her to clarify what sort of date she meant. Uncertainty flickered across the girl's face as she explained there was truly no issue, insisting her original intention had been misunderstood. Zion pondered Melia's suggestion of a date with genuine seriousness. Meanwhile, confusion swept over the girl, leaving her unsure whether his uncertainty was sincere or if he was simply teasing her. A rosy blush colored Melia's cheeks as she admitted it. This was, in fact, a date. She explained that a date meant meeting up with someone you liked and sharing enjoyable moments together. Along with savoring delectable meals, they enjoyed their time together. Zion offered a genuine smile after hearing this and expressed that he was glad to hear it. The girl stared at him, confusion flickering across her face. A radiant grin spread across his face as he announced that this was their very first date. The sight of him left Milia so flustered that a trickle of blood escaped from her nose. Milia Vermilion enjoyed her very first date, which turned out to be a resounding triumph. The thought lingered in her mind, how wonderful it would feel if each day unfolded just like this one. Meanwhile, as their beloved goddess suddenly fainted before their eyes, the men competing in the event exchanged worried glances and quickly summoned a doctor to her side. Thunder rolled through the castle as the Devil King remarked that the messenger she dispatched was now terribly overdue. Gunjar hurried over to the girl perched atop his friend's back, announcing his arrival. With a scrutinizing glance, the Devil King remarked that the girl seemed to be staying with a family gifted in magic, yet was clearly puzzled by their inability to even offer a proper cup of tea. Fury trembled through Gangar, yet he managed to offer her an apology for having kept her waiting. The demon dismissed everyone around them as utterly devoid of talent. With a sly smirk, she inquired whether the demon went by the name Gungar. Declaring that she had nothing more interesting to occupy her time, she suggested they make the most of the situation and enjoy themselves. This impertinent attitude only fueled the demon's growing irritation. Unable to turn her down, he told himself to simply bear it, resigning to accept this kind of treatment. Sukha stepped forward, suggesting to the demon queen that if boredom truly plagued her and she lacked purpose, then perhaps a visit to Nagaraja would be worthwhile. With a weary sigh, Sakabachi inquired about the meaning, then admitted that his inscrutable nature left her utterly exasperated. A broad grin spread across her face as she pointed out that if they both walked away, nobody would be able to receive their messages. With a playful tilt of her head, she inquired where her logic might have faltered. The girl gazed at her in silence for a moment before inquiring about the news she mentioned. The Demon King responded that the answer should have been clear. Meanwhile, within the empire, Naga Rajastu kept his eyes fixed elsewhere, deliberately ignoring his adversary who floated above him in the sky. The demon boasted of his power, claiming he could single-handedly reduce them all to dust. Meanwhile, great sage Parmela, the hero who ranked second, stood before him with blood trickling down. The demons advanced at a measured pace, expressing that from the instant they learned the mightiest hero possessed goodness, a sense of anticipation stirred within them. Drawing nearer, he bore down on the hero, pinning him helplessly to the ground with sheer force. Expressing deep disappointment, he declared how let down he felt. Blood bubbled from the hero's lips as he lay powerless beneath the crushing weight. Nagaraja stepped in, closing the distance as he spoke. If the sage truly embraced the path of a warrior, she must accept his strength with dignity. Forcing herself upright despite aching limbs, the girl recognized just how overwhelming his power felt. Only the formidable presence of the Demon King seemed a worthy comparison. Rising from the ground with her staff in hand, the girl offered an apology. She admitted her reputation for unyielding stubbornness and mused that the wiser choice might be to save her strength for the coming confrontation with the king. Still, for his sake, she was willing to make an exception. In that instant, a colossal comet blazed across the sky above them, a manifestation of forbidden magic known as meteor fall. Facing imminent danger, the girl declared that if her life ended, his would as well. Nagaraja nodded in understanding, acknowledging the point, but insisted he had his own reasons. With determination in his eyes, he tightened his fist and declared that he stood by what he had said. Without wasting a moment, the demon gathered his arsenal. He reached first for the magic sword, then swiftly claimed the holy sword. Next, the heavenly sword found its place in his grasp, and finally, he secured the divine sword. Raising his armed forearms, the demon proclaimed that each of his numerous swords would come together, forging one unstoppable weapon. Without hesitation, he unleashed the Nagaraju technique, launching every arm into the Merain meteor slash. In the blink of an eye, the sage's formidable attack shattered into countless fragments. Quietly observing the spectacle, she found herself at a loss for words. He reminded her that his earlier warning had already been given. Letting his sword drop, he expressed his deep disappointment in the outcome of their clash. The girl's eyes shifted just an instant before her head slipped from her shoulders, her life quietly departing from her body. Gripping her hair, the demon raised her head and remarked that soiling his hands on her had been pointless. Studying her lifeless face, he pondered whether this was truly the hero reputed to be the second strongest. The declining strength of the locals did not escape his notice either. Nagaraja realized it was pointless to linger any longer. It was time to begin tearing this world apart and then set their sights on the next realm to bring to ruin. Milia glanced over at Zayn in shock, curiosity flickering in her eyes as she asked for clarification about his mention of his parents visiting. Her surprise lingered in the air, evident on her face. Milia fixed her gaze on the young man, patiently awaiting his response. Zayn replied with quiet composure, confirming that events were unfolding just as he had described and that their arrival was imminent. He added that his parents were truly eager to explore the famous landmarks of the capital. Shock washed over the girl as she let out a sharp cry, demanding to know if he truly meant it. Her curiosity burned, pressing him on why he hadn't mentioned anything even a moment sooner. With a puzzled expression, Zayn turned to the girl and asked the reason behind her curiosity about his parents' visit. Tension ran through the girl as she considered the situation. Clearly, this meeting was meant to introduce her to his parents. Although the reason seemed obvious, embarrassment kept her from saying it aloud. Smiling unexpectedly, Z expressed a desire to witness firsthand how their son was coping with the responsibilities of being hailed as a hero. Selecting a tidy pair, he remarked that handling them was irrelevant, as he had no intention of putting on any sort of heroic display. Fixing his gaze on the pair, he reminded them once again that he was not suited to serve as an assistant for Melia or anyone else nearby. The girl studied him intently and softly inquired if those were truly his feelings. Admitting she couldn't completely grasp his feelings about himself, Melia still acknowledged that he had truly grown into a remarkable hero. Hearing her words, the young man gazed at Melia with newfound admiration. While the girl pondered how to offer proof of her sincerity, a group of children dashed over, their arrival drawing everyone's attention. Eyes fixed on Zayn, the boy cautiously inquired if he truly bore the name everyone whispered about. Beside him, the girl gazed in awe, her voice trembling with excitement as she acknowledged Zion as the third most formidable hero in the rankings. Tension ran high among the children, their nerves on edge. With a puzzled expression, the boy studied them, hesitated for a moment, then confirmed that it was all true. He introduced himself as Zion. At the sound of his name, joy lit up the children's faces and they exchanged delighted glances. Joy lit up their faces as the real Zion appeared before them. The young boy eagerly proclaimed his deep admiration, while his little sister chimed in with heartfelt support. Close by, a young girl nodded enthusiastically, expressing her agreement without words. With a gentle smile, Melia watched the joyful children and inquired why they had chosen not to shake hands with the third most powerful hero. Amazement flickered in the boy's eyes as he gazed at the hand Zion nervously offered. Excitement welled up inside him, realizing that only moments ago, this hand had gripped a weapon. Filled with joy, the girl called out, eager for her own turn to shake Zion's hand after the boy. The children, delighted to have shaken his hand, dashed away with bright smiles, while Zion and Melia waved farewell to them, warmth in their expressions. Zion met her gaze with a calm expression, barely flinching when the news reached him. An awkward smile crept onto his face as he tried to laugh off the moment, insisting that everything was a misunderstanding and he was simply caught off guard. Hearing this claim and realizing it was the first time anyone had said something like this to him, the girl couldn't help but express her surprise and pressed him for the truth. While Milia spoke warmly of heroes celebrated for their extraordinary strength, Zayron glanced down at his own hand, lost in quiet contemplation. In that instant, Zayn's mind drifted back to the days when he reigned from the Demon King's throne. Beside him, Zabel had once remarked that simple admiration could never truly satisfy his master's ambitions. The demon recounted how Zehin's strength inspired true awe within their ranks, fostering a deep and abiding respect. According to him, everything had unfolded this way because none among them could step into the role of the demon lord. In that moment, Zion simply listened in quiet silence. While basking in the warmth of Milia's admiration, a hint of pride flickered inside him. Milia's sudden clap snapped him from his thoughts as she reminded him they still needed to get ready for the arrival of his distinguished parents. The young man hesitated for a heartbeat, his mind briefly muddled, but then nodded in agreement. Milius expressed her admiration, insisting that making the finest first impression was a duty for any future daughter-in-law. Meanwhile, Zion gazed at her in confusion, unable to comprehend why she continued referring to herself as his daughter-in-law. Lost in a world of her own imagination, the girl drifted far from reality. The spell broke when an unfamiliar voice announced the arrival of the boys. Zion and Milia swiftly turned toward the direction of the voice. Sister Noel and Pero Darkness advanced with tense expressions etched across their faces. The girl quickly warned the boys that they faced serious trouble. Leaning forward to regain her breath, Sister Noel appeared pale and shaken. Milia, her voice tinged with concern, asked if something was wrong. Both of them looked as if an illness had overtaken them. Straightening abruptly, Noel declared in a firm voice that they faced an urgent crisis. Without hesitation, she reported that the mighty Brunelag Empire had been utterly annihilated by the enemy, its lands reduced to nothing but ruins. Milia protested, insisting it was impossible since one of the mightiest heroes was already sealed within the Brunnar egg. Without warning, the girl's face lost all color as she hesitantly questioned whether she was correct in believing Parmela should be present. Sister Noel, clearly uncomfortable, lowered her gaze and quietly admitted that in truth. Continuing, she remarked that, based on what they had learned so far, Mrs. Parmel had likewise met a tragic and harsh end. Milia's voice trembled as she described how dreadful the situation had become. The strength of their adversary left her wondering just what kind of formidable opponent they might be up against. Zion turned to Sister Noel, curiosity in his gaze, and inquired whether this could truly be the same Parmela who held the impressive second rank. Milia's disbelief spilled over as she insisted that such a misfortune could never befall Parmela, the woman responsible for overseeing the Brunner egg. Without a moment's hesitation, Milia hurriedly inquired about Mr. Sister Noel's whereabouts, her voice laced with panic. Calmly but swiftly, she was told that he had departed for a country neighboring the empire. With determination flashing in her eyes, the girl tightened her fist and declared that if Brunelag was lost, they couldn't afford to linger a moment more. Milia spun around and promptly called out to Zion. She urged the boy to get ready for battle immediately. With unwavering resolve, Zayon directed his gaze straight at the sky, outright rejecting her command. Bewildered, Melia pressed him for an explanation, unable to grasp how he could possibly turn it down. Overhead, curious faces began to tilt upward, drawn by the commotion. Melia glanced upward, as Z calmly explained that they already had commitments to attend to right where they were. Gentle ripples of sound floated through the air, gradually deepening into a somber tone. Bit by bit, the outline of a mysterious object soaring above the city emerged from the gloom. Alarmed citizens looked skyward, their voices anxious as they wondered about the strange visitor overhead. Astonishment washed over Milia, mirroring the bewilderment of those around her. The sudden appearance of this mysterious object defied her understanding. Amidst the vast expanse of the sea, a demon aboard a grand ship roared with laughter, proclaiming that everything unfolding was simply marvelous. With a sweeping gesture, he urged the gathered crowd to pay close attention, for he was about to unveil his treasured invention. Known as the Fourth Demon General, Eritor Goblin sharpened his focus and declared with a booming voice that this disguise was flawless for infiltrating enemy territory. With a gesture toward Gungar, who was straining at the pedals, the demon explained that they, too, possessed a unique, high-performance magical device aboard their vessel. He described it as truly remarkable. Sweat beaded on Gungar's brow as he puzzled over the reasons behind his selection for the job. Meanwhile, Eritor Goblin grinned from ear to ear, eagerly revealing that this was not just any project, but an extraordinary and truly remarkable undertaking. A sudden voice cut through the air, informing the group that they could, in fact, be of use. Sukabachi's eyes sparkled with curiosity as he glanced around, eager to see who had spoken. The Demon Queen smiled, remarking that while this world was far from perfect, they might as well lay it to waste and move on to the next. In a quiet voice, Nagaraja confessed his boredom, suggesting they find a quicker way to finish things. Eritreus's confusion was clear as he caught sight of them. Milia's face lost all color, and she turned to Zion, her voice barely above a whisper as she wondered if this truly was the same Eritreus. Zion gave a silent nod, his eyes growing sharper as he insisted that another presence was there in addition to Eritreus. In the midst of chaos, Sister Noah devoted herself to guiding the villagers to safety. Her voice rang out across the square, urging everyone to flee. All around her, people scattered in panic, racing to escape danger. Out of nowhere, several brilliant flashes lit up the sky above the enemy vessel, swiftly taking shape as two demons who plummeted toward the earth at breakneck speed. The group crashed down, shattering the tiles beneath them as they landed. Zayon, Melia, Noel, and Paradarkness watched in stunned disbelief at the unfolding scene. From the dissipating cloud of dust, two imposing demons stepped forward. The girl calmly noted that the true threat was still close, their gentle, deer-like, and somewhat feeble heroes. The Demon King of Menace, bearer of the divine sword Nagaraja, advised her not to taunt their foes, explaining that such behavior hardly became her. In response, the Demon Queen of Evil, known for her fondness for drink, Sukubachi, released a sigh and suggested he not take things so gravely. Lichterfinger described the girl and her companions as insignificant foes, convinced they would crumble beneath even a fraction of true power. In that moment, a genuine and chilling fear swept over the boys as an ominous energy radiated from their foes. Milia searched for an explanation, striving to grasp the source of the deadly aura surrounding these fearsome creatures. A wave of fear washed over the girl, her face draining of color as the reality of their peril became clear. Without hesitation, Zion calmly instructed Milia to step back and distance herself from the danger. With a chilling tone, the guy remarked that these two unfortunate souls possessed power nearly equal to that of the Demon King. At Zion's mention of the Demon Kings, Milia paused, her eyes narrowing. She asked if he truly meant to call them losers. A small sigh escaped Sukubachi, yet a hint of relief flickered in his expression as he remarked that, at the very least, someone here possessed enough sense to grasp the situation. A sorrowful smile crossed her face as she admitted there were more than just the two of them. Meeting his gaze, she revealed the truth, 4 people in total. In the neighboring state of Brunnelig, a heavy silence hung in the air. Alba, accompanied by Mr. and Ruby, stood their ground against a formidable foe. Raising her voice, Alba demanded to know what awaited them just ahead. Drawing in a deliberate breath, the demon regarded his adversaries as Mr. stood nearby, tense and alert. He remarked that the small creature possessed an unusual quality. With a casual wave of her hand, Hesitsuka, the Ice Empress and Demon Queen of the Void, dismissed these concerns as mere trifles, urging swift destruction. By her side stood Rayagudra Seal, the formidable Demon Dragon King, exuding quiet strength. Once this battle concluded, she suggested they should waste no time before moving on to the next world. The demon replied indifferently, insisting only the true Demon Lord was worthy of their notice. A soft chuckle escaped Nagaraja as he remarked that the moment had come to end their journey across this world. Advancing a few steps, he informed Sukubachi that the others would be in her care, while he intended to deal with the man standing nearby. With a steady hand, he gestured toward Zion. The demon, radiating malice, informed the man that he seemed like an ideal opponent for his imposing longboard swords. In one swift motion, he unsheathed all four of his swords, expressing a fervent wish that this opponent might finally satisfy his hunger for battle, if only just a bit. Shin's nerves tightened as he eyed the formidable figure before him. With a hint of offense in her sigh, Tsukubachi conceded, explaining that she only agreed because he'd specifically asked. She confessed that moments like this made her reluctant to work with him in the first place. Without hesitation, she extended her arms, conjuring a deep, shadowy burst of energy. A graceful sweep of her hands unleashed her skill, weaving together darkness and searing heat. In the aftermath of the attack, Sister Noelle and Paradarkness charged forward, determined to prevent the girl from laying waste to the city. Energy gathering in her clenched fist, Sister Noelle fixed Tsukubachi with a steely gaze and declared with cold resolve their intent to bring her down. With precision, she unleashed her signature technique, a powerful blow aimed at the solar plexus. In the aftermath, Tsukubachi was sent hurtling backward, offering no reaction to the formidable assault. Zion caught sight of their actions and called out, urging them to halt, warning that such powerful demons would not fall so quickly. While Milia spoke, she unexpectedly lifted her hands and planted a gentle kiss on the boy's cheek. Zion's eyes widened in astonishment. Milia reassured him, expressing her deep understanding of his concern for them, but reminded him not to forget they were heroes in their own right. Shin glanced at Melia, uncertainty flickering in his eyes. Meanwhile, Tsukubachi reached out and gently clasped Sister Noelle's hand, her tone thick with exaggerated remorse as she offered her apologies. Horror gripped Noelle as she realized her assault had left no mark. Staring at the demon, she saw it stood untouched, completely unfazed by her efforts. With a smug grin, Tsukubachi hoisted Sister Noelle effortlessly into the air, meeting her gaze. Calmly, she declared that neither magic nor straightforward physical blows from the front could bring about her defeat. The Demon King's gaze shifted abruptly, drawn to the side where Amelia stood, her eyes blazing with anger as she gripped a sword wreathed in flames. Determination filled her mind. Her priority now was to lure the demon away from Zion, even if only for a short while. With swift precision, Milia unleashed her signature super move, a strike so powerful it sliced cleanly through solid matter. Relentlessly, the girl unleashed a flurry of strikes, determined not to allow Tsukubachi a single moment to catch his breath. Driven by the belief that every action served Zion's best interests, she relentlessly pushed the other away, determined not to let defeat catch up with her in this struggle. Attack followed attack, her movements relentless as she braced herself for the possibility of death, certain that at the very least, her efforts would grant Zion enough time to defeat the monster fixated on him. Zion shouted Melia's name in desperation, his fear for her safety evident. In the midst of the chaos, the demon he battled interjected coldly, noting how deeply the girl placed her trust in Zion. With a cold gaze fixed on Milia, Nagaraja dismissed her as nothing more than a pitiful girl. He coolly inquired whether she truly believed Zion possessed the strength to conquer him alone. Eyes fixed on the boy, he remarked that events had unfolded just as he expected, blaming the stubborn self-assurance of the townsfolk. Growing weary of such talk, Zion requested Nagaraja to remain silent for a moment. Confusion clouded Zion's mind, for in the past, he had only ever wished to meet people like Nagaraja or Tsukubachi. Thoughts of Milia lingered in his mind as he admitted he couldn't quite grasp where these new emotions had arisen from or what exactly they stirred within him. Yet amidst the pressing situation, there was simply no time to dwell on such mysteries. Fixing his gaze on Nagaraja, he urged the mysterious Demon King to make his move without delay. Clenching his fists, Zehen admitted in a tense, furious voice that his nerves were on edge. With a look of deep determination, Saiyan drew energy around himself, letting it swirl and shimmer along his frame. Watching closely, Nagaraja remarked on the impressive display. Demon King, observing the scene, questioned Saiyan's resolve, wondering aloud if he was truly prepared to push himself that far. Bloodshot eyes blazing with excitement, Nagaraj raised his voice, declaring the situation had taken an intriguing turn. Casting an appraising glance at the young man before him, the demon remarked that encountering such a moment made all the journeys across countless worlds worthwhile. With a spark of excitement in his eyes, Nagaraja declared that battling formidable foes always brought him joy. He spoke eagerly, convinced that the man embodied such strength. A deep longing filled him, hoping the boy would satisfy his craving for a true contest. A faint smile flickered across Xion's lips as he let out a quiet sigh. Nagaraja leveled his sword at the boy, his tone sharp as he inquired about the cause of his distress. The Demon King silently wished the boy would not utter words of surrender. With a gentle smile, Kshin tightened his fists and assured them he had nothing of the sort in mind. A distant memory of someone simply drifted into his thoughts. Facing Nagaraja, the boy spoke, his voice steady, declaring he understood the Demon King's motives. Zan moved steadily in Nagaraja's direction, his voice echoing the same complaint about the tediousness of it all, the words tumbling from his lips in a continuous, weary refrain. With unwavering confidence, he strode directly toward the demon, insisting that it was merely a bore. At the same time, Zion turned to Nagaraja, inquiring whether he wished to test his true power against a worthy opponent. With determination in her eyes, Kshin stood directly before the Demon King and calmly declared that destroying the entire world over this was simply unthinkable. In the following instant, Nagaraja let out a startled cry, his eyes growing wide with astonishment. Kshin unleashed a devastating attack he named the Demon King's Punch, directing it squarely at Nagaraja. The Demon King reeled in surprise, unable to comprehend the nature of the strike. With a solemn gaze fixed on Nagaraja, Zan acknowledged his royal status. The boy casually swung his fist, declaring that to him, a single blow meant very little. Zion promised to offer nothing less than first-class service for this very reason. Without hesitation, he unleashed a rapid barrage of strikes against the Demon King. The Demon King's form swiftly crumbled into fragments. Stunned, he stared in disbelief. The young man commented that if the demon had yearned for a battle until his final breath, then he should find satisfaction in this moment. With those words, the young man readied himself for another strike. Zion met Nagaraja's gaze and declared that he had no intention of restraining himself. On a quiet afternoon, members of a powerful magical family descended upon the village of Melia, launching a sudden and merciless attack. Suddenly, terror swept through the crowd as piercing screams echoed in every direction. Danger hung over the girl and her mother, their lives hanging by a thread. At that moment, a heroine emerged, her cloak billowing behind her as she rushed with unwavering determination to their aid. Melia lay sprawled on the ground, her body battered and each breath coming in ragged gasps. Stepping closer, Sakabachi remarked that, for a brief moment, she had actually been surprised by the girl's resilience. Sakabachi's lips curled into a small smile as she watched the girl's futile efforts. Despite her persistent struggles, every attempt ended in failure, and Sakabachi gently remarked that Melia had truly given it her all. Casting her gaze over Sister Knoll and Paradarkness, the demoness remarked that the slightest touch from her had left them completely immobilized. In this land, she observed, humans possessed little strength and stood powerless against her. With a forceful kick, Sakabachi launched Melia aside, declaring her intent to crush the girl against the wall. The demoness remarked that this would be far more entertaining for her. Melia suddenly cut her off, asserting that she wasn't as feeble a hero as the demoness seemed to think. Gathering her strength, she channeled energy into her wound and declared her place among the top 100 strongest. Memories surfaced for Melia, bringing back the moment when she swiftly surpassed the person she had once looked up to with such admiration. The girl's wound began to mend, yet she quietly insisted that things were not as they seemed. Rising gracefully, Melia declared that it made no difference to her. Sukabachi's eyes widened in astonishment as she considered the possibility that the girl might have been burned by the flames. With a note of concern, she inquired about what the girl truly meant. With unwavering resolve, Melia fixed her gaze on the demoness and declared herself a hero. She extended her finger in challenge, boldly proclaiming her opponent's defeat was certain. Those were the confident words of a true heroine. Sukubachi's jaw dropped in astonishment before a booming laugh burst from her lips. With a wide grin, she told the girl to stop being so amusing. Her gaze settled on Melia, who stood firm and unmoving before her, and she inquired whether the girl truly meant what she said. With a sharp flick of her wrist, the Demon Queen barked out orders, commanding the girl to fabricate a story, though not to take the deception too far, her tone laced with disdain as she referred to her as a mere human female. Sugabachi, her voice laced with anger, demanded that Melia reveal who she believed the demoness to be. In that moment, flames unexpectedly flickered into view. Wielding the fire dragon summoning sword, Melia conjured an enormous blaze that roared to life before her. The demoness wore a bewildered look as she realized the girl had grown far more powerful than before. Slowly, she ran her tongue across her lips and offered a quiet apology. A mysterious mark surfaced on the Demon Queen's skin as Sukabachi unleashed the forbidden breathing technique of the magic temple. With a confident smile, Sukubachi, the Demon Queen, spread her arms wide and declared that any magical or physical attack directed at her would be absorbed and transformed into her strength. With a wide, confident smile, she announced the girl was indeed human. The demon continued, insisting the girl stood no chance against her, the Queen of Demons. At that very instant, Melia prepared to strike at Sukubachi. Melia revealed that someone held a special place in her heart. This revelation startled the demoness, leaving her momentarily at a loss for words. Melia strode up to Sukubachi with unwavering confidence, expressing her desire to continue their conversation and share many more thoughts with him. Gazing downward, she quietly spoke of the possibility that her dreams could one day become reality. Desperation etched across her features, Amelia shouted out that she didn't want it. Drawing upon Milia Vermilion's divine flame technique, the girl unleashed a searing attack against the demoness Sukubachi. Astonishment flickered across the demon queen's face as she watched the girl unleash another burst of flames. Recklessness, she thought, ruled the girl's actions, a dangerous path that would soon lead to scorched flesh and inevitable collapse. With wild abandon, Nilia shouted that the words of praise were meant for her. The thought filled the girl's dreams, where she released a quiet, contented sigh. Closing her eyes, she cried out, declaring that this world belonged to everyone, not just herself. She promised to stand as his protector. In a sudden wave of panic, Tsukubachi reached out to halt the girl. Disbelief flooded her face, her eyes growing wide as the reality of the moment struck her. Melia summoned the blinding brilliance of the divine fire spheres, their radiance so intense that Sakabachi mistook it for the sun itself. A powerful scream erupted from Melia, while the demoness clenched her teeth in frustration. Outraged, the demon queen demanded to know whether the girl dared to mock her. Tsukubachi flung her arms wide, her voice ringing out as she accused a human woman of causing this. Melia stood frozen in disbelief, her eyes fixed on the sight of the demoness being devoured by roaring flames. The demon queen's entire form stiffened as scorching flames invaded her body, forcing a cry of pain from her lips. Turning to Melia, Sakabachi inquired whether the girl truly possessed the strength to wound the demon queen. She mentioned that the last occasion she felt such exhaustion was during a battle with a demon lord. Exhaustion weighed heavily on both girls, leaving them barely able to stand. With unwavering confidence, the demoness declared her inevitable victory. With a weary voice, she confessed that her body was breaking down. Turning to Melia, she declared her intention to return all of her magical power. Melia struggled to catch her breath, aware of the steep price she had just paid for her welcome. The demoness chuckled, clearly convinced the girl recognized the toll it had taken. Tsukubachi leveled a slender finger at the heroine, a sly smile curving her lips as she declared her nothing more than a powerless human woman. Melia struggled to remain upright, forced to endure the demon queen's assertion that victory would always be out of the girl's reach. Out of nowhere, a voice pointed out that the girl was not by herself. In the blink of an eye, Trishman launched an assault on the demoness, his movements weaving the ancient art of the 7 stars of divine light. Startled, the demoness whipped around to face the boy, disbelief flickering in her eyes. Melia, caught off guard, called to Strishman, the master of the night, her voice edged with surprise. Meeting her gaze, Strishman answered with an easy smile, quietly hinting that he was not alone in this. In that instant, the demon queen was struck through by the magic bullet technique, known as the Demon Slayer. Tsukubachi glanced around cautiously, searching for the source of the attack. Meanwhile, Daimade perched on a tree behind her, grinning widely. Yusha Trishman cried out, warning that there would be no time for her to regain strength or harness any power. This moment was their sole opportunity. With determination swelling inside him, the young man resolved to channel every ounce of himself into this one decisive strike. Drawing upon the 7 stars divine light technique once more, he unleashed its power and pierced straight through the demon queen. Tsukubachi, her strength nearly spent, shouted at those around her, demanding to know if they were mocking her. With fury in her eyes, the demoness plunged into the shadows, hurling insults about their incompetence and scoffing at any chance they might have had to stand against her. Yusha Trishman stood frozen in shock, completely caught off guard by this sudden assault. The young man lifted his sword, only to be interrupted as an unexpected assailant struck the demoness from the side, throwing her into disarray. Annoyance flashed across her face as she spun around, only to find herself confronted by Darkness Feather and her sister Knoll launching an assault. Tsukubachi's voice rose in sharp reprimand, echoing through the air as she chastised them. Melia explained that the demoness possessed such formidable power because she was none other than a demon queen, then quietly tacked on another remark. Melia stood firm, clutching her sword as she spoke of heroism. She explained that the fate of the world rested on their shoulders, and that to defend it, others had given everything, going beyond her own abilities. Resolute and unwavering, the heroine raised her sword, declaring her resolve not to be defeated by the demon as she launched into swift, confident swings. Tsukubachi attempted to protest against the humans, yet all that escaped her lips were curses. In that same instant, Melia charged forward, launching her attack. With swift determination, the girl struck with pinpoint accuracy, inflicting a grievous wound on the demoness and sending her crashing to her knees. Watching the scene unfold, Melia found herself contemplating whether she was witnessing a reflection of her former self. Confidence lit up the girl's eyes as she battled, certain that she had finally become the kind of hero who could rescue others. In the midst of the fierce clash, Demon King Nagarasha and Zayn battled relentlessly, neither willing to surrender an inch. With unwavering determination, Zayan delivered a mighty strike against his formidable foe. Nagaraja recoiled and prepared to launch a counterattack, yet the boy calmly intercepted the blow with his hand, deflecting it with little effort. Zayan's hand clashed with the demon's weapon, the sound echoing through the battlefield. The Demon King, watching intently, remarked on the hero's remarkable abilities. Fixing his gaze on Zayan, he remarked that an ordinary human body could endure only a short while against his power. Surveying Zayan intently, the Demon King admitted he had never encountered an adversary so closely matched in power in any realm. Zayan and the demon sprang apart in a flash. A faint frown crossed the young man's face as he shook out his sore hand, noticing how the demon appeared to be holding back, not unleashing its true power in the fight. Zayan offered an apology to the Demon King, explaining that he had simply been caught up in the thrill of their fight. This admission brought a flicker of surprise to Nagaraja's usually implacable expression. Facing the demon, the boy declared his refusal to tolerate his obsessions any longer. Amused, Nagaraja chuckled and dismissed the boy's words. The demon inquired about the young man's emotions, curiosity glinting in his eyes. Zayan met his gaze, studying him carefully, searching for any hint of understanding. With a piercing gaze fixed on Zayan, Nagaraja claimed he could see deep within the boy. There, he recognized a spirit desperate to be shattered. The demon studied the boy, remarking on the overwhelming power he sensed, far beyond what any human should possess. He declared that the boy embodied violence itself. Facing this accusation, Zayan planted himself firmly, his fists tightly clenched, refusing to back down. The boy stiffened, a hint of anxiety flickering in his eyes, while Nagaraja chuckled and wondered aloud if he had struck a nerve. The Demon King remarked that such things truly mattered, particularly for those who relied on simple brute strength. With a grave tone, Nagaraja expressed that striving wholeheartedly to overcome the demon was entirely justified. Zayan fixed his gaze on the demon before him, searching for the meaning behind its words. Nagaraja raised his voice, echoing the boy's own words in an attempt to push him further. As he did, the earth beneath his feet started to give way. The attack caught Kshin off guard, shock etching across his face as he tumbled downward. Rubble settled over him, pinning him beneath the debris. Struggling to break free, Kshin could faintly hear the demon speaking in cryptic tones, musing aloud that for such an incredibly strong man, Kshin seemed to be holding back his true power. Weapon in hand, the Demon King declared that no human or demon truly desired to hoard all the power for themselves. No rival seemed strong enough to push him to his absolute limits. He turned to the guy and asked if that was true. With a dramatic sweep of his arms, the Demon King bellowed a command for Kshin to celebrate, promising to unleash every ounce of his power. In response, Kshin maintained a composed expression and quietly readied himself for the impending attack. A technique from the heavenly sword, capable of slicing through even divine truth, struck at the boy. Zayan raised his hands and managed to block the attack, enduring its force. A faint tension gripped him when the demon's sword slipped through his body. With genuine surprise, Nagaraja questioned the man, wondering aloud if he possessed the ability to block even this. With another fierce swing, the Demon King declared his battle far from over. Zayan swiftly locked eyes on the incoming strike, ready for whatever came next. Spinning on his heel, Kshin met the incoming strike from the demonic sword, king-cutting technique, catching the deadly blade on his clenched fist. At that moment from the opposite side, another holy sword strike swept through the man, effortlessly severing every head in its path. Zan's eyes widened in shock as a sword cut into him from the side. Nagarajak declared with cold certainty that this strike would be the final one. With the sword of the gods poised for the final strike, the Demon King delivered the last in a relentless barrage of attacks. Zayan stood frozen in disbelief, utterly stunned by the ferocity of the assault. Motionless on the ground, the boy showed no signs of life. Standing before him, Nagaraja remarked that acquiring the swords from their temple in the multi-layered world had truly been worthwhile. With his gaze fixed on the boy, he declared that everything had ended. The Demon King questioned whether his own power truly surpassed that of the other 4 Demon Kings. With a nod of respect for the battle just fought, Nagaraja turned his back on the boy lying motionless on the ground. A quiet remark slipped from his lips, acknowledging the effort. The fight was over, and the boy could no longer hear a word he said. But then, a sudden movement behind him made Nagaraja whirl around, caught off guard. With labored breaths, Kshin faced him directly and questioned the demon, curious about the cause of his apparent astonishment. Nagaraja firmly insisted this was impossible. According to him, enduring those last 4 strikes was something only a demon lord could accomplish. Kshin struggled to remain upright, his legs trembling beneath him. Nagaraja's eyes widened with surprise as he surveyed the battered boy. The Demon King voiced his disbelief, questioning how Kshin could possibly endure such punishment. Unable to hide his confusion, he demanded to know whether Kshin was truly human. Hunched over and silent, the young man fixed his gaze on the ground. The weight of his predicament pressed heavily on his mind, convincing him that everything had turned into a disaster. Zion's gaze grew distant as he realized the demon had no idea this was merely a fraction of his true strength. With a solemn gaze fixed on the demon, the young man reflected that he had never unleashed his full power in a battle before. With pleasure in his voice, Nagaraja questioned the boy, wanting to know if he truly meant to go through with their fight. Fixing him with a steady gaze, the boy replied in all seriousness that his mind was made up. With a casual wave of his hand, the Demon King announced his intention to alter his strategy in light of the new circumstances. Panic etched across his face, Zion sprang forward, demanding to know what scheme Nagaraja was plotting. In that instant, Nagaraja unleashed a powerful blow with his hand, tearing through the city and reducing part of it to rubble along the path of his strike. Casting anxious glances all around, the boy could not hide his unease. The Demon King offered calm reassurance, urging him to set aside his worries. Nagaraja observed the boy intently and explained that the residents of these homes had already escaped. With the tip of his second sword aimed squarely at Zion, he warned that there would be no chance to evade his next strike. With a sweeping motion, the Demon King Nagaraja unleashed another mighty blow, sending a powerful shockwave rippling through the air. The force struck Zayn, knocking him clear off his feet. A wave of unhappiness washed over the young man as he understood the demon's true intent. The creature's sights were set not on him, but on the entire city. Nagarajas lingered in place, admitting that such actions were rare for him, yet he was willing to do anything to witness his opponent unleash complete power. With a swift motion, the demon swept his hand through the air, signaling the start of his assault. Once more, his powerful strike tore through a section of the city. Certain that the townspeople meant everything to the hero, he gestured toward them. Kshin followed the direction of the demon's outstretched finger. Amid the scattered debris, a little boy and girl huddled close together, their faces pale with fear as chaos unfolded around them. In a swift motion, Nagaraja advanced toward the group, his voice laced with threats as he warned the children he would not hold back his anger. Fixing his wild gaze on the boy, he taunted him to show just how serious he could become. Nagaraja materialized before the terrified children, weapon raised in a menacing arc. Suddenly, Zion stepped forward, intercepting the strike with his own body. The Demon King stared in astonishment at this unexpected self-sacrifice, finding it hard to comprehend the boy's apparent foolishness. Curiosity mixed with concern as he inquired about the boy's decision to put himself in harm's way, all while Zion watched him closely, struggling to catch his breath. Glancing back at the children, the boy gently asked if everyone was all right. Eyes brimming with tears, he softly called out for Zion. The boy hurried to apologize, admitting that they were to blame. Zion offered a gentle smile and reassured them, telling them it was nothing to be concerned about. Gazing down, the demon dismissed the boy's injury as nothing more than a mortal wound. With a look of boredom, Nagaraja pulled his sword free from the boy's body and declared the encounter utterly dull. Bewilderment washed over the boy's face as he tried to grasp what had just happened. With a measuring gaze, the Demon King studied the boy before him, remarking that setting terms of battle with someone so foolish seemed impossible. Meanwhile, Nagaraja turned to the injured boy at his feet, questioning what he had truly gained by rescuing those children. The Demon King warned that if the boy lost his life, destruction would soon claim the children, and afterward, the entire world would follow. Nagaraja fixed his gaze on the boy, his eyes searching for any hint of hesitation as he questioned whether the boy truly wished to witness the world's end. With unwavering confidence, Zion met the demon's gaze and calmly replied that perhaps things truly were as they seemed. Gazing solemnly at the blood smeared across his palm, the young man murmured that human beings remain a mystery, their nature elusive and hard to comprehend. Memories of his acquaintances drifted through his mind, individuals who balanced clear-headed logic with unwavering devotion to their passions. Yet, he acknowledged, within their ranks lingered a handful of misguided fools. Zion tightened his fist, admitting that humans are anything but perfect. Lifting his head, a faint smile curved his lips as he acknowledged that imperfection defines what they truly are. With a doubtful gaze, the Demon King studied the boy, struggling to grasp his intentions. He wondered aloud whether leaving the others behind or letting them perish might not have been the simpler path. Eyes gently shut and a smile lingering on his lips, Zan calmly refused, declaring it was something he could not do. Unwavering, he strode toward the demon, announcing himself as a hero. Tears welled up in the eyes of the young boy and girl as they gazed at the man. Their voices rang out, filled with hope, urging him to claim victory. Zion stepped forward, closing the distance between himself and the Demon King. facing one another, their gazes locked in silent understanding. Zion flashed a confident smile and explained that, since the demon was so curious about his reasons for intervening, he would offer a demonstration. With determination in his eyes, he tightened his fist and readied himself to strike. In the blink of an eye, Zion unleashed a devastating strike that hurled Nagaraja backward. Stunned, Nagaraja's eyes snapped open as he tried to make sense of what had just happened, his gaze fixed forward in disbelief. With blood trickling down his side, Nagaraja let out a low, strained chuckle. A cold shiver ran through him as he admitted the experience was truly terrifying. Yet somewhere between the pain and the thrill, he found a strange satisfaction in finally glimpsing the boy's true, unyielding nature. Beside him, Zion struggled to catch his breath, his chest rising and falling rapidly. The demon spoke on, admitting that even with the countless people who inhabited this world, certain truths remained. Despite everything, the man was selected as the strong man. Fueled by anger, he declared that he almost pitied Zion. According to him, Zion's power surpassed human limits, aligning more closely with the might of the demon kings. Rising to his full height, Nagaraja leveled his sword at the boy. In a somber voice, he lamented the unfortunate truth that Zion was nothing more than a delicate human. Gazing at the boy before him, he calmly declared that the injury he had dealt would prove fatal. The demon king advised the boy to look out for his own safety, reminding him that as a human, his injuries would not mend instantly. Madness flickered in Nagaraja's eyes as he insisted that this gap could never be closed, referring to the distance between himself and the boy. The demon readied himself for another assault, declaring that, out of respect for Zay's power, he would now reveal his true might. Extending his arms wide, a surge of energy radiated from him, filling the air with an intense, pulsing force. Drawing upon the ancient Nagaraja technique, the demon king steeled himself, embracing genuine liberation. Studying the boy with a scrutinizing gaze, he dismissed him as nothing more than a weakling. As he spoke of revealing the limits of human endurance, Zayon let out a faint laugh and replied with a hint of amusement, questioning whether the demon truly believed humans to be so fragile. With determination etched across his face, the boy's fist tightened as he declared a newfound understanding. Confusion flickered in Nagaraja's eyes as he questioned what the boy meant by his words. Ching responded by admitting that he'd often questioned what drove such fragile souls to challenge demon kings like themselves. Despite their weakness, something brilliant seemed to shine from within those people, and he couldn't help but be intrigued by it. With a gentle smile, Zayn turned to the demon and remarked that he now possessed something, albeit in a rather small amount. Overwhelmed by confusion, the demon king Nagaraja pleaded with the boy to wait. Slowly, he opened his eyes, astonishment flickering across his face, and demanded to know the boy's identity. With unwavering resolve, the hero tightened his fist and met the gaze before him, introducing himself with steady confidence as Zion Ishtar, a man among men. Stunned by the unfolding events, Nagaraja struggled to grasp the reality before him. The sheer force of Zion left him reeling, unable to believe he had been overpowered. Disbelief flickered across his mind, yet Nagaraja steadied himself and declared that this was truly remarkable. According to him, it had been centuries since he had witnessed such intense warlike spirit. Despite the awe, he reminded himself that Zion remained, at his core, just a man. Charging forward with relentless determination, the demon king set his sights on Zion, proclaiming that triumph awaited him. In Nagaraja's eyes, the demon king appeared flawless, untouchable by any foe. With no allies left for the boy, Nagaraja launched an assault against Zayn. With fists tightly clenched, the boy remained rooted in place and remarked on his exhaustion. Observing him, Nagaraja considered that no one could endure such circumstances alone. Thoughts of Melia crossed Kshin's mind. Normally, he believed humans to be fragile and insignificant, yet her presence alone proved that even a human could possess true strength. The boy unfurled his fingers, summoning newfound determination. With purpose, he balled his hand into a tight fist and declared that things truly were just as he believed. Drawing back, he launched a forceful strike. Zan boldly declared that the most dazzling treasure was now in his grasp. Confidence radiated from him as he held himself tall, his gaze unshakable. The unexpected display of the boy's abilities left Demon King Nagaraja astonished. Intrigued and unable to contain his curiosity, the Demon King leaned forward, fully engaged, and urged the boy to demonstrate his remarkable powers. Drawing upon the legendary Nagaraja style, the Demon King unleashed the ultimate secret technique of his art. In that instant, Zayan unleashed the sacred sword forged from the four elements. As the embodiment of creation and heroism, he struck with the might of a world-shaping blow. The clash between his forceful attack, the demon's power, and human resolve ignited a fierce and unforgettable struggle. Cracks splintered across Nagaraja's armor as Zayan declared, with the seasoned confidence of a former Demon King, that his human self would rise beyond the limits of his past. Harnessing newfound strength, he struck Nagaraja with a decisive, devastating blow. Shock swept over the demon king Nagaraja as countless cracks spread across his body. Disbelief lingered in his eyes, yet a faint chuckle escaped his lips at the absurdity of the moment. Slowly, pieces of his form started to break away. Nagaraja collapsed onto the ground, admitting their loss in a subdued voice. The boy, without looking back, turned and strode away, leaving the scene behind. A sudden shout of his name snapped Zion to attention, pulling his gaze toward the source of the commotion. Spinning around, he caught sight of the heroes striding purposefully in his direction. Milia stepped forward, concern etched across her face, and gently inquired about his well-being. With radiant joy lighting up her face, the girl lifted her weapon high and declared their victory. The jagged scar peeking out from beneath her ripped blouse immediately caught the young man's eye. With genuine astonishment, Zayon spoke her name. Just then, the girl expressed her gratitude to Zayon, referring to him as a true man. Zayon gazed at the demon king, Nagaraja, sprawled on the ground close by. The demon, still catching his breath, murmured that the battle had been incredible. With the last of his strength, Nagaraja gazed at the boy and assured him that he had every reason to be proud, for he had vanquished the demon king. Just then, the children, who were still sobbing loudly, hurried over to the boys, their faces lighting up with joy. Laughter filled the air as the children hurried over to Zion, who greeted them with a gentle, affectionate smile. All the while, the demon spoke warmly, praising the children as the real heroes of the day. The heroes clustered around Kshin, their attention fixed on the demon king's astonished expression. Calmly, Kshin acknowledged the situation, confirming his understanding with a nod. Time passed within the palace walls, and Princess Batur let her eyes drift shut, a quiet look of contentment on her face. She remarked on how remarkable the experience was. Relief and joy welled up in the girl, grateful that the long-awaited day of the ratings change had arrived. Before the grand throne, the princess took her place, with the steadfast knight Yusha Trishman at her side. The young woman remarked that no one would raise objections should the man ascend to the status of master. These words sent Princess Betruar into a moment of thoughtful contemplation. Princess Bachelorette spun around, her face illuminated by a radiant smile as she lifted her hand in a cheerful wave. Calling out to Zion Ishtar, she proclaimed with delight that he had been chosen as the master and now stood at the top of the hero rankings. Princess Bachwar stood rooted to the spot, astonishment holding her captive. In the grand ceremonial hall, not a trace of the mysterious young man could be found. Only Mr. Hofter, looking just as bewildered, remained. Her voice, edged with frustration, demanded to know if the young man had truly vanished. Princess Betrur's brows knitted in puzzlement as she remarked that he had been standing there just a moment ago. Wondering aloud where the young man could have gone, she glanced around. From behind, Yusha Trishman offered a bashful laugh, unsure of how to respond. A look of clear displeasure crossed Her Highness's face as she closed her eyes and let out a deep sigh. With a dismissive turn, she remarked that she had almost begun to believe Zion was showing a hint of heroism. Meanwhile, the knight touched his face in embarrassment, a sheepish smile appearing in the awkward silence. With a gentle smile, Yusha Trishman offered his hand to the princess, mentioning that Zayn had done this before. Princess Batuar, feeling a touch of indignation, seemed slightly put off by his words. Trishman, ranked fourth among the heroes of the Holy Sword, remarked that the man's familiar rudeness had not faded in the slightest. Lady Bikuar fixed her gaze on Mr. Hufter, who stood solitary before her, and inquired whether someone had truly emerged who could surpass any man. Meanwhile, the hero engaged in animated conversation with the knights, his enthusiasm unmistakable. A radiant smile lit up Princess Batuar's face as she turned to the hero. With a cheerful laugh, she inquired about his thoughts on the matter. Noticing the girl's gaze, Mr. Hofter turned his attention toward her. As the world's second-ranked hero and renowned for his unmatched strength, he met her look with a gentle smile and assured her that such feats were only natural for him. Memories of the previous battle surfaced for the hero, recalling how it concluded in a stalemate that gave the demons an opportunity to flee. In the midst of a circle of armored knights, Mr. Hufter announced that just a single individual possessed the strength to overcome the Demon King. With arms extended wide, the hero faced Princess Betruar and wondered aloud whether this style suited the gentleman present. Princess Betruar tilted her head in uncertainty, then turned to Mr. Hofter, seeking further explanation. With a confident smile, the man tightened his fist in a gesture of agreement. He explained that what he truly sought was the chance to earn the title of the strongest. Mr. Hofter strode over to Princess Bet, his steps swift and purposeful. Leaning in toward the young woman who regarded him with a faint, enigmatic expression, he inquired whether she might permit him to alter his title. A gentle smile blossomed on the princess's lips as she gracefully declined, assuring him she could never grant such a request. Out on the balcony, Zion closed his eyes in quiet contentment, a gentle smile playing on his lips as he lost himself in private thoughts. Out of nowhere, a girl appeared and spotted the young man. Her face lit up with happiness as she announced that at last she had found him. This cheerful declaration quickly drew Zion's gaze. The girl called Zion's name, her tone serious as she announced they needed to talk. Hearing this, the young man turned toward her, curiosity flickering in his eyes. Milia Vermilion, renowned as the third-ranked hero and celebrated as the hero of Blazing Flames, approached the boy with genuine concern, inquiring gently about his sudden decision to flee the ceremony. With a cheerful grin, Zion swept his hand through the air, remarking on the pleasant weather. He admitted he simply couldn't resist his own whims. The girl stared at him, clearly taken aback by his lighthearted manner. Striding over to Zion, she delivered a firm clap to his back, urging him with a sharp remark to start showing at least a bit more responsibility. With a spark of inspiration lighting up her eyes, Milia lifted a finger and declared that Kshin had been the first. She was the one who proclaimed that this was the peak of a hero's journey. Kshin, a bit embarrassed, rubbed the back of his head and admitted that it did feel real. With a gentle smile, Zion pointed toward the girl, noting how she had climbed impressively in the rankings, advancing from 7th position all the way up to 3rd. With her cheeks burning in embarrassment, Melia buried her face in her hands. Glancing at the boy beside her, she managed a quiet response, admitting there was no way to disagree. An awkward scratch to her cheek accompanied the girl's admission, eyes squeezing shut as she confessed that, despite earning 3rd place, the reality still hadn't sunk in. The young man responded with mild surprise, remarking that this reaction seemed typical for her. Advancing so rapidly made it all the more unusual in his eyes. Leaning in, Zion studied the girl intently and remarked that sooner or later she was bound to take the lead. Millie's eyes widened in surprise as she turned to Zion, seeking an explanation for his words. Awkwardness crept in as the young man shifted from one foot to the other. He admitted that his father had always lived under his mother's control. With a knowing tone, she remarked that he would likely share the same fate. Amelia found herself puzzled by his confession. With a hint of embarrassment, Ksung rested his hand on his neck and admitted that he had sensed something before the fight began. In that moment, his gaze settled on Milia as she soothed the weeping children. Back then, little of it made sense to him, yet clarity gradually blossomed within his mind now. Leaning closer, the girl studied his face and quietly asked what he wanted to say. Zion offered a gentle smile and assured her that the answer was actually quite simple. With gentle warmth in his eyes, Kshin faced Million and confessed his feelings for her, expressing his affection. He asked for her hand in marriage. Million gazed back at him, captivated and spellbound. In the next instant, a flush spread across Amelia's cheeks. Her gaze drifted toward the young man who had just confessed, curiosity and uncertainty flickering in her eyes. As understanding swept over her, color rushed to her cheeks. A faint tremor passed through her body while she quietly asked Zion to say it again. Standing before Melia, the young man confessed his feelings once more and asked her to marry him. Bewildered, Melia tried to clarify, uncertain who was proposing to whom. Zayon gazed at the girl, a gentle smile lighting his face, and calmly answered that she was going to become his wife. His smile grew even warmer as he spoke of his love for her, making the reason for their union clear. Warmth filled Melia's gaze as she turned to Zion. Folding her hands in front of her, she paused for just a moment before nodding her agreement. With a proud smile, Kshin turned from the girl and declared it a wonderful outcome. His face radiated happiness as he mentioned that, now that everything was settled, he needed to inform his parents. Behind him, Milia stood with flushed cheeks, her body trembling ever so slightly. In a soft voice, she suddenly offered an apology to Kshin. With tears streaming down her cheeks, Melia shut her eyes and reached out her hand toward the young man. She quietly explained that it was impossible at the moment. As those words left her lips, blood began to trickle from her nose and her body swayed before she started to collapse. Zion, caught off guard, watched the scene unfold in astonishment. A startled scream tore from Princess Bet as she gazed, wide-eyed, at the balcony where a torrent of blood cascaded down. Bewilderment took hold of her as she struggled to make sense of the grisly sight. Throughout that dreadful day, the castle's halls were overwhelmed by crimson streams, all flowing from countless noses. Just a few days later, golden sunlight bathed the village of Nanana. Amid the peaceful morning, a piercing cry shattered the calm. Breathless with urgency, Fiona hurried to her beloved husband's hands. Nearby, Zion paused his gardening, concern flickering across his face as he inquired about her sudden haste and the cause behind her rapid steps. Fiona beamed with delight as she made her way to her perspiring husband, her voice carrying a note of excitement. she eagerly announced the arrival of a letter from Xian. He regarded both the papers and Fiona's outstretched hands with keen curiosity. Paralyzed by disbelief, the couple silently studied the letter before them. Without warning, Hans burst out with a string of curses, unable to contain his alarm. The woman, too, stared down at the letter, her hands trembling as realization set in. Zion's parents bustled about, eager to begin holiday preparations and gather their thoughts for the upcoming celebration. With a gentle smile, Fiona looked at her flustered husband and suggested he take a moment to steady himself. Clad in an elegant wedding dress and crowned with fresh blooms woven through her hair, Milia offered a shy smile. Quietly, she glanced toward the young man, her voice soft as she wondered if he approved of her appearance. Decked out in his wedding suit, Zion glanced at his bride and, with a gentle smile, remarked how beautifully the dress complemented her. With a broad grin, the young man cheerfully waved, declaring that the old saying about clothes making the man rang true. Milia tightened her fist, irritation clear in her voice, as she demanded whether he even realized the meaning behind his words. With a clear gaze, Kshin lifted his eyes to the girl and replied, telling her she was the most beautiful in the entire world. As those words left his lips, the world around him seemed to glow with brilliance. The girl stood frozen in surprise, unable to hide her astonishment at his declaration. One hand shielded her blushing face while the other reached out toward Zion, fingers trembling. Milia's whole body shook as she admitted her happiness, yet quietly pleaded for him to stop. With a hand shielding her nose, the bride pleaded for him to spare her from any jokes today. She explained that her nose had nearly started bleeding. Realization dawned on Zion, and he quickly, though a bit flustered, apologized to the girl. Without warning, the girl began to share her feelings, admitting that while happiness filled her, everything still felt so unexpected. Zion listened to his bride's confession, a hint of surprise in his eyes. He studied her intently, taking in every nuance of her expression. An uneasy smile flickered across Amelia's face as she scratched her flushed cheek. With her eyes drifting shut, she softly admitted that the young man had proposed to her. Shin chuckled awkwardly, smoothing his hair as if trying to mask his self-consciousness. It seemed even he was becoming a little more human in his own way. Milia, puzzled by the idea, quickly dismissed it. She insisted that such things proved nothing at all. The groom shifted his gaze away, hearing the reply he dreaded. After a brief pause for reflection, he quietly acknowledged that he understood. The girl regarded him with a look of confusion. Shin glanced once more at the girl and gave a subtle nod. Then, almost as if compelled, he mentioned there was something he wished to share with her. Milia, puzzled by his sudden remark, cast a searching look in his direction. A sudden seriousness settled over the boy as he called the girl by name. Zion spoke with unwavering confidence, explaining that he had been reincarnated as a human. He revealed fragments of his past life as a demon lord, then smiled gently, curious about how she would react if everything he said were true. Stunned into silence, the girl stood motionless, her eyes fixed on the young man, an expression of quiet confusion playing across her features. A slight frown appeared on her face as she pressed a hand to her forehead. Quietly, she spoke, admitting that everything had finally become clear to her. Understanding dawned on Melia, and suddenly, so many things fell into place for her. Zion responded to her words with an awkward scratch of his head, a gentle smile spreading across his face as he let his eyes drift shut. With a sharp tilt of her head and a look of utter annoyance, the girl demanded to know if the boy truly meant what he said. Milio's eyes flashed with irritation as she jabbed her finger into the young man's forehead, catching him off guard with her sudden outburst. Her voice rang out, loud and clear, protesting the discussion of such weighty matters on their wedding day. Shin, caught in the moment, hurriedly offered a flustered apology to her. Melia announced without warning that she wouldn't take any action. The words left Zion momentarily stunned, his gaze locking onto the girl before him as confusion flickered in his eyes. With a gentle, encouraging smile, the girl assured her fiancé that it made no difference whether he was a ruler or held any other title. What truly mattered to her was that he remained the same person she cherished. With determined eyes, Amelia extended her hands, one gripping the other in a firm gesture. She assured Zion that should he choose to reclaim his title as a lord, she would be by his side, ready to knock any trace of trouble right out of him. Displaying her steady fists, she promised Zion he had nothing to fear. Zion gazed at the girl, his eyes softening with genuine warmth. A gentle smile played on his lips as he acknowledged her dependability, assuring her of his trust. In a distant era, the mightiest of all demon lords carved out his reign. Solitude became his companion, as the endless desire to uphold his supreme power overshadowed any other wish. With a measured gaze, Milia Vermilion regarded the boy, inviting him to pay close attention to her words. Upon hearing his fiancé's voice, Kshin shifted his attention toward her, a gentle smile playing on his lips as he nodded in acknowledgement. The young woman expressed her curiosity, eager to learn something from the former demon lord. In their elegant wedding attire, Milia Vermilion and Zion Ishtar paused before the grand doors, exchanging a meaningful gaze. The bride turned to her groom and quietly inquired about his opinion of humans. With her hand gently wrapped around Zion's arm, the girl gazed up at him with intent, awaiting his response. Eyes fixed ahead, Zion quietly asked her to give him a moment to gather his thoughts. Eyes softly shutting, the young man's face glowed with gentle anticipation as he prepared to answer his bride's question. His story unfolded, weaving the tale of humankind. Memories of familiar faces drifted through Zion's mind. Anon's many accolades stood out among them. The guild members' astonished reactions while poring over the morning paper lingered in his thoughts. Encounters with both heroes and demons in this strange land cast a vivid backdrop over his reflections. Images of his parents, tears streaming down their faces at his wedding, remained close to his heart. Thus began the tale of the former demon lord, reborn as a human and set on a path to reclaim power, forge alliances, and gather a small circle of trust. On the day of the wedding, gentle affection filled the air as the couple exchanged warm glances, each gaze reflecting deep care for the other. In the depths of the demon castle, a distant rumble of thunder echoed through the inner chambers. Within the shadows, a figure quietly reflected on the conversation, drawing its conclusions. Zayon strolled through the hallway, remarking with genuine astonishment that he never imagined their wedding kiss would lead to such a dramatic scene, with the girl shedding blood like a river. Melia gave him a shy nudge with her elbow, urging him to drop the subject at once. Confusion flickered in the girl's eyes as she glanced at the young man, her voice uncertain as she wondered aloud about their surroundings. Turning toward the ever-smiling Zion, she inquired about his plans. Extending his hand, the young man gently pushed against the door before him and quietly inquired about the girl's intentions. Just then the door creaked open and the young man, wearing a gentle smile, assured her that everything would become clear to Melia once she laid eyes on it. Atop the throne before the couple rested a demon, bearing an uncanny resemblance to Kshin. Milia's face froze in astonishment as she stared at the figure. Kshin leaned in, a playful smile crossing his lips, and remarked about the strange familiarity of every face gathered before them. In a frenzy, Milia seized the young man's hand and pleaded for him to pause. With a trembling voice, she muttered something about their resemblance to demons. Meeting her gaze, the young man quietly agreed. Seated upon the throne, the demon gazed in silence at those assembled before him. Zion explained that this place belonged to a different version of their world. The young man remarked on the surprise of it all, noting that the demon had started venturing into other realms in search of new companions for his games. Zion offered the demon a relaxed smile and confessed that death appealed to him most. He went on to admit a fascination with the urge to escape his own boredom. Fixing its gaze upon the boy, the demon inquired about his identity. With a calm composure, Kshin closed his eyes for a moment and remarked that the demon had not yet learned his name. As he stepped forward to meet the demon, he introduced himself as Kshin Ishtar. With a determined gleam in his eyes, the young man clenched his fist and spoke of his past as a demon lord. Though he admitted the title sounded a bit absurd, he insisted there had never been anyone stronger than him. Zion Ishtar met the demon's gaze, unwavering, and declared with conviction that he deserved to be known simply as a hero.